Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Okay, I'm having problems with my background here.
Hi, Councillor. We can hear you well. So while we're in open session, if your background is off, that's fine. Good morning, Councillor Spatafora. Can you hear me okay in Council Chambers? Councillor Spatafora, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. You are a little fuzzy though, but we can hear you well. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to General Issues Committee meeting of April 15th, 2026. As we have quorum present for today's meeting, I'd like to call this meeting to order. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the committee meeting. Today, our chamber doors are not functioning properly, so we will do the best we can to manage the lobby noise. But if the noise becomes untenable, what we will do is we'll move to room 264. We will be going to room 264 if the doors do not function when we go to close later on in the meeting. Going to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, can you advise of items in the addendum?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there are 8 added delegations with 1 withdrawn, 1 added correspondence for 7.1A, 1 motion has been revised, 1 motion has been withdrawn. There are 2 added notices of motion and 1 has been revised. There is 1 added private and confidential item and it has also been revised.
Thank you for that information. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Wang. Oh, sorry, go ahead, sir. There we go.
So I know the mayor is presenting a notice of motion with regards to the conservation authorities. I just want to give everyone notice that I think we should be waiving the rules on that to get it completed today, because we really don't know how quickly they're going to approve that budget, and that's what is being affected. So just a heads up that I'd like to waive the rules.
Thank you for noting that, Councillor. Based on that, may I have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as presented? Councillor Wang, Councillor Kassar. All in favor, show of hands. Thank you. We do not have any ceremonial activities. I know I've gone out of order already. I'm going to announce that we do have quorum present, and in the chambers is Councillor Pauls, Councillor Clark, Councillor Cooper, Councillor M. Wilson, Councillor Meekin, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Nan, Councillor A. Wilson, Councillor Wang, and Councillor Kassar. And online we have Councillor Beatty, Councillor Francis, and Councillor Spatafora. Thank you. So, do we have any declarations of interest today? Not seeing any. We'll move to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. It's 5.1 GIC 26005, March 25th. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt the previous minutes? Councillor Wang, Councillor Meekin, thank you. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Not seeing any. All in favor, please show with a vote of hands. That's good. Thank you. That was carried fully. Delegations. Before we begin our delegations today, members are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only, not for debate. And this is a note to our delegates. You have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone after 4 minutes, and then you'll have an additional minute to finish up. I'll be sharing that today we have 16 delegates, and I will be holding firm to the 5-minute delegation time limit. Thank you. Our first delegate, delegates respecting the report PED 24163E, final 10-year downtown Hamilton revitalization strategy, citywide, item 8.6. A note to all committee, we will take 1 vote at the end to receive all delegations on this matter. And our first delegate that we're going to have come down is Susie Braithwaite. Susie is from the International Village of the BIA, and she's in person. Take it away, Susie.
Good morning. I'm going to do my best to stick to 5 minutes, but I might run over like 20 seconds, just FYI. So good morning. Am I good to go? Okay, great. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today on the downtown revitalization plan. This was a project that the 2BIs requested from the city of Hamilton a couple years back, and we feel needs to be clear and concise direction for everyone involved in managing downtown Hamilton to follow in the future. I've been in my role as executive director of the International Village BIA since March of 2010, so I've certainly seen downtown go through many ups and downs and face many unexpected challenges. I'm very committed to seeing our BIA and the whole of downtown Hamilton succeed. I've dedicated a large amount of my life and career to improving the state of our BIA in downtown, and I feel passionate about helping to move things forward in a positive direction. We are called a business improvement area for a reason. Every decision my board makes is to ensure that we are improving the life of our businesses and area as a whole. I truly see the potential of what our core can be, and as a longtime resident, nothing would make me happier than seeing the heart of our city thrive. We have a lot to be proud of. First off, I want to thank Phil Caldwell and his team of consultants and staff for working so hard on this plan. It has been both collaborative and very well thought out. I feel that it has allowed key stakeholders to have a voice at the table and for their concerns and feedback to be heard. I also feel that the input from the downtown BIs was thoroughly considered in this revitalization plan. To give a brief personal history, I spent my formative years growing up in Waterdown. My mom was a full-time, long-time employee of the town of Flamborough, so I know firsthand how amalgamation in 2001 impacted our region. I understand that the suburbs of Hamilton don't always see the benefits of investments in the core. However, that was over a quarter of a century ago, 25 years ago, and it's time to turn the page on that for good. For years, I have witnessed council continuously question why more investments should be made in the downtown. The constant back and forth of the suburb wards versus the downtown and lower city wards has been extremely frustrating. Yes, there has been some investment in downtown over the years, but I still question if those investments have had the impact that was intended. Some efforts have been a success, such as the increased cleanliness efforts put into place last year, but much more is needed. The reality is that downtown Hamilton needs urgent help right now. We've taken the largest hit from the fallout of the pandemic, and despite having an amazing selection of retail, residents, restaurants, and attractions, we are still constantly having to fight for basic service levels. We seem to always be pinned against outlying areas such as the mountain wards, and has become a political topic that needs to be squashed once and for all. Downtown Hamilton is everyone's downtown, and we deserve to have pride in that. The business owners are incredible people and deserve a higher level of service from the city. This revitalization plan speaks to that. For instance, having a dedicated downtown office would make a huge difference in how issues in downtown are managed. Knowing that alongside the BIAs, there are frontline workers at the municipality who are experiencing the day-to-day challenges in downtown would be extremely beneficial in working together to overcome these hurdles. I personally think that everything being proposed in this revitalization plan should be taken very seriously. We have a real opportunity here to show the business community in the core that investment into their future is real and is important. They are the makers, the creators, the artists, and the entrepreneurs, as well as our very own neighbors. They deserve support in what they are dealing with right now. We can't change the state of the world as it is today, but we can put into motion a plan that gives those of us invested in downtown Hamilton real hope that there is a brighter future ahead. I would urge council to look at this plan not as an us versus them approach, but to adopt a strategy that will give each Hamiltonian a reason to be proud of its downtown. When I travel to other cities, I travel to the core of their city, to the downtowns. That's where I spend my time and my money. That is what our downtown deserves, and it's time that the community is acknowledged for all that good that it has. We can turn things around with the passion and hardworking ethics of our downtown community, as well as a clear plan laid out in the downtown revitalization plan. We will see success in our future. I will leave you with this, as noted in the report. Council should adopt this strategy as a clear call for city leadership, not only a policy direction, but an organizational commitment that must be carried through by City Hall's senior leaders and developed by staff across departments. It should adopt the principles in this report as the foundational tool to achieve expected results. Downtown revitalization will only become real if it's treated as a shared corporate priority, embedded into departmental work plans, day-to-day decision-making, and performance expectations. This requires senior management to align teams, remove internal barriers, and actively coordinate delivery across every function. Every staff member who touches the downtown through maintenance approvals, enforcement, programming, customer customer service, or capital projects should understand their role in restoring care, confidence, and pride in the city's heart. Consistent leadership, clear accountability, and a culture of responsiveness are the conditions that turn strategy into visual change. I'll leave it there, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Susie. And Councillor Kretsch has some questions.
Hi, Susie, and welcome, and thanks for everything you said. Been working closely together on this, and as you know, this was a request from the Downtown BIA and the International Village BIA to enter into doing a downtown revitalization strategy. We met with a list with the city manager and put this forward, and staff have carried it out because, as you'd seen in other cities, this is something that people had done. What I keep hearing as a refrain is that because of the way we've talked about plans for downtown, this feels like plan 100 in the last 20 years. What's different about this from your perspective?
I think, we've had several of these over our time, but I think at the end of the day, this one really did bring everybody together. So I know we heard from stakeholders that maybe wouldn't have spoken up about what they were dealing with. And I think it's just such a crucial time in downtown right now. There's really no time that's been comparative in our history to what's happened post-pandemic and the issues that we're facing. So I think just laying out a clear pathway for everybody who's involved in downtown. I think one of the things that frustrates me most is you get in touch with one of the city staff members at a director's role, and then they move on to another role, and it's very hard to keep that momentum going. Whereas I think this report will keep everybody literally on the same page of knowing what our next task is and what we should be tackling to fix the core.
Thanks very much. When I read the recommendations in the report, and we chuckled about this a little bit, when you read them, sometimes it feels like, well, yeah, these things should already be happening. And I know we had a conversation here during the budget last year when we talked about maintaining underpasses, and there was some remarks about, well, aren't we already doing that? From your perspective, looking at that list, even though they may feel like sometimes basic things, we're not really doing them right now from your perspective, as far as I understand, and we need to be doing them.
I think that there's a want to do them. When I do speak to city staff and I speak to anyone involved in downtown, there's an interest in seeing things change, but there's no clear direction on how to do that. And I think this plan will enable people to come together to work collaboratively to make things happen. Whereas I think in the past that hasn't been the case. It's been a lot of talking high level and then no actual action followed up by that.
Last question for me is, one of the things that this calls for is a governance review to look at not only how city staff come together to work on the downtown in a concerted way, but what we do as governing bodies here to try and advance that work. For 23 years, we had a task force in operation. And for those who don't know what a task force is, it's supposed to be wrapped up in about a year or two at most, which in itself was a sign of a problem. What have you seen as a shift and change since we've had a downtown subcommittee, which is more focused as a governance, as opposed to having a task force? Like, that's one shift we've done in the last 2 years.
Well, I sat on said task force for 15 years. I mean, a lot of things did come from it, but there was really nothing that stuck. So I think looking at this new subcommittee, it's been really easy for me to say, okay, I've addressed these things with city staff. We're not really getting anywhere. So now I'm going to make it public and go to the subcommittee, and then boom, things get done. So I think that's been really, really great for downtown.
Thanks for everything you do, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. There's no more questions. You may take a seat. Oh, sorry, Susie, come on back. I'm sorry. Councillor Pauls snuck in there under the wire. Councillor Pauls?
Thank you, Susie, for your passion for downtown. I think it's very evident. Your passion. But anyways, I just want to ask you, what would you say to the other 12 BIAs where they're struggling some of them in their BIA to get their business going? Because really, I think of our city, it should be one city, and our downtown should be, the highlight. But what do you say to the other 12? I think in my area, Concession Street, where they really need to have a push in the business there, improving, and restaurants and all that. What do you say to that?
Well, it's a big question, Esther, but I think at the end of the day, having strong advocacy is so important right now. So working closely with your BIA is important. And I think just, we can't fix everything. BIAs can't fix everything. I understand there's a huge list of things that need to be done. But at the end of the day, I mean, picking one thing at a time to focus on. So if their issue right now is, let's just say lack of policing, then that's what the businesses need to be joining together to talk about. So, we've seen a lot of things thrown at us downtown, but we've had to like look at each individual issue and deal with the people at hand that would face that. So I would say more like collaborative work amongst the businesses and the BIAs is good. And again, like I understand everybody's suffering, but no one's suffering as much as downtown is right now. I can tell you that right now. It's difficult down there these days.
I still believe we should all work as a whole city.
100%.
We always say the downtown, not the uptown, whatever
Yeah.
you say. So, so I think it's important working together and making our city whole.
Yeah, and I will say the BIs do work together. That's never been, we've never had issues of like, you get this and you get that. We all want to see success for each other. And I'd like to see council and city staff look at that as well. So I do agree that we should work together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susie. And now you can take a seat.
Thank you.
Next up, Emily Walsh. She's from the Downtown Hamilton BIA, and Emily's here in person. Welcome, Emily.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ready yourself, and then when you're ready, your time will begin.
Perfect. Thank you, and good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'm here today in support of the 10-year Downtown Hamilton revitalization strategy. And before anything else, I do want to thank the staff, the consultants, and everyone else who helped get us here. In my experience, the engagement process for this report was very genuine and extensive, and I think that the final strategy really reflects that, which is great because, as we all know, Hamiltonians have a lot to say about their downtown. That's because for us, downtown is almost impossible to ignore. It touches all of our lives in some way or another. We all have one of those quintessential downtown memories. Maybe it's visiting the farmer's market on a Saturday, or maybe the first time that you truly felt the magic of an art crawl, or maybe just a great patio on the first nice day in spring. When downtown is at its best, there's nowhere quite like it. It reminds you of why you love this city. But I think that many of us have also had the other experiences. The frustration in walking past a storefront that sat empty for years, the jarring sight of open drug use, or watching friends and family avoid downtown altogether because it just doesn't feel like it used to. That tension between downtown's potential and its reality, between what we know it can be and what it's become, is exactly what this strategy is here to fix. The vision that it sets out is one that I wholeheartedly believe that we can reach. A downtown where Hamiltonians of all ages and incomes choose to live, visit, and invest. Where storefronts are full, streets feel cared for, and music, art, and festivals animate evenings and weekends. In short, a downtown that's uniquely and unmistakably Hamilton. Getting there won't be easy, and this report doesn't pretend otherwise. It's also safe to say that this is not downtown's first revitalization rodeo. However, this strategy is different. It starts with the basics, it builds on momentum, and it includes transparent public reporting so that everyone can see what's actually getting better and what isn't. To the councillors representing wards beyond downtown, this is for you too. Downtown has historically been where the city pilots new ideas, and when they work, they spread. Core Patrol is a perfect example of this, a community policing initiative that started in the downtown core, delivered measurable reductions in both calls for service and reported crime, and has now been expanded across the city. You can think of downtown as the city's innovation lab, where new strategies are tested, refined, and then shared citywide. But all arguments aside, Hamilton both needs and deserves a downtown that it can be proud of. This strategy can get us there, and I sincerely hope that you'll all support it today. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. And Councillor Kretsch has a question.
You answered some of the same questions I asked Susie already, so I won't ask them again.
Yeah.
But perhaps, is there anything specifically that you think this strategy does that you're most looking forward to seeing happening? There's all kinds of things in it. What's one thing I think that you could flag for people that you think is important to get
Yeah, I'm biased. I love the funding that we're getting for King William through it, but overall, I do think it's that looking at the governance. It's looking at how people notice and report things downtown. It's looking at how we identify these recurring issues and who tackles them and how effectively and efficiently we can tackle them as a group. And I think that's what's really going to have the largest long-lasting impact throughout the report.
So I think what you're saying is coordination in general is what's missing, right? And
Absolutely.
I think from our interactions, I think that's the thing that you're most frustrated by is timeliness and coordination. So you're saying that you think changing the governance is going to improve that?
For sure. And then I think also compared to previous iterations of downtown revitalization reports, this one does speak to how it's different. It breaks down a lot of silos. And I think also most importantly, it involves communities that weren't involved before. It involves the arts community, involves the residents that we've been getting downtown now. It really has looked at all aspects of what our downtown now has to serve and brings those all together in a way that fit together.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Emily, thanks. I'm not seeing any other questions, so you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a message for anybody who's virtual. Please ensure that your mic is muted. We've had a few interruptions here. Thank you. Next delegate is Greg Dunnett from the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. Greg, come on down. Welcome. When you begin, you'll have 5 minutes.
Take a drink of water before we go. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And before I start, just Susie, Emily, and all the BAs are doing incredible work with limited resources. And I think their passion kind of really resonates when they come into the council chambers, but I can promise you it also resonates throughout our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Greg Dunnett, President and CEO of the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. And on behalf of Hamilton's business community, I want to acknowledge the work that has gone into the 10-year downtown revitalization strategy. This is an important and necessary step forward. We advocated for this strategy, we supported the development of the report, and we are committed to playing a role in achieving the goals set out within it. The strategy reinforces something critical. Downtown is not just another part of our community. It is a larger concentration. It is the largest concentration of civic, cultural, and financial values within our community. Downtown is our major economic hub, our culture and civic hub, and a key driver of Hamilton's image and competitiveness. That includes $5 billion in assessed value, 28,000 jobs, and 38% of all BIA assessment citywide. Simply put, when downtown works, the entire city benefits. When it struggles, the impacts are felt across our community. The report is clear. Downtown Hamilton is facing a crisis. Social pressures have intensified rapidly. Homelessness increased from 1,200 to 2,000 people in just a single year. And over time, downtown has become the focal point for homelessness and housing instability, mental health and addiction challenges. And to be clear, those are not just city council issues, but also provincial and national issues. These issues are being faced in many communities across our community and across all orders of government, our country. Across all orders of government, federal, provincial, and municipal roles are shared, and no single system owns the full response. And many of the challenges we see in our core fall in the gaps between them. Here in Hamilton, though, those issues are directly shaping business confidence, visitor experience, and investment decisions for Hamilton. Specific to our downtown, here is where we are in alignment, where we know there's more that needs to be done, and what we hope for next. What is encouraging is this strategy represents a fundamental shift in thinking. It recognizes that downtown must be treated as an interlinking system to fix, from economy to safety to housing to experience to transportation infrastructure. It is a strategy that focuses on addressing social conditions and economic revitalization simultaneously. It focuses on fundamentals such as cleanliness, lighting, repairs, and visible presence that will create conditions that restore confidence for businesses, residents, and visitors. Because downtown is ultimately judged on that everyday experience: clean sidewalks, safe, well-lit streets, and places people want to stay, not avoid. From a business perspective, this strategy signals a more coordinated and accountable city approach, recognition that public safety and social conditions are economic issues, continued focus on intensification to rebuild foot traffic and demand, opportunities tied to placemaking, tourism, strategic redevelopment sites, and importantly, a shift towards measurable outcomes, including a downtown dashboard, state of downtown reporting, and clear performance indicators. This reflects what our business community has been saying for years, that there have been gaps in cleaning and maintenance, underinvestment in the public realm, and critically, no single accountable framework driving outcomes. That lack of coordination has made initial progress difficult to sustain, and I think we heard that from our BA partners. Where we know there's more that needs to be done. No report, even a well-written 130-page plus report, can cover every aspect of a 10-year goal. But there are several key areas of improvement I would like to point out. Number one is, are we investing enough to drive tangible change? Later today, you will be receiving a report that says our unhoused population is greater today than it was 5 years ago. Paul, the leader of our library, is the leader of one of our most fundamental, important, and inclusive public institutions, and he is telling you that his patrons and his employees continue to feel unsafe in our core. We remain with no exit in sight in a housing and opiate crisis, and we need to turn the tide to drive change and invest in the downtown. And investing in the downtown will play a key role in achieving those goals. That will take meaningful investment, and we ask that Council seriously consider ensuring the execution of this strategy is fully resourced. Secondly, this report cannot be executed by department. It must be a City Hall initiative. It cannot be singular in pursuit of its goals. To be clear, City Hall cannot operate in a bubble. To make meaningful and lasting impact, there needs to be a relentless commitment to integration of objectives and priorities across all city departments. This report is well done and can make meaningful impact, but only if all departments align their work and goals to the objectives in the report. Our tourism goals must align with our housing goals, must align with our economic growth goals, must align with our transportation infrastructure, and so on and so forth. If they don't, then so much of this work will be done in vain. We will find ourselves in the same spot we find ourselves in 5 years as we do today with our housing and opiate crisis, lamenting the lack of progress and planning to author another report on how we can drive progress. Investment, coordination, and accountability are the calls to action we would like to see further developed in this initiative. And as I wrap up very quickly, what's going to drive success? It is that execution, partnerships, and sustained resourcing, a clear downtown-focused governance model, and clear accountability. And we have to look not just within, but across our great country to identify the downtowns that are being rebuilt and steal the programs that are working and bring them here to Hamilton. And I have other things to say, but I ran out of time, and so I will wrap it up there. Thank you for your time and energy.
Thank you for that, Greg. And we do have some councillors waiting to ask you questions, and maybe your information can come out from them. Councillor Maureen Wilson is first.
Thank you, Delegate Dennett. I pressed my button early in your submission, and you've highlighted so many things, and I appreciate that, and answered some of my questions. First of all, let me thank you for being here and constantly being here, and as a voice of the business community, always underscoring the importance of the relationship between social conditions and economic conditions. That one is affected by the other, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate the theme of partnership that you continuously bring to the table, acknowledging the hard work of the BIAs, like you've done this morning, and that perhaps some of our politics should follow suit in playing a more partnership role. You hinted at the need for an all-city coordinated approach. I agree. When you're talking to the businesses across the city that you represent, if you could just quickly provide a summation of what are they looking for when they're thinking about investment?
So through the chair, I'll start by saying, we are located in the downtown core, but also I've done 4 membership surveys in my time at the chamber, and the number one issue for our business community in all 4 of those surveys was our downtown health and safety. So I think, Councillor, to answer your question, it's been whether you run a large business or a small business here in Hamilton, it's been a tough go for the last 5 years. Even if you were large enough to sustain the impacts of the pandemic and the increase in interest rates, you are probably now impacted by tariffs. So, when we look at our business community as a whole, and I'll come back to the downtown, but I think number one is, I think everybody's looking for progress. Like, I really do think that's important, right? I think that's the number one thing. I think there is a want that as businesses and as individuals, that tax dollars are being spent on things that directly make an impact. And then I think that, it's kind of, I think what they are actually looking for is, you know, they all want this city to be great. Like I will tell you, it is one of the things that keeps me going in the role when we're doing the less exciting stuff. You know, get to do our OBAs, and that's a fun night. But when we're doing the I'll call it the hard work, there's a continued passion in this city, and there's still hope, and there's still a want for better. And so I think that, you know, and it's in this report, it's a coordinated effort to move our city forward. To change the brand, right? I think whenever I have friends come in from, you know, from out of town, or people I met in the sports industry who come into town, they always leave and they go, man, I had a way better time in Hamilton than I thought I would. And that like, we laugh at that and we go, of course you would. We all know that. But that's actually a brand problem, because it means people aren't choosing to come here. So it is a really good thing, like when we're hosting the juniors and stuff, and people come in and they actually get that experience, and it allows them, when they're coming to Southern Ontario, maybe they choose to come down to Hamilton for a day, all that fun stuff. So I think more opportunities for growth, less red tape across many, many things, and a coordinated effort to get the Hamilton we all believe in.
That just one final, I was pleased that you referenced the actual economic power despite the circumstances of downtown, representing over 5% of Hamilton's total investment. There's a narrative out there that's been too long established that we subsidize downtown's a lag, that doesn't produce. Do you feel that narrative is something that you confront even in the business community, and how do you respond to that? Those are my questions. Thank you again.
Well, I would say that in my professional life, probably not as much. In my personal life, as someone who lives in Dundas and knows people in the suburbs and beyond the suburbs out into the rural areas, there's definitely been times on a Friday evening where we've moved into those conversations. Listen, it just comes back to, for me, you know, people want to be a part of a city where they can work, live, and play. And that experience, that play experience specifically, for the most part, happens in that downtown core. The work part, it is the largest concentration of our workforce. And I believe, if I read Councillor Crutch's reports correctly, downtown also has the highest residence per density rates of any of our wards. So you put all that together, that's why we have to be very cognizant of investing in our downtown core.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next councillor with questions is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. One of the biggest challenges, I think, facing the downtown, and by extension the city, is the social conditions that we are wrestling with. So homelessness, mental health issues, and drug addiction. Those are the three big things that are really impacting more so in wards 2 and 3 than the rest of the city. And yet the city can't invest its way out of it because the city property taxpayers can't afford to fix all that. It will take hundreds of millions of dollars from senior levels of government to provide all of the housing and supportive housing that is necessary. It's not happening. So how do we improve downtown when we don't have sufficient support from senior levels of government? And I use the term sufficient, Deputy Mayor, because we do get support. But in terms of orders of magnitude, we're missing it. Comments?
Yes, through the chair. And of course, with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left, it's probably a very difficult question to answer. But I think I think this would be my answer. If it is the pressing issue of our community, then it should be a unifying force around this horseshoe. It should be a unifying force around this community. And it should be and again, that is on, there are many, many issues. And I talk about this with my team all the time. We're constantly dealing with the urgent and not the important. Every community, every organization has those problems. We've been pretty diligent in our operation at the chamber, and we had a little, we've turned the finances around, but it was coming out of the pandemic. It was difficult. There was a difficult time as the business model had changed, but we picked 3 or 4 strategic priorities, and we put a lot of our eggs in in those baskets. And it looks like we picked at least moderately the right eggs, but I think what I would say is I think that would be it. So if this is one of the big issues that we think will be one of the biggest social and economic drivers for our community going forward, then we should unify around it, leverage our goodwill and advocacy power at all levels of government, and try and position our community going forward.
Supplemental. Do you believe that this council has not done that? That they have not unified around those issues, that they have not advocated to the senior levels of government?
I don't know. Through the chair, I don't know enough on the back end to probably properly answer that question, because again, I'll to stay off of advocacy, but with grants, I will say, I apply for many, many grants as a not-for-profit. We know that every grant we're going to probably have about a 1 in 10 chance of receiving the grant. So we, in some ways, have to keep shooting our shot, even if we are aware we're going to be unsuccessful. So I think that's a difficult question to answer without having full alignment on the background. I think respectfully, Councillor, I think they're probably, the community as a whole would sometimes refer to this group as being divisive on certain issues, and that may not reflect positively at different levels of government. But again, that's probably a much longer and more thorough conversation that we can answer here.
I would agree that this council has been divisive on several issues, but on those big 3, I don't think they have been. I think they have united. The challenge has been securing the support that we need. And it is the downtown that is suffering because we have not been able to get that support from the senior levels of government. So thank you very much. As always, your candor is very much appreciated, Deputy Mayor. He speaks very candidly to us, and truth to power, as they say, and I appreciate all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Greg, doesn't look like there's anyone else, so thank you for your delegation today. And I'll just be cautionary to all our councillors that we are asking questions of our delegates and not debating. Thank you.
Have a great day.
No, just cautionary note there, sir, just possibly. Our next delegate is David Hudson from the Hamilton Arts Council. David, you're here. Come on down. When you begin speaking, you will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of Council. My name is David Hudson. I'm speaking today as Executive Director of Hamilton Arts Council. I'm the Chair of the Hamilton Arts and Culture Collective and a member of the Executive Board of the Alliance of Arts Councils of Ontario. Hamilton Arts Council is a registered charitable organisation that has served the city since 1969. Part of our function is to join the dots between the lived realities of artists and organisations, the public value of arts and culture, and whether that work can actually be sustained. In my 7 years working with Hamilton Arts Council, I've been privileged to witness some of the very best qualities of Hamilton's residents through innovative and experimental artistic practice, through community-engaged cultural programming. The arts sector embodies respectful inquiry, shared experience, mutual appreciation, and collaborative community spirit in ways to which all residents of Hamilton might aspire. I want to acknowledge that the 10-year Downtown Hamilton Revitalization Strategy contains meaningful progress. It recognizes that arts and culture are part of the long-term vitality of downtown. It highlights that downtown is not only a destination, but also a neighborhood, and it emphasizes the health of downtown is dependent upon care, safety, maintenance, and public confidence. These are welcome points. My concern is not that arts and culture are included in the strategy. They absolutely should be. My concern is that the strategy still says more about the value of arts and culture than it does about the conditions under which that value is produced. Before we lean on arts and culture to help carry part of this revitalization work, we should first understand the actual financial and operating realities of the sector. The living wage in Hamilton is beyond what many artists are able to generate through their artistic practice. That means they're not able to devote themselves to that work on a full-time basis, and the pressure does not stop just with individual artists. Many organizations, like my own, are also functioning within constrained conditions that affect our ability to offer stable and sustainable compensation. So the question is this: if arts and culture are truly being treated as vital infrastructure in downtown revitalization, have we actually accounted for the conditions required for that infrastructure to function? What may be missing here is not more praise for the sector, but a clearer cultural roadmap. I understand the concern that a municipal culture plan can become lofty, ambiguous, or quickly outdated, but there is still real value in a grounded and current understanding of the pressure points facing Hamilton's arts and culture sector, and in openly naming the gap between where we are and where we say we want to be. The downtown revitalization strategy cannot do that on its own. Neither can the economic development action plan, nor the public art and placemaking master plan. These are important documents, but none of them by themselves can fully answer what meaningful resourcing for artists and organizations in Hamilton could and would look like. In this report, a single presentation and activation measure is attached to an annual cost of up to $50,000. In 2025, roughly 2/3 of arts operating applications received less than $50,000 in recommended funding through the City Enrichment Fund. My point is not that activation lacks value, it's that the city appears more readily able to address the cost of visible presentation than the cost of sustaining the cultural ecology that makes that presentation possible. My assessment is that presentation and public engagement are outcomes of a healthy arts ecology, not a substitute. When creative communities are afforded the dignity of time, space, and sustainable conditions in which to grow, many of the outcomes that the downtown revitalization strategy is seeking to enact will begin to emerge organically. So whether Council adopts this strategy today or not, I would strongly encourage the next step to be a clear and unsparing assessment of the actual conditions facing Hamilton's arts and culture sector. I support the direction of the strategy, but I would caution Council that recognizing the value of arts and culture is not the same as strengthening the conditions under which artists and organizations are expected to function. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. And we have a couple of questions. First, Councillor Kretsch.
Hi, David. Thanks for being here. My question for you is really just about partly the governance structure, again, that's being designed here. And so one of the things I've heard from many of the delegates is about a lack of coordination, a lack of focus in downtown. And you're talking about the arts sector broadly, but also I hope specifically about what's happening in the downtown with respect to the arts sector. Do you see an opportunity there for more coordination, trying to figure out how to focus on what's happening with the arts downtown by making sure we have some kind of concentrated effort here at the city of people who are focused on what's happening here?
Absolutely. I think coordination is key. It's key in building confidence in our individual artists and our organizations. And there has been a huge shift in city staff's approach to communicating and engaging with the cultural institutions in Hamilton. I think part of the piece that's missing and part that we really need to pull in is the actual realities of what's happening provincially and federally in the arts and where the heavy lift is needed, where that work is needing to be done. And I think by through that coordinated communication effort, we can really paint a real picture. We can really begin to develop a real sense of what progress and what sustainability in the arts could and should look like. And I think that there are collectives and groups who are ready and willing to be part of that conversation, with the caveat that many of the groups, I mean, I'm paid to be here. I'm not paid to be here to speak at council. But part of my job as executive director is I have a salary and get to engage in this work. Many of the groups who we want to turn up and participate in these conversations are not in that position. So we're still dependent upon people to volunteer and dedicate time and to really reach just to be part of that coordinated effort. And I think that reality is important to identify before we can talk about just how great it is and how great the arts are doing.
Okay, thanks for your answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next counselor is Counselor Wang.
Thank you for your delegation today. Question around one of the points that you said, because as you did mention correctly, there have been a lot of emphasis towards the arts. There has been economic impact reports on this. So I wonder if you can dig a little bit deeper and just expand upon the points on what you said. What are the elements or the parts or the components to look at sustainability for the artists and that industry? What are some of the things that you're seeing that you would like to see as it relates to potentially maybe a phase 2 of this downtown revitalization strategy? I guess I'm just asking for your sort of additional commentary on that.
Thank you so much. Through the chair. My understanding, my work has brought me into consultation with many incredible artists. Whenever I sit down with an artist, whether it's in an interview to understand more about them or an application to engage in one of our programs, I try and do a bit of research. I'll look at their resume, I'll look at their website, and very often I'm overwhelmed, sometimes intimidated by just how much work and how long these artists have been working and churning out incredible work in all genres. And then I'll sit down with them and they'll say, 2025 was a really good year. I made $11,000 in my arts practice. And I realize that even as organizations, we're stating, we're creating professional development workshops, we're creating residencies, we're creating committee meetings in the middle of the day with no real sense that artists are having to hold down multiple jobs just to be able to show up and potentially put something in Art Crawl, which we say is such a gem of the city. And so I think those are the realities of being able to work as an artist in the city. The numbers that I have, which I think are 2024, the living salary in the city of Hamilton's around $44,000, $22.60 an hour. Artists are not even close on their artistic practice alone. I think that is, I think we can shape programs, we can shape resources to address that fact. Maybe not to solve it, but to allow artists an opportunity to present and contribute to our city in a way that is sustainable and actually within their capacity.
Thank you. It sounds like that this requires further consultation, especially if it relates to building out what this arts and culture and ecosystem looks like. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. David, thanks for your presentation and thanks for helping to connect some of the dots. And I suspect you're aware of some of the anecdotal evidence. I think it's characterized as the Bohemian Index, where particularly with certain American and the occasional Canadian vocation, there's a direct relationship to the overall economic well-being of the community, geared to the overall economic and cultural efforts to sustain a strong artistic base in direct economic terms.
Right.
So Councillor Wang has talked about the need for ongoing consultation, and as one who has always believed that without music in the arts, life is a mistake, I would look forward to some ongoing discussions around how we can do some foundational things that would enable both through direct contribution and a whole series of indirect contributions. Any ideas on how we can work together to enhance that?
Sorry, I missed that last part. Any ideas on?
On how we build a stronger foundation and an ongoing dialogue and commitment to growing our art and culture sector.
Well, I think that the beginning of that sort of that separate strategy is really research, and there are organizations like my own that are well positioned to do that work. But as we all know, surveying and research is a heavy load. That is heavy and dense work to undertake, and not something that can just be achieved sort of at the side of the desk. And so I think that investment in initial research, because what we are asking artists and organizations to do is to expose the truth. We are conditioned as grant applicants, as program applicants, to say we're great and we can do all of these things, and look at how incredible my work is, and look at how many people follow me in social media. And we actually have to work to create a safe space where we can learn the truth. The arts, unfortunately, is still built on an inequitable system. It is dependent upon those people who can afford to volunteer their time. That is the nature of where arts councils were born, is through people in society who had time on their hands to turn up and care about the arts. And we are still many decades later trying to undo that paradigm and really get into the truth of what's happening, because the numbers are there to support the arts. There are reports from the provincial body, the Ontario Arts Council, that tell us that a single dollar investment in the arts, there is a $25 return. That is through all of their tracked research. So that research is happening at the provincial level. But I think in Hamilton, there's a story to uncover, and that's going to take some time. It's going to take some work, and it's going to take some genuine relationship building and trust building to get there before we can build the next actions.
Thanks. Let's do it. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, David, that ends our questions. So thank you. You may have a seat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the delegations on this item? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Wang, all in favor by a show of hands. That's unanimous. Thank you. That's carried. Next, going to 6.2, Andrew Selman, respecting a call on council to provide a transparent accounting of the full financial costs of the 2024 cyber attack and its downstream costs and impacts. And Andrew's here in person, and he's almost ready to go. Andrew, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And that will start when you're ready to start.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and members of council, friends, neighbors, and strangers in the gallery as well. You know, we've all heard the number. City Hall has told us that the cyber hack this term cost the City of Hamilton $18.3 million as of June 2025. Now, I'm here today to speak to that $18.3 million. I've had a chance to look at the data. I've had a chance to speak to many City of Hamilton employees, and I don't think we currently have a full accounting of what that figure actually rests at. And I believe we should have an updated report for 2026. Briefly, I do want to acknowledge the tremendous effort city staff have put into system recovery. Navigating a crisis like this is incredibly difficult. I think we all recognize that. And there's many more hours ahead of work. But if we're going to have an honest conversation about the health of this city, we need a closer look of how we're calculating that final bill. When I look at these reports, I see a ledger that only tells part of the story, and that's the direct initial cost associated with this failure. Since the $18.3 million disclosure last year, the City of Hamilton has expected to spend $400,000 per month on recovery. So that brings us up to about $22 million to date on recovery. And that's strictly due to the failure. Now, this comes during a time where we've seen massive increases to our taxes. Now, downstream from this initial failure, we have more unaccounted costs. We've seen numerous departmental systems taken offline, and many of those systems remain offline to this day. This has impacted productivity across the city. We're paying more to get less work done, and quite often we're paying work to be done twice. Now, this hack has furthermore impacted our ability to collect data and produce reports. And some of those reports include required financial disclosures. Now, some of those reports include things like the DC Treasury reports. That's a legally required document we haven't produced. We haven't produced bylaw reports. And of course, we haven't produced our audited, legally required financial statements. Now, due to those missing statements, the reports, S&P Global, the organization that grades the financial health in cities, lost faith in us, the City of Hamilton, and they lowered our credit rating. Now, it's a downstream effect directly related to the cost of the cyber hack that the taxpayers are now taking on. Because now, when the city borrows money to fix a road or buy a bus fleet, we have to pay that downgrade tax, which is a higher interest rate when we pay back the loan. So more money is being now spent on interest than investing. Now, this is a new cost that can be measured based on our financial projections. And this can certainly be reported out to the public. So with all of our planned spending, this is adding unnecessarily millions to the tax bill for Hamiltonians. It's money spent during already tough times where property taxes have, as I said, increased more than 20% over the last 4 years. And when I look around our city, that money isn't just a line in a staff report. That $22 million is the cost of multiple brand new recreation centers that our kids never get to use. It's the cost of replacing hundreds of playgrounds across this city. It's the equivalent of paving more than 20 kilometers of roads. It's the price of 10 new HSR buses. Now, we don't get any of that. Instead of investing, we're using that on interest. So before we go to the polls, I think Hamiltonians deserve a few clear answers. When will the missing financial documents, statements, the missing reports, when will they be released? What is the specific plan to get our AAA credit rating back so we're paying less on interest? And then finally, what is the total updated cost for the cyber hack, up to and including 2026 with all costs included? My friends, transparency isn't a luxury in government. It's a requirement. We need to know the state of our house before we're asked to vote on who's going to run it. My name is Andrew Selman, and I welcome any questions you might have today.
Thanks, Andrew, for your in-depth research and opinions into the matter of our cyber attack. Has been a challenging time for the city. I'm not seeing any questions, so at this time, you may take a seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
So on this issue, may I please have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Cooper, Councillor Pauls, thank you. I'll vote with a show of hands. Thank you. That vote was carried. 6.3 has been withdrawn. We're on to 6.4. Jennifer Bonner from the Hub, respecting unsheltered homelessness, and Jennifer's here in person. Okay, Jennifer, so I'll follow I've said what I've said, but I'll follow the parliamentary procedures, and we will need a mover and a seconder for that. So the mover is Councillor Jackson, and the seconder is Councillor McMeekin, and we will have an E vote on that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
So correct me if I'm wrong. You stated as chair at the very beginning to all the delegates that they have to stick to their 5 minutes. That's correct?
I made a request, yes, that and I said that I would be firm. As you're seeing, this is my firmness.
And so now I'm challenged personally. I don't know about the rest, but I don't know whether or not the other speakers would have asked for additional time. A couple of them spoke so fast I could barely hear some of the words that were coming out because they were trying to get it all in within 5 minutes. And now we're going to change the rule. So I have problems with that. So I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And we'll have an electronic vote. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Francis, if you're able to vote.
Okay, Jennifer, that's defeated. Sorry, so you can
That's
have
okay.
your
I'll
5
just talk
minutes.
really fast.
Okay, thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor, sorry to interrupt. If the delegate would like to provide extra speaking notes, we're happy to publish them online as well if you want to send us your full speaking notes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning to chair, members of committee, staff, and folks in the audience. I'm here to speak to you today about the critical role of 24/7 drop-in centers. This is my 4th year being in front of this committee to speak to the importance of overnight and drop-in programs. Specifically, I've spoken about winter responses and the importance of planning early. I feel like every year I need to come back and express the concerns of the people that I serve every single day. I do want to commend staff on the additional work that is being done in the homeless serving sector. And I also want to commend members around this horseshoe for some of the motions that have been brought forward to council to improve this. I want to acknowledge that the reality that we all share is that the only true solution to homelessness is permanent, dignified housing. We know that this requires significant, sustained support from our provincial and federal partners. However, while we wait for those long-term investments to materialize, our friends are living in the in-between. The city has a dual responsibility to advocate for that housing, but to also fund life-saving solutions today. My goal is to show you that 24/7 drop-ins are a fiscally responsible way to provide that lifeline. By providing stable 24-hour environments, we reduce the revolving door of emergency room visits, paramedic calls, police interactions, encampment clearings, and the harm caused by all of those interactions. Costs that far outweigh any investment in proactive care. We can ensure that every municipal dollar spent on drop-ins can improve outcomes, agency collaboration, and have a more measurable health-focused outcome, not just another touch point or an interaction. I won't dwell on these numbers today. While 5,200 visits is a significant metric, I'm very proud of my team, some of who are with me today. This isn't the heart of the story. The data represents a specific group of people, friends who are sleeping in bus shelters, stairwells, or worse, because they felt they had no other choice. These are the folks who have been turned away or cannot access the traditional shelter system for whatever reasons. But this slide just shows the scale of the need. It only tells you what we did. I want you to look past the total spend and the operational summary, because behind every one of those 308 unique individuals is a story of survival and a story of a human experience. Well, the previous slide showed you the efficiency of 24-hour drop-ins. This slide shows you the efficacy. Hamilton has been working towards low barrier models. Traditional shelter policies often create forced situations where individuals must choose between basic shelter, their personal safety, their relationships, or their autonomy. It forces people into encampments or stairwells because they're technically blacklisted from the only available beds. Partners who provide each other's emotional and physical safety are often forced to split up to stay warm at night. The City of Hamilton's policies have historically set a 42-day limit on shelter stays. Guests are forced to engage in specific housing search for activities when no housing is actually available. And that is just to maintain their bed. Sometimes they're not even physically or mentally ready to accept that step. When you remove barriers, you replace survival-based decision-making with agency and choice. By providing drop-ins, we give back the power of choice. For the woman on this slide who says she no longer has to trade her safety for a warm bed, this isn't just a service, it's a liberation from impossible choices. There's a neurobiological truth to some of these quotes. You can't make long-term health decisions when you're in a state of constant hypervigilance. When a person knows they are safe and they have somewhere to sleep tonight, or that the city isn't coming to clear their tent tomorrow, their brain can finally move out of survival mode and into function mode. That's where recovery, harm reduction, and stability actually begin. The model is built on relational care, not a checkbox for funding. When staff boost someone's self-esteem, then they are creating a bridge back to society. You can't treat a leg infection with just antibiotics. You treat it with a doctor who comes to them in a space where they are already feeling safe. So there's an illusion of capacity in the shelter system. Numbers don't tell the whole story. Throughout this winter, there was only one other warming center available to offload any clients. While our collaboration with their team was incredible, St. Matt's did a great job, it was never enough for either of us. Despite my delegations to committee year after year calling for a permanent sustainable weather response, the plan remains reactive. In fact, in August, city staff were quoted by saying that there were no targeted plans for evening drop-ins or hospital discharge spaces. Yep, by November, we are in a rushed planning phase. When we do this, we are not just being inefficient, we are being dangerous. Instead of a community coordinated strategy, we ended up having a hastily organized temporary center at Bonetto, along with our rush process for our friends at St. Matt's, who had to change times and locations this year in order to accommodate the need. I'm going as fast as I can.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I apologize that we shortened things up today due to the nature of the entire meeting. Councillor Clark is first on for questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First, I want to thank you for sending the presentation in advance because it actually enables us to be prepared. You mentioned in the presentation, Deputy Mayor, blacklisted residents. Can you explain a little bit more about what you mean by that?
So a couple of things. First one might be service restrictions, someone who can't access for past behaviors. Someone who has a medical condition, incontinence, for example. Shelters are not set up to be hospitals or to assist with things like incontinence. And so often someone cannot access a shelter space based on that. We had many instances this year in terms of body lice outbreaks, things like that. And obviously I understand the reasons why they can't access shelter, but like shelters are the places that have showers and can help with that. But folks were not able to access those spaces. And then we're presenting at drop-in centers.
So my word, not yours, those residents were banned from the shelters?
Correct.
Interesting. In your presentation, I don't know the page number, forgive me. You'll know it when I say it. It says 346 direct referrals from hospitals. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, so our program was funded by our hospital partners. It was funded by the Greater Hamilton Health Network and their OHT partners, along with both St. Joe's and Hamilton Health Sciences. And the goal of that, much like I stood up here last year with our hospital partners to talk about, was the amount of folks that were seeking warmth in our emergency rooms, or folks that were being brought in on an ambulance, and then when the hospital was looking to discharge them, there was nowhere to go. Shelters were full. And so shelters need to hospitals need to offload those clients, right? These are folks with no fixed address. Your emergency rooms are filling up, your beds are filling up, and we've got people coming in all the time. And so hospitals were really seeking a place where they could do this one sort of triage location where they could send people. We could then call all of the shelters, because we don't have one number to call here. You have to call every shelter to see if there is a bed available. And so it's a lot cheaper and more efficient for someone in social services or someone at our end to be doing that than it is for a clinician in a hospital, a doctor or a nurse to be making those phone calls. And then we will also have a little bit of nuance about that client, about whether or not, based on our experience in the community, whether or not they're a good fit for a certain location. So we would let the client come to us. Those 346 direct referrals were from St. Joe's, Dravinsky, and Hamilton Health Sciences, directly discharged from emergency departments to our program.
Thank you. That's very helpful. It also indicates 78 shelter calls. Is that your organization calling out to the shelters to seek spots?
Correct.
And from that, you had 10 spots. Can I inquire, on any given night, what's the capacity of your facility?
So we had a couple of things happen this year. As you know, we had 2 really, really cold nights of -30 temperature, in which we did go over capacity. We called in extra staff. Our typical numbers were posted at around 45. Our facility was slated for 65. But we chose to keep it at 55 because obviously we need to be able to manage all the dynamics of that space and healthcare needs within that component. So on average, we saw probably 50 to 51 people every single night. But on those really cold nights, there was one night in particular in which St. Matt's was closed because they were moving from the original cottage onto the cafe. And it was a Saturday night and it was -30. And I can tell you that that night we had 102 people check into our space over the course of the evening.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, may I inquire, the limited capacity of your facility, is that based on the physicality of the building, or is it based on the number of volunteers or resources that you can have to service the residents who are needing to help?
Yeah, I think this year, 2 things happened. Multiple things have happened over the course of the years, I guess. We have been struggling with a space to be able to do this. We came to our city partners to look for opportunities to have a space within the city. I think St. Matt's did the same thing. In our facility, we had cots. So we had a place where someone could sleep. We have a medical area where we could do some work. So physical limitations of the space and not so much the behavioral or challenges that we heard about within Bonetto.
Thank you. One last question. I think I got 5 seconds. Is there a centralized department that refers individuals who are needing a warming space or a shelter, or is each individual left to their own devices, go and find a place to stay?
Yes, to the latter.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
And thanks, Councillor Clark, for asking those questions, helping us get more information out of that presentation. Councillor McMeekin is next.
Thanks, Chair and Jens. Good to see you again. Just by way of introduction, when I think of all the blessings that we enjoy in this city, I count your group twice.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work you do. Can you update us? I recall there was some talk a while back about collaboration with the medical stakeholders and concerned healthcare people, yourselves, your group, and the HATS group around some temporary accommodation in some units that they have available. Any update on that from?
As far as I know, no. I've left the property stuff to HATS. We are obviously the proposed operator because of our linkage to healthcare, and it would operate in a similar capacity in which we have multiple service providers coming in to connect with our folks on a regular basis. So for instance, in this particular program, the substance use team out of St. Joe's, which includes some case management, which includes opiate agonist therapies, and the ability to connect folks to social workers. That team was actually in our facility from 5 a.m. until 10 a.m. Every Monday and Wednesday, which meant that we had an opportunity to catch those folks who maybe came in on an overdose in the night, were discharged to our facility, and then those hospital teams could re-meet with them first thing in the morning to do that continuity of care.
Thank you. I saw the proposed collaboration and the enthusiasm of the medical sector as a wonderful opportunity, and disappointed it hasn't sort of gone a little bit further. But as I say, I appreciate your work and the work of your colleagues, and it's a long and winding road, and we've got a long way to go yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I'm reading a little bit in between all the things you're saying and through the presentation. One thing that stood out to me, I wanted you to maybe clarify a little more, is I think what you're saying is there's a lot of misinformation out there about this housing first approach in terms of people needing housing before any other step. And when you say any other step, I think you mean every other step. Treatment, that might be any kind of treatment, medical treatment, those kinds of things, addiction recovery treatment. The housing is the first thing. Could you expand on that a little bit? Just, I know you got going about it, but didn't finish your point. And then I have a question about coordination.
Yeah, I think often it's difficult for folks who are in always it's difficult. If you're in hyperarousal, you're worried about everything every single day. There is absolutely no way you can focus on that wound care when you're focusing on surviving tonight. And so one of the things that happens often is that agencies that are paying for like housing workers and things like, I mean, housing workers are sort of disingenuous title at this point in terms of what's available, right? There's things that can be done, but a lot of that's being done in various places. It's hard for someone to sit through a 3-hour intake to do some of the paperwork that's required for some of these things when our stuff is outside, our dog is outside, our partner's on a street corner and she's at risk, right? So when we're always in this state of arousal, if we can't get people to a place where we can actually focus on what the next steps are, then housing first is never going to work. And I think there's real value, obviously. You know, we know that that's the dignified response for people, but we have to get them to a place where that can function. You know, we've seen examples, and you've been around since Ferguson Street, you know that we have housed folks directly out of encampments without thinking about some of those things. Those same folks are presenting in our drop-ins and our service centers and our shelters right now. And so if we don't do some of the things from a medical lens and give people an opportunity to settle, we risk that those investments will be lost.
Last question for me, just about coordination, wanting to understand a little bit more from your perspective about really what that's doing to people, not just your organization who may have the capacity, I say may, to make calls on behalf of people to shelters. What is that experience actually like when you're calling? What kind of answers are you getting? Like, what capacity does everybody who's on the street have to do that work of coordinating? It's an obvious answer, I'm sure, but I think it's worth you giving that obvious answer because I'm not sure everybody understands it.
Yeah, there's a couple of things, right? It's the illusion of capacity. And we sometimes, there's a significant gap between sort of what the paper capacity is, what it says in the city's dashboard is available, right? And what a person on the street can actually access tonight. So this conversation around accessibility versus availability and what's available. If a space is technically open, but it has a no pets policy, or it has certain health conditions or restricted to a specific gender, then it's not actually available, right? And the other thing we forget is that sometimes when we say spaces are available, well, if you're in the East End or you're on the mountain and you don't have bus fare, that space isn't available. And so we need to stop talking about sort of the numbers of spaces available and start talking about the equity and accessibility of those spaces to folks across our communities.
Thanks, Jen.
Okay, Jennifer, there's no more questions right now, and I'll just remind you that we will receive and share your presentation notes if you send them to clerks. Thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you.
May I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor A. Wilson. All in favor, show of hands, please. Thank you, that's carried. We're on to 6.5, Jovan Popovich, Breakfast First Entertainment, respecting Route 905 Festival, a large-scale two-day country music event at the Ancaster Fairgrounds on July 24th and 25th in 2026. Jovan's here in person. Come on down.
Hello, Madam Mayor, as well as members of the council. My name is Jovan Popovich. I am the founder and CEO of Break First Entertainment, and I'm here to speak to you today about the Route 905 Country Festival. The Route 905 Country Festival is an inaugural outdoor country music festival coming to the Ancaster Fairgrounds this summer, July 24th and 25th. We're projecting approximately 5,000 attendees for the festival each day, so about 10,000 total, possibly upwards of 12,000. And we're bringing major international talent as well as local artists to the area, hoping to provide an affordable experience close to home for Hamiltonians and the surrounding community. We expect a significant draw, far past just Hamilton. I've even been told of someone who's intending on making the drive from Long Island to come to this festival this summer. Today's objective of this presentation is just to brief the council on the event scope, community benefits, and ultimately a collaborative path forward. The first day of the lineup is Canadiana Night, a full lineup slate of Canadian artists, headlined by 23-time CCMA Award winner Brett Kissel, also a 3-time Juno winner. I won't go through the whole lineup given the time constraints, but it's a very depthful and long lineup featuring very talented Canadian artists. On day 2, we have a much more international night, headlined by 10-time RIAA Platinum Certified artist Chase Rice, with several other RIAA Platinum Certified artists throughout. Again, a very depthful lineup to get people here for the entire day, not just for the evening performance. Ultimately, the reason I'm telling you this is to show you the scope of the festival and just how large this can become, something not just for this year, but for many years to come. The leadership and organization team, as the founder and CEO, some of you may recognize my name. I'm the former president and CEO of the McMaster Students Union, many of whom I've met with recently. And during my 2 terms there, I was responsible for spearheading several large-scale events. We also have our former campus events director, Thomas Saab, who's joined the team, Jason Kim, our CFO, who comes from Queen's AMS, and Hayden Lawrence, our corporate partnerships director, who used to be the corporate partnerships manager with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. But I really want to touch on some of the partners that we're bringing into the fold. Echo AV, who set up a lot of our production needs at McMaster University, as well as other fairs and festivals in the area. 12 Mile Event Productions, which brings 35 years of experience to the field, including some very notable high-profile events, as you can see on the slide. And Sonic Onion, who's most well known for spearheading Supercrawl each year. The economic impact that this could have to Hamilton both this year and in future years can be very vast. Obviously, there's the job creation element, the hospitality and tourism multiplier, localized supply chains, ancillary spending, and the long-term tax-based contribution. But what I really want to emphasize here is ultimately the festival is called Route 905. The area code is literally in the name. This is a festival that's meant to be here for a very long time, rooted in Hamilton, bringing people here. As many teams as possible that we bring in, subcontractors, we're trying to keep within the Hamilton community. And I also want to say that even though we don't have contract details finalized and I can't say specifics, even going as far as our beer sponsor, we're looking to have a local brewery as opposed to one of those huge foreign corporations to keep this thing local, despite the fact that it's a very large festival. Ultimately, the Route 905 experience is going to be a big one. We have a very large budget. We have the infrastructure to support something vast and large scale. But ultimately, we need a strong turnout starting in year 1 in order to continue reinvesting. whether it's a greater investment into year one to continue making this a larger event come event day, or whether this is for future investment in future years to rapidly expand. We have every intention, even though we're already starting fairly large, to get bigger year over year over year and make this a really significant core event for the Hamilton community. Ultimately, speaking here in front of you today, what I seek is a collaborative partnership. I'm not asking for anything specific other than guidance on navigating citywide protocols, which we've gotten much through SEAT, the Special Events Advisory Team, but ultimately looking for some support in facilitating a highly successful, high-profile event that has vast awareness from the community in order to make sure that this is something people can come out to every single year. To cap off, I look to continue adding to the reputation this city already holds as the city of music. I want to continue our vision of strengthening Hamilton's brand as a national hub for country music, something that my father told me many decades ago was something Hamilton held very strong. I think that this is something that could bring a lot of people here. This is something that within a couple of years' time can become one of the premier country music festivals in this province. And with the support of the city and the community, this is something that could become a pillar for years to come. I have my contact right here for anyone who wishes to discuss this potentially at a later date. Obviously, I'm out of time for now, but I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Yovan. And first up is Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just wanted to ask about what sort of collaboration have you received to date? You did say SEAT, but have you connected with our tourism department at all?
Yeah, actually, I as a result of this delegation, recently started speaking to Tourism Hamilton. We've had minor connects throughout, but ultimately I hadn't established a firm contact there. And fortunately, we have a meeting set for next week and we expect to see a lot more promotional value, but that's the exact kind of thing that I'm looking for when I say we need help and support to create something much greater for the city of Hamilton than just something smaller and local. Like we're bringing that elite kind of talent out, and to see that kind of promotional effort, especially through Tourism Hamilton, is going to be a big deal for us.
Okay, so you could always reach out to any one of us. I know that Councillor Kassar is up on the next speakers list, and as it's in Ancaster, it might make sense. But I think from a council perspective, we can also make those connections with for you directly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and good to see you, Yovan. We did meet a few weeks ago, and glad to see you made it to make a delegation here. Yeah, just a couple of questions to get some elaboration because you have to go through that very quickly. But you are a young man with a very ambitious endeavor here. Maybe you can just elaborate on the experience you've had and the results you've achieved in your previous experience.
Absolutely, happy to. Thank you for the question. Ultimately, most of my experience in this area comes from my time at the McMaster Students' Union, where I was elected in back-to-back terms, the first re-elected president since 1981, largely on a platform of spearheading large-scale events and building community on campus. We saw various street festivals reaching as many as 12,000 people within a single night, but one of the largest efforts that my team and I spearheaded was the return of homecoming to campus for the first time in more than half a decade, ultimately attempting to bring the street parties, the unsanctioned street parties, reducing those populations, reducing arrests, reducing hospitalizations. And while there's still a lot of work left to go, we saw reductions in all those numbers across the board. It was very positive. The event on campus went very, very well. We saw about 15,000 people on campus throughout the day and ultimately capped off the night with a 6,000 person concert. And the event was later recognized by the Canadian National Event Awards as the best event by an academic institution in the country that year. So ultimately, the knowledge and experience from that allows me to create a festival as grand as this. And not only that, but the team I've surrounded myself with, I know I touched on a few of the partners we have, but allowing the opportunity to surround myself and my team with so many highly experienced members is what provides me all the confidence in the world that this event's going to be a big one.
Yeah, thanks for that. And through you, Chair, just could you elaborate on your vision and the benefit to the community of having something like this in Hamilton and in Ancaster specifically?
Absolutely. To me, although I've touched on this a little bit in terms of what those community benefits can look like and the priority of keeping everything in Hamilton and really making this a Hamilton-centric festival, I think it's also important to touch on where the festival comes from, in that every country music festival that you want to look at or go to, you usually have to drive hours away, pay ticket prices that are hundreds of dollars. We wanted to create something local, something close to home that's affordable, family friendly, where really you could be home by midnight, and that's exactly what this allows. So when we look at the potential growth year over year and the opportunity to get significantly bigger really, really quickly and scale within a period of 2, 3, 4 years, ultimately its roots, throughout are based in Hamilton. And the fact of bringing people here, filling the hotels, filling the restaurants, keeping the area busy, and the vast economic impact on the general services such as security, fencing, those kinds of things that we have to purchase for the festival with such a large budget. And I think that's where the economic impact really comes from and really hits home.
Right. Yeah, thank you for those answers and best of luck.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. Up next is Councillor Nan.
Thank you for your delegation. I'm just curious about how you might have factored in safety for your festival.
Absolutely, and that's a wonderful question. I mean, the primary facets in the way that you look at it is security and medical. For security, we've partnered with a local security firm, Castle Ridge Security, based in Bimbrook, so another Hamilton-based business, and we've created a vast security plan, much of which is required with the seed application when we initially submit it. On top of that, we're going to be bringing in off-duty police to come in and help facilitate both in terms of the actual grounds within the event venue, as well as for traffic and stuff like that when everything lets out. On the medical side, we've already agreed to terms with St. John's Ambulance, so they'll be there with their volunteer team. And while we haven't reached out yet, we're intending to have Hamilton Paramedic on site as well to make sure that everything's ready and accessible.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Anything that you've considered as a festival around gender-based violence? And I raise that specifically in the context of, there's a lot of evidence documented between the correlation when there are large-scale events that have alcohol. Yes. There does turn into scenarios that are unsafe for a lot of people. The City of Hamilton engaged in a lot of robust work looking at best practices that we're able to implement around the Junos, for example. So when you have that opportunity to talk to Hamilton staff and tourism and culture, you might want to look about inquiring about some of those best practices, especially in the context of this festival, so that you can see how you might be able to integrate a little bit more given the rate of gender-based violence being an epidemic in our city.
Absolutely. And I think that there's definitely some accounted for within the plans of how we could mitigate that risk, but taking advantage of resources like those are beyond helpful. And I appreciate the advice.
Really appreciate your openness to hearing that. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair. Joanne, it sounds exciting. I'm a multiple grad from MAC and was very engaged with Jim Scarrett. You remember Jim Scarrett? Well, you probably don't, but
a little bit before my time.
May his memory always be a blessing. He was. I got to see Ike and Tina Turner there. I guess who? A whole lot of groups that came through campus. You've had some campus experience. Can you just tell us a bit about what they may have been and? Please.
Yeah, absolutely. So of course I've touched on homecoming quite a bit already and the impact that had on the surrounding community, as well as what that meant to campus, bringing people together, creating a safer environment, and really the significant downturn of potentially dangerous events, medical concerns, things like that on campus compared to, say, off campus. But ultimately, when you look at a lot of the other experiences that come, one of our biggest events of the year, Light Up the Night, is an end-of-year on-campus street festival where we typically get around 10,000 to 12,000 people a year. That's very prevalent, and I played a large hand in working to organize that over the last couple of years, where we saw a dramatic downturn in potential security events. We worked very closely with campus security as well as Hamilton Police for that. And ultimately, the reports that came out of it were very minimal compared to previous years, something that we were very, very proud of. The other thing that really helps myself and my team is the fact that on this campus, we were responsible for any kind of scale of event planning. So whether that's large scale, medium, small scale, as small as 30 people in our campus bar. And it really allowed me to see everything that happens and what the dangers and risks are at each level of event planning. So no matter what we're looking at, whether it's something grand festival, big picture, or whether it's something smaller picture earlier in the day, specifically looking at a vendor marketplace, what might happen there, what risks are available, or where their dangers might be. For example, usually at a festival, it's behind washrooms and the porta potties is typically a danger area behind the stage, having proper lighting, things like that. We've hosted indoors, day, night, outdoors. Being on a campus like that, where there's so much to do with 28,000 undergraduate students during my 2 terms, you get to see it all. And it prepares you for a lot of scenarios that you really need to see in order to host a full day-long, multi-day festival with a full lineup of talent and as many people as this.
Thanks. A lot of talents come out of MAC. I was classmate
Absolutely.
with Marty Short and some of the other very talented people there. Good luck. If there's anything I can do to help, you just give me a buzz. I'll be pleased to join your team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. It's very nice to see you again. To my colleagues, I think the delegate is being a bit modest, and I did want to underscore his pivotal role in working in partnership with myself in encouraging McMaster to recognize that whether they recognize it or not, they're going to have a homecoming. And the delegate was instrumental in organizing, encouraging, using his persuasive powers and organizing his fellow MSU members to get that event back on campus and to have a formal homecoming. And while we still have the unsanctioned event in the public streets and in the public spaces, it was a place because of that organized concert for students to go to after. So I just wanted to underscore the legitimacy of what the delegate is saying, and again, to express my thanks for his willingness and his partnership in those days. Thank you. And it's good to see a graduate stay in Hamilton, work in Hamilton, advocate for Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yvonne, there are no more questions. Thanks, and good luck with this festival.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
May I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Cassar, Councillor McMeekin. All in favor, show of hands. Looks like unanimous. Thank you very much. That vote carried. We're moving. Just wanted to mention that we are having technical difficulties with our online feeds, and if you are out there in virtual land, you'll need to watch on YouTube as our site is down and up at different times. We're going to 6.6, Paul Takala, Hamilton Public Library, respecting the opioid crisis and the Hamilton Public Library. Paul is already here. Nice of you. Okay, Paul, thank you, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm joined today by Gagan Batra, who's the board chair, who'll be taking you through what the board is asking your action on and your support for. And Sue Phipps, who is the executive director of the Canadian Mental Health Association of Hamilton, who provides peer support services at the library, and she's going to talk a little bit about that. After several years of trying to manage the drug crisis, actually many years, by investing in positive supports, as well as every reasonable deterrence and enforcement effort, we have seen the crisis continue to get worse, and it has become a significant barrier to many residents coming to Central Library. And this is especially true with families with children. The library board has supported a 2-month pilot so that we can ensure we prevent people that have been suspended from the library from re-entering the main part of Central. We are evaluating the impacts of that, and we're reporting to the board in June. We are really here because of the proliferation of inexpensive synthetic substances that are really changing the nature of the drug crisis. These drugs are extremely toxic for users, and they also create behaviors like frequent overdoses, as well as open use that damage important public spaces. We're now going to hear from Board Chair Gagan, who will share what we're asking you to support.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here. My remarks are going to be very similar to what some of the previous delegates had said. I'm glad we're approaching everything today with a partnership lens and advocacy lens because the library has similar asks. First, we're engaging in advocacy, mainly with higher levels of government to invest in solutions that address the scale and seriousness of the drug crisis in Hamilton. We're working with senior leadership at the city to ensure that our efforts are aligned with the city. Second, we're looking for shared local action to do what we can as Hamiltonians to address the decline of important public spaces in our downtown and elsewhere. We as a library are doing as much as we can to support our community, recognizing that we are not the only ones responsible for the social issues that are happening. We are a community service. So firstly, advocacy for mental health and addictions treatments. There's a need for community-based services that are available and accessible to individuals currently impacted by the toxic drug crisis. As we proactively prevent illegal activity from happening in our spaces, we know that we're not solving the underlying issue. We do need support to help solve that underlying problem. For day services, there's a lack of daytime options for people with limited resources. There needs to be a continuum of community services available for these people who are facing these circumstances. The absence of this daytime programming and programming that's broadly accessible downtown does directly impact businesses and the library and the experiences we are having with the open drug use and resulting behaviors. This is an area for continued advocacy that we are hoping for support on. Restoring York Boulevard and surrounding neighborhoods. HPL is aligning our actions with the 10-year downtown revitalization strategy that we heard about before. And we recognize that there's huge importance on the aesthetics of the area in this space. Evenings and weekends often see an influx of people, and it's important that the cleaning and open legal activity are constantly being monitored to ensure timely responsiveness. We appreciate the recent efforts that the city has been taking to address the gaps in the services, but we believe a lot more needs to be done to make York Boulevard a vibrant downtown street that people want to visit and people feel safe on. The discussion came out at our last board meeting about a potential task force, so we would like the city to have a look at this, potentially forming a task force targeted to this very specific issue we are facing currently. Lastly, funding for sustained partner services. Libraries are community services, not social services, and to respond to the different learning of social needs, HPL works with partner organizations to bring a range of direct support to our spaces. Libraries do not have expertise in mental health and addictions. We asked Sue now to share the impact of the peer support workers and to assist in answering any questions about the nature of the drug crisis we're facing. Thank you.
Chair, I apologize. We did ask for 10 minutes originally and say there was going to be 3 of us. Could we get an extra 3 minutes so Sue can give her comments?
Well, I specifically said we're not gonna go longer than 5 minutes, but I'm gonna follow the procedure and we'll put it to a vote. You have someone who'll motion, a seconder. We're gonna go to an electronic vote for 3 minutes. Question who, which is question Cameron. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So are we asking that Sue be given a time to delegate separately? Is that what's being happening here? Is like adding an extra delegate is what I understand is being asked for. Is that correct? Or are we asking to extend the
I'm just asking for 3 minutes at this point right now. That's
Okay.
what they've asked for.
Thank you. Well, I'm just saying that if Sue wants to delegate on the same matter, right, for 3 minutes, that adding Sue as a delegate might be the way of doing so. It's a different person.
We're actually going beyond like just having the vote and speaking. They've asked for 3 minutes. I'm going to rule at that. So let's have a vote. Thank you.
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, that's my error. I'm going to ask you to vote again. Sorry about that.
Okay, this is for the extension for 3 minutes. That's carried 8-6. You may proceed, and we will tack on the 3 minutes to the time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for this opportunity through the chair. So I am Sue Phipps, CEO of Canadian Mental Health Association Hamilton Branch. And firstly, I'd like to commend the City Council for approving a motion to declare a state of emergency in the area of homelessness, mental health, and opioid addiction in April 2023. This demonstrates the Council's recognition of the escalating pressures facing the community and organizations like the Canadian Mental Health Association, CMHA Hamilton, that serve the very people in our city experiencing these intersecting crises. Today, I want to highlight CMHA Hamilton's successful partnership with the Central Library piloting peer support services. For over a year now, we have had peer support workers engaging marginalized and vulnerable library patrons 6 days of the week. The intention of this project was to augment the existing successful implementation of a city social worker allocated to the Central Library. These two interventions were in recognition that the public libraries are increasingly serving on the front lines of our mental health, substance use, and housing crisis. These pressures are encountered daily at the HPL Central Branch. Library staff support members experiencing complex vulnerabilities while also maintaining a safe and accessible space for Hamilton's diverse communities across the lifespan to learn, grow, and connect. As a result, there are tensions evolving related to service and safety that must be carefully contemplated. Collaborative community partnerships are needed to find solutions. Paul Takala has led the Central Library through these tensions, developed purposeful community partnerships, and made thoughtful decisions that balance access, compassion, and safety. Sustaining our CMHA HBL partnership project is an integral part of the multifaceted solution required to address the complex pressures and safety issues faced by the library. But why peer support? While this is a very novel project to have peer support services within libraries, peer support itself is certainly not a novel concept. It is recognized by the Ontario Health Roadmap to Wellness as a core service necessary to facilitate recovery from mental illness and addictions. CMHA Hamilton is celebrating 60 years of service to our community this year. And doing a deep dive into the history, CMHA archives dating as far back as the early 1900s show that even before treatment was thought to be possible, people living in overcrowded group homes and mental institutions were providing therapeutic interventions to improve the well-being of their more unwell fellow residents. This low-barrier approach has a proven track record of reaching our most vulnerable and bringing them the care and support that they need. CMHA peer support workers at the library from January 1st, 2025 until now have documented 1,179 interactions, which equates to roughly 1 per hour. They are supporting members in completing housing applications and preventing homelessness through advocacy with eviction issues and help them find more suitable and supportive housing options. They have helped patrons connect to primary care and a range of services to facilitate their recovery. These effective and efficient interventions divert them from costly hospital and emergency systems. In addition, they intervene before security needs to and de-escalate concerning behaviors and interactions at the library. They discreetly monitor people with problematic substance use and administer naloxone as needed. The CMHA peer support workers also provide education and support to the library staff who are forced to navigate these challenges without the training skills and understanding to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you just made it in under the wire. We have a lot of questions lined up, so I'm sure any information that didn't come out will be coming out in the questions. And first questions are coming from Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks very much for your presentation. As a library board member, we've had lots of these conversations, and I just have one or two very quick questions. You spoke about day programs, and I'm not sure you can answer this question, but I'll ask anyways. We've seen an erosion of day programs downtown, and mostly that's because of a loss of provincial funding and the removal of provincial tools from the table. So we had a bunch of things we could do to offer spaces for people. They're gone now. Are you saying that that's having an impact? I'm talking about things like we had the Wesley program over by John Rebecca Park. We had Urban Core open on Rebecca Street for a long time where the old bus system was. Those are gone now. Without those programs, people have nowhere to go. They're going to the next place they can go, which is the library. Is that the experience you're having?
Maybe I can start, and Paul, you can take over because you're at Central every day. You experience it more than I do. I would say yes. We're consistently told that as a library, we're one of the few places that people can go that's free. There's no expectation of money exchanging hands. Everybody is available to come at any time and obtain those services that they need. So definitely with the erosion of those programs, we are seeing this spill over more into our Central branch because of where it's located specifically.
My other questions for Sue, quickly just to ask about what you think the city can do. I mean, when we talk about health services, we know that most of the health services are mandated by the province. Also, as a chair of the Board of Health, I also understand public health has a role the city to play. Do you think there's something specifically the city could do to augment the programming at the library? Is there a budget ask for the library in the next budget? What do you think that looks like, practically speaking?
Yeah, practically speaking, thank you. Through the chair, as you well know, from Ontario Health's budget this year, CMHA and other mental health and addictions community organizations will not be provided additional funding. So we have to work within our means to deliver to demands that we absolutely cannot meet. So the library has been very creative in being able to fund this through restructuring of their existing sort of security and so forth. That has been instrumental in being able to pilot this project. We would not have been able to do it without that. And we would ask that that continue. And in addition to that, I think we look at this as a pilot for other branches across Hamilton, because I think these pressures are going to continue. And I know Barton Street is also affected. I think we can think about this actually as something to celebrate for our province. Other CMHA branches are watching the work that we're doing here and looking to form those similar partnerships with their libraries across the province.
Thank you so much for that. And briefly, thank you for your leadership on this, Guggen. As a volunteer chair of the library board, you're doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next is Councillor Brad Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a few questions. So the CHMA peer support was over 1,000 interactions. What does that mean? How would you define that, please?
In terms of how would I define the interactions, or how would I define that in terms of numbers?
What is an interaction?
What is an interaction? Okay, so as I had mentioned, right, they are intervening in all kinds of different ways at the library. So basically, they roam the library, they're monitoring what's happening, they're looking out for any escalating behaviors, they're intervening discreetly before security has to get involved, right, so that it keeps sort of this level of calm within the library. And often they have relationships with the patrons that are having the challenges. And so they're able to kind of, discuss with them what it is that they need in that moment. And it could be that they're escalating for very good reason, right? That they've lost, their connection to housing. Maybe they had something lined up. Maybe they're about to face eviction. Maybe, they're having issues with their income or accessing medications, or they have a really horrible wound that needs to be cared for. And so the peer support workers actually are able to, have those sit down conversations and really work with them to understand what it is that's causing the behavior, rather than just calling police, right? I mean, they have access to the resources. Nobody knows how to get well more than someone who has lived that, right? Yes. And they know how to navigate the system.
So your peer support workers that are directly involved with the library, how many of them are there in any given day? How many are there doing that work?
So we had funding for 1 FTE. So we were able to spread that across 6 days.
And the funding came from whom?
Through the library.
So the library out of their pocket paid for the peer support worker. Thank you. Can you comment? It's kind of, if you rule me out of order, that's fine. I'll get the answer another way. But with the closure of the safe consumption sites, there's been anecdotal evidence of an increase in drug consumption in public view on the streets, in businesses and washrooms, wherever they can do it. Is that a fair statement that that's what's happening as a result of that? And secondly, has there been an increase in drug overdoses since the closure?
So I would not be able to speak to the anecdotal, comments on that. And statistically, I think we'd have to look at the evidence.
Thank you. And in your experience, are you finding mental health patients that have been released from hospitals without community supports for them to go to?
I think that's the reality. The supports are not available, right? So I think certainly people have to leave hospital that, once they believe that they're stable enough to leave hospital. There has to be flow, and people, with more acuity need the interventions. And so people are discharged without a place to go and without follow-up and without community supports. And I think we could certainly do better with that.
And my understanding of the Mental Health Act is that people can only be formed, the terminology, if they're suffering from a serious mental illness and they're endangering themselves or they're endangering others, that there's evidence of that. That's the truth, yes?
Yes. And additionally, if there is evidence of a very notable decline in sort of self-neglect.
So last question, and I'm sorry, Paul, but this is fascinating. It's not every opportunity we get to speak to someone from CMHA, so I'm going to take the opportunity. The peer support program that you're running at the hospital, at the library, if there was additional funding, you could then hire additional peer support workers and not necessarily keep them strictly to the library, but they could be placed in other areas within the city to do the work, provided that it's safe for them, that there's support for the workers.
Yeah, that would be a dream come true. We have currently peer support and nursing. We have a street team that goes out to encampments as well as works out of 541 Eatery and Exchange. So having peer support and nursing embedded, working together in all of our sort of spaces of, where social infrastructure exists, would be amazing.
My time is up, but I'm hoping someone else can ask how many FTEs in total you have in Hamilton right now.
Very well done, Councillor. Very well done. Maybe Councillor McMeekin heard you, because we're going to entertain his questions now. Thank you.
I was just going to ask that. So I will. I'll ask that.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, we are very creative in the way that we fund our peer support in whatever ways we can. Currently, we have 4 peer support workers employed with CMHA through various funding streams.
So thanks for that. 4, right? Some passing reference to a task force. Advocacy, I'm assuming case to cause advocacy. A concern I have, having had some history with mental health association, is how do we as a community, as sort of take on the housing issue and all of Hamilton approach. The library has 197 partners. Did you know that, Chair? 197 partners. The task force that's referenced, is that a task force to focus solely on the library, or is there an acknowledgement that the situation at the library is symptomatic of a broader, more inclusive need to advocate for mental health? And if so, what report can the library and the Mental Health Association share with us around advocacy efforts? Not just you're advocating here, but what other advocacy is going on? Are we trying to create a shared sense of purpose intergovernmentally? And if so, how are you doing that?
I can start, and then maybe Sue, you can speak from CMHA perspective. But this was thank you for your question through the chair. This was a long point of discussion at our last board meeting at the library, because of the fact that a lot of these challenges, because the library is so close to the ground, we're facing and seeing the brunt of a lot of these challenges, specifically central with where we're located. So because we have those 197 amazing partners, we did discuss how do we make this a partnership-centered approach so that it's not just the library trying to take action alone in a silo. So that's where this idea of a task force really came up. And I'm not too sure. I know Hamilton as a city does have a lot of work being done and action tables, the downtown revitalization, but what we're talking about is an approach specifically for these very specific challenges that we're facing at the library right now that are a direct result of other levels of government. So the closure of the safe injection sites, for example, and the day programming and those sorts of funding not existing anymore. How do we as a community come together? It's not just the library facing this challenge. Jackson Square is facing this challenge. The businesses locally are facing this challenge. It's not just us. We're here, though, because we have the ear of the city. So what we would like is to have a task force specifically for this issue where we can get all the partners around the table and creatively problem solve. And a piece of that is to make sure that we have that joint advocacy to the province. We receive a majority of our funding from the city, so we want to make sure that we're aligned in our efforts to advocate. This is the first time I'm told in the history of the library where we're taking a very strong stance on this advocacy, very specific on this issue. So we just want to make sure that we have a targeted approach citywide, and obviously it's a lot more meaningful coming from the city. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to Councillor Tom Jackson and his questions.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Taddison. Good morning, and Chief Librarian. Always good seeing you, and Chair Patra, and nice to meet you, Chair Phipps. But I believe we have spoken in the past. Nice to see you, but not under these circumstances. So I won't get into the political dialogue and conversation around this horseshoe during this term of council, because that's for the members of council to continue to debate. But I've got to say, Chief Librarian Takala, this is a rare moment in the recesses of my mind to see you outside of a budget process approaching council. So I'm intrigued. Is it because at your board table there was only so much level of authority that the board could do? Is it because you're dovetailing your presentation today in synergies with some of the previous delegates that have been here on similar topics? Is there something more beyond that? Because for me, this is an incredibly rare moment that speaks to maybe an unprecedented time that I've never seen and my constituents have never seen before the Central Library location and through the Hamilton Public Library. So Chief Takla, if you could maybe expand for me, please, this very unique moment beyond budget time that you're here before us. Through you, Deputy Mayor Taddison, please.
Thank you very, very much, and through you, Chair. I think why we're here, and certainly we're aware that most of the challenges with mental health and are really the funding that we need, or that Hamilton and other communities around the province need from higher levels of government. The province or the municipality doesn't have the capacity nor the responsibility to provide these. Coming out of COVID, we found ourselves where we saw what was going on in York Boulevard throughout the pandemic. And so when we reopened, we saw a large increase in homelessness, as well as the toxic drug problem really visible in our space. So we asked for help, and then we find ourselves 3 years after the pandemic, this winter, after having done, and just to say the things like the peer support worker, part of that is a strategy to reduce our contract security spending and put it in more productive and positive interventions. And so no one would be questioning if we had to spend that, those dollars for security, but we're trying to be more creative with the funds that we do have. And I think there's sort of two messages that we're here with. One is, we need shared advocacy. And like right now, our staff are meeting with the government relations of the city, and the city manager's been very supportive. We need to make sure we don't have expertise in mental health or some of the other systems that are needed. We're working with the city I think on day services is both an advocacy issue, as Councillor Kretsch has said, but it's also, I think what we're asking is, what can we do together as a community to take action to improve our community? And so I know, I can say that the drug crisis isn't our responsibility, and we need the province to fix it. That doesn't help the families that aren't coming to the library because there's open drug use on York Boulevard and in our library. And I think what we've seen over the last couple of years, and especially this winter, is the open use is at a new level where, we have people smoking their glass pipes inside the library in front of the door all the time. And we're working with police to stop this. But it's a crisis point where so many people aren't coming to the library. It's a huge barrier. And I don't think we as a community have the option of outsourcing that to the province in a sense. We need to also see what we can do together to improve our community and support each other.
Thanks, Chief Librarian. Deputy Mayor Tattison with that outstanding answer, but did that consume my entire 5 minutes? Teacher, principal, Deputy Mayor Tattison?
33 seconds, sir.
Thank you. Just to follow up, so then to conclude, you have a wonderful library board, but the broader audience of today is why you are here today and bringing Chair Phipps with you as well from the mental health, just to broaden your message with a larger audience. Maybe someday the board may even invite in some of the local MPPs as well. I remember back when I was on the library board, we actually did that once in a while for funding and other matters. So you continue to have my support in dealing with an enormous challenge. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Tattison, for the extra time.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Very important subject matter, and thanks for that longitudinal perspective. It's very appropriate at this time. Councillor M. Wilson is next.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation evokes many emotions. None of them are good. I do have a question. As part of the advocacy, you spoke about the needing to take monies, operating dollars, from literacy programs, from the purchase of books, from the attending to those who are perhaps learning English as a second language, taking money from what is your core mandate to fund out of the library budget peer support workers. And I thought I heard you say, while it's significant to Hamilton, it's not unique to Hamilton. Are you able to bring that multi-jurisdictional comment to the table from what maybe some of your other chief librarians are facing across the province, please?
Thank you. Well, right now at Central, thank you for the question. At Central, we're moving the children's department up to the second floor.
Yeah.
And our colleagues in Winnipeg are talking about the same thing. Other libraries are dealing with a very similar problem. I would say in some ways, parts of Western Canada have experienced this for longer than what we have in terms of the drug supply, but it is a national problem. And I think our, in a sense, as libraries, we strive to be barrier-free. And so we strive to be there for everyone. And what we've seen, and it really started in the 2010s, where the reason why we need a peer support worker is, yes, to help the individuals that are struggling, but it's also to prevent a crisis from happening in the library so that the kids can enjoy their story time, so that people can enjoy the space. And so it really is impacting libraries around the country and in the United States. And I think we're part of this broader conversation. We have been for years. The only advantage we maybe have here is because Hamilton has had a gritty town for a while, we started seeing a different drug problem back in the 2010s. And so we started addressing it then. Coming out of the pandemic, we're all experiencing orders of magnitude, a more serious situation, both with the scale of the problem and the severity of it. So that's in different communities, it's felt differently. But you know, and it's like we're near a hot spot on York Boulevard where, you know, there's been open drug use for several years. Other communities' libraries, it's like we have 23 branches. This is fairly localized in terms of the extreme expression of the crisis. But, you know, that's a commonality that, you know, as long as we're right next to this open drug use, it's a huge challenge for us. And now we're making progress on stopping drug use inside the library, but we're going to invite people in. And what happens in front of our library also affects people's experience, whether they want to come to the library. So I think that's where, for us, we need, you know, if York Boulevard isn't restored, we will never be fully restored as a central library to be able to welcome people to the library, both from our community and elsewhere.
Thank you. I would like to center it on those children, if I may. It's always been, from everything I've read and experienced, the pathway out of the greatest opportunity out of poverty, out of experiencing social crisis and risk, is literacy and public education. And so could you confirm or inform me the 2 library hotspots, Barton Central, those are public spaces where perhaps children of particular means have limited opportunity to go to a chapters while their parents enjoy Starbucks. I'm not being critical, done it myself. Visit other places that help enrich, but at a cost. Can you speak to me about the role of equity and the role of these very spaces, and the individuals who actually need these spaces the most are being the ones who are being affected the most? Please and thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I think when we look at our numbers of youth coming into the library at Central, it's down significantly, both circulation, both visitors. You know, I was asked recently about, you know, is there any like lasting damage that's already been done to our downtown because of the crisis that we've been going through? And my answer would be the only lasting well, it depends whether we fix things, but it's also those early years that those children, those are the most important development years in their life.
Absolutely.
And so we can't wait anymore. Like we've already, in a sense, we have not succeeded at being able to provide a safe environment for those families. And we all know people with resources living in downtown can easily get in their vehicle and go to other libraries. We have people going to Burlington now because they don't want to come to Central. But the people with the least resources, and oftentimes it's newcomers who are super focused on education.
Absolutely.
And these people are our future. You know, we need to be there for them.
Thank you. Just a closing comment for me. I know I'm over time. I've heard the word not wishing to politicize this. This is a political discussion because it is about an allocation of resources. And it is very frustrating to be living in a province where we hear leadership talking about we must be focused like a lightning rod in ensuring and building and fortifying our economic future. And yet that same provincial government in this case is continuously retreating from its core responsibilities, which are children, mental health, and it's becoming really dangerous and destructive and divisive because what absolutely is happening is we become focused on the individual and we start having division in our community. Who's to blame? What council decision caused this? Folks, this is about core infrastructure, health, and education. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Appreciating the last comments. Yeah, all I can keep thinking of is dereliction of duty on the part of on the part of the province when it comes to healthcare funding. to meet population needs, but nonetheless, here we are. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. During the initial delegation, you talked a bit about expanding the success of the peer support program, the potential of going beyond branches, going beyond Central, and where we know there's also a need in the Barton branch. Could you share a little bit more about the trajectory of that need exactly? What are you envisioning, and can you speak to us about need? Because as a council, we've been moving towards a needs-based discussion in our community and getting really crystal clear about how we meet those needs.
Certainly. So I think that the people that we see that are street involved and that are potentially, the ones experiencing this intersectionality of these three crises are folks that really have difficulty accessing the resources that may be available to them. And also, our systems are not set up to serve them well. And so they have experienced a lot of discrimination within the healthcare system and other social services. And they've also lost faith and trust in the system. And so the benefit of the peer support workers is that they can meet people where they are, so wherever they find themselves, and they can go on foot deep into the woods if necessary. We've had nurses taking blood work in tents. And this is the kind of work that needs to be done. And we're not talking about funding a big mobile bus, right? I actually think there's limitations to that because I myself worked as a public health nurse on a community health bus, and I recall the many issues with trying to find places to park and keep that bus running. And our peer support workers are able to go wherever people find themselves and to actually help to bridge that trust. And I think that that's critical. I think we need people out there who understand how to sort of jump through the hoops, if you will, and find out how to navigate those services. They often people who are using, I can tell you, having worked at the very first overdose prevention site, that they don't want to be using. Nobody wants that lifestyle. People say, oh, it's their choice. When you get to that point, it's no longer a choice. It's you really have no choice but to use in order to move your one foot in front of the other, because the withdrawal is so severe and the addiction is so severe. So they don't necessarily know how to get themselves out of that, and there is a hopelessness that comes with that. And our peer support workers inspire hope because they've been there, they've lived those lives, they've done the work that they need to do. And so I think the expansion of this team, the other thing too is that people say to me, we don't even know that you have peer support out there. Well, that's actually a good thing. We don't need people to see us out there because that work is discreet and powerful and unseen, and I'd like to grow that. And if you think about our population, right, 1 in 4 will experience a mental illness in their life, every year actually, and in their lifetime. And we serve only 10,000 people a year. If you do the math with the city, we need to grow 8 times bigger in order to meet the need with all of our programs. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And last question to the library. Appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation earlier this week to do a deep dive on Barton Street, what we're experiencing there, to think creatively about reallocation of resources, how we might be able to leverage the success of the programming and some of the solutions at Central in such a small footprint like the beloved Barton branch, where the children's program doesn't have an option to move anywhere. There's no space. So just again, really appreciating the candidness of the delegation and also the constant thinking through of creative ways to continue to meet needs of those who do look at the library as a third space. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the last two councillors for putting the focus on children and the importance of building trusting relationships. Finally, we have the mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Tattison. I do also appreciate the questions that have been raised in the presentation as well as the responses, very much so. I know that there's part of the presentation included thoughts around or possibilities of some kind of more formal body collaboratively with other organizations, agencies, etc. I think a task force was mentioned. My questions would be, one, is that something that's already underway? Because I've not heard of any requests at this point. And if not, then if there would be a willingness to maybe have further conversations with either city staff, myself, at the mayor's office, at least to have some preliminary kind of discussions about what such a thing might look like, where it might sit in terms of process, et cetera. So I'll just ask anybody willing to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the question through the chair. As far as we know right now, there is no specific body that exists to deal with this issue that we're delegating about today. But we're definitely open if the city would like to take leadership on that and have the library sit on the table. We as a library have been doing our own sort of advocacy and our own collaboration with the partners that provide social services. And we had a meeting back in February with the police force, the CMHA, and several of the city departments to talk about this issue. So I think that was a good first step. But definitely we're open to further discussion on that.
Thanks. I appreciate the response. I don't think I was suggesting that necessarily it sit as the city taking the leadership, because there are so many partners. I wouldn't want to presuppose that this is something that the city would control, but that's open for conversation. I guess my question is, should we be formalizing at least a conversation at this point? Is that something that you would be advocating for? Is that part of the advocacy that you're doing today?
Through the chair, yes, that's one of the specific asks that we have.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Really appreciate your time here and all the work that you're all trying to do. I think that we're all trying to do to address a crisis that continues to grow, and unfortunately solutions that continue to not be available to us in the way that they should be, as my colleagues have already mentioned. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I've always said complex issues require complex solutions, and thanks for your willingness to broaden the path to possible solutions that the library is experiencing in this situation. So moving forward, I'm not seeing anyone else on the speakers list right now, so what we'll do is, may I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Nan. That'll be a hand vote, please. Thank you, and that carries. It's unanimous. Thank you for your delegations. Next up, 6.7, delegations respecting item 9.5, supporting the role of trustees in maintaining an accountable and transparent education system. We have some delegates in person. The first delegate up is Abby Zately. Welcome, Abby, and if I've mispronounced your name, that's my fault.
That was great.
Okay,
Perfect.
thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Abby Zately. I am the elected school board trustee for Ward 4 with the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. I am joined today by my trustee colleagues, Trustee DeHub, Trustee Buck, Trustee Fairman, and I believe a few of our colleagues are following along online as well. We really appreciate your support, and we are in support of this motion. I'm here today to speak in support of Councillor Tammy Wang's motion, and I thank councillors for taking the time to consider it. Your willingness to engage in this conversation speaks loudly to your commitment to democratic representation in our city. At its core, this motion is about retaining local voice. Councillors at this table represent neighborhoods across Hamilton. You know firsthand that Hamilton East is not the same as the Mountain, that the North End faces different realities than Stony Creek or Ancaster. The priorities, pressures, and viewpoints vary from one part of our city to another, and that diversity is not a challenge to overcome. It's the very reason representation matters. Trustees serve a parallel role to yours in public education. Like yourselves, our work is grounded in responsibility and accountability to the communities that elect us. We serve on committees, review budgets, shape policy, and make decisions that affect approximately 60,000 students, their families, and the education staff that support them. We work to ensure schools are safe, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of the families they serve. Each trustee is elected to reflect the lived realities of their ward. Those local insights shape better decision-making. When governance is moved further away from the community, something essential is lost. Decisions made at a distance can unintentionally overlook the nuances that only local representatives truly understand. Accountability changes when decision-making is no longer directly answerable to the families impacted by those decisions. I'm also speaking to you today as a parent. I have 2 children currently attending HWDSB schools, and like every parent, I want to know that the system guiding their education is thoughtful, responsive, and rooted in the community that it serves. Public education provides the foundation on which young people build their futures, and that foundation must be shaped by those who understand their community best. Trustees receive a modest honorarium, currently approximately $13,000 annually, and proposed legislation through Bill 101 this week would reduce that to $10,000 annual cap. While compensation has never been the motivation for those of us who serve, it is important to note that these changes will likely or inevitably narrow the pool of people who are able to put their names forward for this type of role in the future, and that is unfortunate for local democracy. For those of us who are already in this role, however, the work has never been about the pay. It is about a deep commitment to public education and to the communities that we represent. We devote significant time to meetings, community engagement, and advocacy because the decisions we make directly shape the experiences of students and families in the neighborhoods that we live in. The strength of our education system lies in its connection to the people it serves. Maintaining elected local trustees ensures that connection remains strong. I respectfully ask for your support in affirming the important role and representation in public education here in Hamilton. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thanks, Abby. That's a great speech there. We've got a few councillors. Councillor Wing is first.
Thank you for your delegation today. I wonder if you can give us just a general sense of what Bill 33 is, and perhaps if you have enough time, touch on what does Bill 101 and how do they work together?
Yes, thank you, and through you, Chair. So Bill 33 was legislation passed down a couple months back, which would give the Minister of Education sweeping powers to make decisions and take over boards across Ontario. They have currently, the Minister has taken over 8 boards so far and put them under supervision, which effectively removes the trustee role from those neighborhoods. So hundreds of thousands of students no longer have representations within their schools. It also gives the minister many powers, including renaming schools, introducing police within our school system, and then most recently, Bill 101, which came out just earlier this week, is really an extension of Bill 33. So it doesn't really provide trustees with any security within our role. The bill is just adding additional layers of, I guess, bureaucracy and kind of moving the role or the board structure a little bit more towards a business structure and away from an educational structure. So it would put a CEO in place of the director of education. So we would no longer be being run by someone who is a professional in education, but we would be run by someone who is financially, they have a background, financial background. And we do have someone in an executive role right now who does do the financial aspects, and it's a really great balance between being the professional in education and being the professional in finance. But this really shifts the dynamic of the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So when it comes to this change in governance, how much, in your opinion, or your understanding of all of these bills is going to increase or reduce the amount of governance and oversight that you have as a school trustee?
Thank you. It will continue to erode that role for us and reduce the accountability that we have to our community. Bill 101, if passed, would reduce our ability to have a meaningful role in our annual budget. which is a huge part of our job. It would also diminish our role in local bargaining as well. But our advocacy role within the community is still intact at this moment.
Okay, thank you. My last question through you, Chair, is in the motion that will be presented later on today, in the therefore be it resolved, Councillor Beattie and I have added additional direction to ask the province for an impact analysis and an impact assessment, which has changed slightly from the original because of Bill 101 coming forward and that sort of thing. So how would you envision that level of consultation? What would be your expectation with that ask to the province?
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I don't know what the capacity is for council or staff at City Hall, but I definitely know that community wants a say in this, and at the end of the day, we are elected by the people, and if our community doesn't want us in the position, I would rather it come from our community. So I think public consultation is really important to hear from them what they would like to see, but I think at the end of the day, no one has ever asked for less representation. I think folks want more voice at the table.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Next up is Councillor Brad Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to ask some quick questions. I think it's important that we have the context of the trustees in terms of their experience and what some of these changes are going to mean. So I'm not fully briefed on all of it. I've been watching through the media. So I understand they're cutting the number of trustees for school boards generally in half. Is that, could you enlighten us, please? Because that's a significant change, and I'm trying to understand what's going on.
Absolutely. So first of all, Bill 101 has not been passed yet. So all those details are still being ironed out. But as far as we understand it, that regulation would only really be relevant for the TDSB.
Toronto.
So our board has 11 trustees, and most boards, even Peel, which is quite large, I believe has 12. So it really wouldn't in fact affect most boards except for the English public in Toronto. Yeah.
And can you clarify, the rumor on the street is they're cutting the pay of trustees. Can you just advise what you know?
Absolutely. So I don't know, we get paid as much as we get an honorarium. So we currently make roughly $13,000 a year, and our cap would be $10,000 under the new law. It is yet to be told to us if that means that our base salary will be somewhere around 5, and then it would be a per pupil funding to somewhere between or under 10. We're not sure if everyone will just be at 10 or how that works, but our honorarium will definitely be reduced to a maximum of $10,000 a year.
Thank you. And can you advise the pupil population per ward for the school trustees? Is it an equitable distribution, or are there some with much higher density than other trustees?
I can't say 100%. I believe it is equitable in terms of population or per pupil. It is less equitable in terms of how many schools. So some of our schools are more dense and have more pupils in them. So say my ward has 8 schools in it, where I believe Trustee Hubs has 4 schools in it at higher population. But I would need someone to check that one for me. But yes, the schools changed. Yes.
Thank you for that warning. We're all trying to understand exactly what's going on here.
Absolutely.
And I'm struggling because some of it is more public than others, and some of its musings is this is coming, but it's not here yet. In terms of the funding that's being provided for your board, has it been sufficient to provide the services that your board would like to provide?
No, definitely not. Yeah, we would definitely like to have additional fundings for special education, more mental health supports within our schools. We need infrastructure to be advanced, air conditioning, heating. There are many things that we would need an additional boost in our budget for.
Yeah, so it's quite complex. I also I hear this more from teachers, but I'm trying to understand exactly how pervasive it is. There's obviously incidents where there's student-on-student violence, but there are reports of student violence against teachers. Can you speak to that?
I can't speak to any specific instances, but I will say that is definitely a trustee's priority to always increase more EAs, mental health supports, and just general caring adults within the school systems to mitigate those risks from happening.
And would you say that the teacher's job today has become more complex than, say, at the beginning of your term 4 years ago?
So I'm actually, I was elected in a by-election, so I've only been in my role for a year and a half, I'm sorry. So things haven't changed that much from when I started, so that might be a question for a trustee that's been in the role a little bit longer.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming here and sharing your concerns with this body. There's been a few changes at Queen's Park that we most certainly don't agree with, and we do have to speak up when we have concerns, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And now we're moving to online version up on the screen, Jeff Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, all the good questions have been asked, and thank you to my colleagues for those, and thank you, Trustee Zaitley, for being here today, and your colleagues out in the gallery. So I guess I'll just end with a comment. Very happy to be the seconder on the motion that Councillor Wang is bringing forward, and very disappointed to hear in terms of some of the changes. I'll make note, particularly when I served as a trustee, which everybody knows, I served previously to being elected as a councillor. My dad was a trustee. My grandfather was a trustee. I remember talking to my dad, who served in the 1980s, and I think our wages were the same. What he made as an honorarium in the 1980s was at parity with what I made in 2014. And to hear that that's being further eroded and reduced doesn't really speak to trying to improve the ability to attract good candidates and attract good, hardworking people. There's a lot of sacrifice that's involved, and of course, we don't do it for the money, as you made note, Trustee Zaitley. We do it because we care about public education, and perhaps I would just conclude by saying, in addition to my thanks for being here today, and your hard work, and I know that it's a challenging role with really very little payoff other than helping to participate in a system that is really the most fundamental and the most important of any system that we have in terms of our public government, because we are preparing future leaders, future decision makers of our city, of our province, of our nation. And I don't know what's more important than that. But just to go back to my role with Deputy Mayor Tattison on the City Board Liaison Committee, and we had a meeting last week before, and it struck us all that just the very ability for a group of city councilors, a group of trustees to sit down and work collaboratively on projects that are of mutual benefit for our entire community. And that was done under the context of possibly, the threat of eliminating the trustee role entirely. But now we've learned that it has been diminished, but not eliminated, and thankful for that. But to be able to do those projects that are of mutual benefit for a broader community, what a great thing that we have the opportunity to do. And I just can't see the logic in trying to diminish or downplay or walk away from that in some way. And of course, noting that the trustee role is actually older than the council role. We've had elected school board trustees longer than we've had elected city councilors or town councilors or members of municipal councils throughout Ontario. It's the oldest elected position, I believe, in the province, if not the entire nation. So thank you for all you do, and for your colleagues sitting in the gallery, many of whom I've worked with in the past, and hopeful that maybe our motion today might at least spur some conversation and what the fine details of this will look like when it lands. So thank you for being here, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. And so if all the good questions have been asked, I'm really curious to see what questions Councillor McMeekin is putting forward.
Can I respond to Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Am I allowed to just make a quick remark towards Councillor Beatty?
Sorry, he didn't ask a question, so we'll just,
no problem.
You can make it at the end of Councillor McMeekin's.
Thank you.
Chair, in what now seems like a previous lifetime,
My story time.
I had the privilege of serving as parliamentary assistant to 3 ministers of education, and that's where I first got to meet Jeff Beatty. And Jeff, thank you and all those that you've served with over the years for your dedication and the wise counsel that you bring to this horseshoe on all matters, particularly education. I want to just say that. John F. Kennedy said, a great quote I love to recall, "The best measure of our progress as a nation is our progress in education." True. He went on to say that those that out-educate us will out-compete us. And it's an economic issue. So I want to focus on the economics of time and treasure. Can you describe for us very briefly, but importantly, the role of the trustee and how many hours you would, normal trustee would dedicate to the challenges that you face?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. I think it varies from trustee to trustee. I take this role on in a different way than my trustee colleagues do because I don't have a 9 to 5. So I would say I work pretty close to full-time hours in this position. A lot of my trustee colleagues have full-time jobs, but they give a substantial amount of time to this work. Most of our meetings are in the evening, which means that they work full-time jobs and then spend sometimes till 11 or 12 o'clock at night in the board office and meetings, in different advocacy work, in community meetings, so neighborhood associations, making sure we're connecting at our school councils, within our schools, but it is a huge time commitment.
So what's that work out to? $2.80 an hour or what?
I think it might actually be less. It's definitely pennies.
I just raise that because, given the importance that the speakers have attributed, in particular, Councillor, former trustee Beatty's comments, we need to attract the very best people to steward the critical task of educating our kids, and not just our kids, because education is a lifelong experience. So on that, I'm going to brave this. You move it out of order if you want, Chair, but what do you think appropriate compensation would be for a trustee that works as hard as you do? It's more than $2.80 an hour, right?
It would be nice, but it's, I think at the end of the day, the compensation would be important to get more people into that role and more people dedicated towards serving the community in that capacity. But I would personally, I don't need any additional finance to serve my community.
Well, that's a great answer. And I think when the motion comes up, it's being presented, we might also want to make some reference as part of that review to actually looking at the compensation, because Lord knows you earn every bit of that $2.80 an hour. Thanks so much.
Well, Councillor McMeekin, thank you. I just wanted to say proper compensation is important, but what they really make is the difference. There we go.
Absolutely.
I've used that many times as a principal when people ask me. Okay, so Councillor Cooper is now up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming and delegating today. Just wanted to ask you, Of course, I represent a ward in Hamilton Mountain, and I go to a local police detachment, and we talk about what's going on. We do ride-alongs, and I hear things like there's gangs in our public schools. I hear that youth violent crime is the biggest challenge in Hamilton Mountain. And then I think about it, I think, well, we removed the police liaison a while ago, and I remember as a resident having a conversation with Chair Danko about, is there an opportunity here that we can get a more collaborative model? And I think, well, maybe we need after-school programming. And so I'm going to ask you the question. It's like, what do we need? Do these changes that we're seeing from the province help or hurt that? And maybe it's too early to tell that. But how do we solve this? Because it's getting to be a problem that just seems to get worse. And I feel there's some connectivity to the public schools, but I don't really know. I'm interested in your thoughts.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Very similar to my answers to Councillor Clark. We need additional funding so that we can have more supportive adults within our building. A lot of what these outbursts within our schools or the conflicts that we see, they stem from unmet needs within our youth. It is a confusing and overwhelming time in their lives, and we're pretty bare bones in terms of our budget and how many additional supports we can have within the schools. So adding those additional supports in EAs, mental health support, counselors within the school, social workers would make a massive difference in terms of how we can support our students and mitigate some of that violence that we're seeing within the schools.
Is this also something you see in other school boards, whether it be in the city, there's another school board, several other school boards, other cities? Is this, because as I've gone around, we've had the conversation, I don't see it so much in, I'll say, the more rural areas, but for some reason it's on Hamilton Mountain. And so just trying to better understand that, is there something special going on there?
I can't speak to other wards or other boards. I don't have their statistics, but I don't know that there's necessarily a hot spot within Hamilton for this type of
So it's
thing.
pervasive. Okay, thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. I'm not seeing any further people with questions, so what we're going to do is ask you to sit back down, and then we're going to have Amanda Fearman come up, who is also a trustee, and she's here in person. And Amanda, thank you for your patience. It's been a long morning. Welcome, and when you start, you will have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Horvath and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Amanda Fearman. I am the Ward 11 and 12 trustee for Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. I'm here to speak to Councillor Wang's motion and ask for your support of democratically elected school board trustees and for local democracy in public education, specifically in relation to both Bill 33, the Supporting Children and Students Act, and Bill 101, the Putting Student Achievement First Act. While these bills may be presented as modernization or efficiency measures, their combined effect raise serious concerns about local accountability, democratic governance, and the voice of communities in education. School board trustees are elected by the public to represent parents, students, taxpayers, and neighborhoods. Trustees are the local link between provincial policy and community reality. We are directly accountable to voters and accessible to residents in a way that no centralized system can replace. When families have concerns about school safety, transportation, special education, student well-being, school closures, or budgeting, they often contact their local school trustee first. That is because trustees listen, advocate, and respond locally. Bill 101 risks concentrating more authority at the provincial level and reducing the independence of locally elected boards. Bill 33 also raises concerns by expanding provincial control and limiting the ability of local elected representatives to make decisions that reflect their own communities. Municipal councils understand this issue well. You know that local government matters because local voices matter. Decisions that affect neighborhoods should involve elected representatives who know those neighborhoods. The same is true for schools. Schools are community hubs. They influence housing growth, recreation needs, road safety, childcare demand, and community well-being. Education decisions do not happen in isolation. They affect the entire city. That is why weakening school board governance should concern municipal councils as well. Trustees also provide transparency and oversight. They review budgets, ask questions, challenge decisions when necessary, and ensure public concerns are heard. Removing authority from elected trustees does not improve accountability. It reduces it. Ontario has a long tradition of local democratic governance in education. Even Mike Harris, when he was the president of the Northern Ontario Trustees Association in 1980, said, "I shudder to think what would happen to education if control fell into the hands of the government." Putting students first should never mean pushing communities aside. Strong schools need strong communities. Strong communities need local democracy. I respectfully ask City Council today to stand up for democratic accountability and support Councillor Wang's motion. Thank you for having me delegate today.
Thanks, Amanda. And we have a couple questions for you. First is Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Trustee Fearman, for your delegation today. We were chatting earlier, and I asked you the question around what in your opinion would this really look like? So what are some of the concerns that you had around what would a potential CEO in this sort of vein, how will this affect how we actually do governance or your governance or your advocacy? So I guess I'm just trying to get onto the public record. What is your thought process as you're reading all of these different bills? How do you think it's going to impact your role, but also how you support students?
Thank you for the question. So with Bill 101, what I've read so far, the concerns that I see in it, with having more the CEO role within the proposed legislation, basically it removes our overall approval of budget because the CEO can overrule if they don't agree with what the trustees have decided. So it takes away that accountability layer to our constituents because we're going to bring forward the voice from our community, and then that could get overruled when we make the final decision by the person that is termed CEO in this legislation.
Right. And I think that through you, Chair, just as in our conversations, the CEO role is not necessarily in a educational background or capacity. Is that correct?
So what we currently know is the proposed legislation requires a business background for the CEO role. However, as information comes out, it seems as if the current directors of education will be promoted with that title until the time that it is decided that that portion needs to be part of their qualification.
Thank you. My third question, through you, Chair, is a question around chatting with other trustees from other municipalities. And in particular, have you spoken to any of the former trustees from the Toronto District School Board? And perhaps could you give us an insider's view on how they're managing? Well, they're not managing at all, but like, what are their sort of thoughts and concerns as they're going through that superintendent that's taking over in the model that they're looking at?
Thank you. So first, I just want to address, you said former trustees.
Oh.
They're still trustees.
Oh.
They're just not allowed to function in the trustee role right now. What we're hearing from them is a great concern about diminishing the number of trustees within the TDSB from, I believe they're at 22 to 12. They're the largest board within Ontario and possibly even the country. And that will seriously affect them. It seems a lot of the legislation is coming out of direct concerns the government has with TDSB and not necessarily the rest of the province, but the rest of us are experiencing the fallout of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. And next, we're going to go to former trustee, current councillor from Ward 10, Jeff Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, former principal. Thank you to Trustee Fearman for being here today, and like Trustee Zaitley, thank you for all you do. I've been in the role. I know the challenges, and I know that those that put forward their desire to serve in this role do so from a really altruistic place. So thank you. The question that Councillor Huang asked with regards to the CEO role. I just wondered if you might be able to clarify, just for my own interest, through the Deputy Mayor, in terms of, I recall, previously in my term, some conversations about I'm going to say the restriction placed upon having the Director of Education, as it was then called, now to be called the CEO, having to come from an academic background, and that there were at the time some highly qualified folks within the board, HWDSB, who had come up through the education sector but lacked the education credentials at the time to fulfill that role. And I'm just curious if the changes have mandated a change from somebody with an academic education background, that they must now come from a business background or a financial background, or if maybe the rules are kind of opening the door or loosening the restrictions to allow somebody who may have vast experience in the education sector, but through a more business-like or a more financial background, to potentially be at least a candidate for that director position, now to be known as the CEO. Any enlightenment that you may have, Trustee Fairman, on that?
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. What we're seeing so far from the limited information that we have is that current directors would be able to remain. It seems as if their intention is, as director contracts expire or they retire, that I think the expectation that the government is looking for is that you have that business qualification to be the CEO of the school board. Again, it's still limited information that we have that's coming so far because this is just legislation that's going to be going forward to the floor, I believe May 16th after that date.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I'd make note that I'll be personally watching this, because I know that from HWDSB, we've had some tremendous leadership in the director role, moving on to work at the Ministry of Education, work with different school boards across Ontario, and our previous to the current Director of Education. That Director of Education has gone on to become a terrific champion in a leadership role at the YMCA and CEO Figueredo. So I think that there's hopefully some potential for a lot of growth in that area, but noting that I still think that having some history, having some experience in the education sector, of course, would be absolutely critical to being able to manage a school board, and hopefully that's taken into account as well. So again, thank you for all you do. Thank you for being here today. And I don't know if you plan on sticking around to the end when the motions come up. Could be a long day for that, but looking forward to being able to debate and vote on the motion that Councillor Huang and I are bringing forward later on. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Yes, thank you. I just was wondering, how did this change started about having the province change and have a business model? Is it because of some misused funds that was brought to highlight somewhere, or do you know why?
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. So the information that the Minister of Education brings out publicly would indicate that he has concerns about mismanagement of funds with school boards, but it's actually been proven incorrect by supervisors that have gone into the boards that are being supervised currently. The TDSB has not changed from the budget that was passed by the trustees prior to supervision. Peel District School Board was taken over in supervision based on information from the minister saying that their budget was in deficit for the last 5 years. They were under supervision during part of that time, so that control wasn't under them. However, it was also proven that they actually were not in deficit in those years either, contrary to what was being spoken about by the minister.
So I'm just wondering, how many meetings would you have a year?
Do you mean just board meetings or
board
all
meetings.
meetings?
No, board meetings.
We typically have 2 board meetings a month,
2 board meetings a month.
except for in July and August, yes.
So if the city, I mean, if the province goes ahead and has a CEO that does the financial part, would that help the others focus more on what the issues of the students are, in your opinion? Is that a helpful thing?
I don't think so. I think we're focused on that now.
Right.
Trustees have committee memberships on many different committees, and that's where a lot of the decisions are made that come forward to the main board meetings on Monday nights.
Thank you for that. And I know how important it is to have trustees, so thank you.
Thank you.
Are you finished, Councillor?
Yes, I am.
Thank
Thank
you so much. Councillor Wang for a second time.
So sorry, I forgot to ask this question. With Bill 101, that means, does it take away Bill 33, or does this mean that Bill 33 still exists and the trustee role is actually still in jeopardy?
So this is, Bill 101 is in addition to Bill 33, but what we were told on Monday, the trustee role is not in jeopardy, but some of our functionality may be diminished.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. That was all my questions.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. There's no one else, so you may have a seat. Thank you so much for your delegation, and Abby as well. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the delegations on this item? Councillor Wang and Councillor Beatty, all in favor, show of hands. Thank you, that's unanimous, it passes. Just letting everyone know that we do have a hard stop at 1 due to regulations, and we have probably 5 speakers to go, so let's try and be mindful. I'm trying to get everyone in before lunch so they have that opportunity to speak. Chris McLaughlin, Bay Area Restoration Council, respecting report PED 260082 Biodiversity Action Plan Agreement and Progress. If you're here, welcome. Thank you. You're here. I see that. And your 5 minutes will begin when you're ready. Okay, we're just experiencing a bit of technical issues.
Thank you. Good. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's a privilege to be here. I'll say more than just an honor to lead the Bay Area Restoration Council, but I'll echo David Hudson and say it's also a privilege to be paid to be here and spend my time speaking to you on these issues. We represent lots of volunteers and people at the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's a privilege to be here.
Experiencing a bit of technical
I'll say more than
issues.
just an honor to lead the Bay Area Restoration Council.
Okay, we're just experiencing a bit of technical.
How's that? Just an honor to lead the Bay Area Restoration. Good. Thank you. So many complex issues. It's a privilege to sit here and listen to all these delegations. I've really appreciated. There's so many things that are popping up in my mind, and you have a job to do around this table. I respect that. So I thought I would leave you with just one simple point and tell you a funny story. I did a funny thing this winter. For the first time since the winter semester of 1993, I registered as an undergraduate. I took a second-year course in Indigenous Studies at McMaster, a course in traditional ecological knowledge taught by Professor Kitty Lickers, and Kitty would hate that I called her professor. She's just Kitty. But Kitty's Haudenosaunee, and I wanted to put my arm around many of the. Let me just say that this is where learning really happens, right? When you do something deliberate like that, and because Kitty's class has grown from 25 people to 90 in the last 4 or 5 years, and no course like this existed for me as an undergraduate. And the fact that it's bursting at the seams is a really amazing indication about something is afoot, something is changing for the better. And I think that's news that I'm happy to bring to you today, given the previous problems you've been hearing about. And I would just say that the median age of this group is younger than my youngest. I was conspicuous every Friday morning, but Kitty would spend, she's Haudenosaunee, so I've never been taught by a Haudenosaunee person before. She would bring soup for 90 people and feed everyone for the first hour of 3 hours every Friday morning. And once you enter into a space with people and appreciate that, oh, they roll differently, if you come with an open mind and an open heart, tremendous things can happen. And there is so much grief amongst the students, including myself. People are grieving the end of this semester. It was a really, I can't even put into words really what happened to me. So I'll just simply say that Kitty would tell you that connection is the most important word that she would use to describe what's happening in her course. Connection. And there's so much connection or disconnection happening in the issues that I've been listening to today, whether it's the problems at the library or removing local representation. It's really remarkable. But it's been a benefit to me to just sit in community for so long. And she referred to everyone in the class as kin. And so in thinking about the Biodiversity Action Plan, which you're going to be asked to authorize the implementation of, maybe it's really important to think about this as an opportunity. It may be easy because my colleague Tom, who's the current biodiversity biodiversity action plan coordinator at the staff, this is a time-limited position, and I'm not here to ask for anything budget related, but just to say that remember that relations and relationship building and connection is at the heart of what this biodiversity action plan is all about. It's interesting that over time, since I was an undergraduate first, the field of environmentalism has also changed and is broadening, and now it is not acceptable for an environmental organization not to begin to make relations with First Nations in the areas that they're trying to protect and restore and so forth, any more than it is for the city of Hamilton not to have an Indigenous relations office. It's not an accomplishment in 2026. It's a requirement. It's a starting place. And I would just want you to leave you with the impression that the Biodiversity Action Plan is also a starting place. We've been working on this, the Bay Area Restoration Council, with folks from the city and other organizations for 8 years now. And so it's wonderful to see this come to fruition. And I want you to know how deep the commitment and the partnerships built around this plan are. And I would also suggest that for the city, if you could just advance the slide. Oh, sorry, I was on number 2. So let's go back to the second. It doesn't matter. It's all in emails that I sent you yesterday anyways. So the work that we're doing in visioning and thinking about looking forward, this is really the work of BARC now, is to look out to the horizon. And the Biodiversity Action Plan may not reflect what we're going to do with this as a partnership in the future, because the work is just beginning. But I see this as an opportunity for the city, for the corporation, to do very substantive reconciliatory work with First Nations, with the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe around land, because the city owns so much public land, and land is not, there's a sense of responsibility to land amongst First Nations that is not around ownership. It's literally familial. The critters and the things are kin. And that's not our culture. And this is something that has taken me years to learn and to do the unlearning that's necessary. And so I think this is, again, I'll just repeat and I'll end, Mr. Chair. This is an extraordinary opportunity, the Biodiversity Action Plan, not just to plant things and restore things, but to really begin to change systems and change culture in our community in a really positive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'm not seeing anybody populate the list here at this time, but thank you for that delegation and thank you for sharing that story.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
May I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wilson. Hand vote, please. Thank you. That carries. We're on to delegations respecting the opioid crisis and Hamilton Public Library. Item 6.6. A note, we will take a vote at the end to receive all delegations on this matter. So first person, come on down, Kelly. It's Kelly Ucherik. Kelly's in person. And Kelly, when you reach the podium, you'll have 5 minutes. Thank you. And Kelly, yeah, thank you.
Respectfully, through the chair, I just want to say that I was a bit disappointed that you didn't offer Jen some extra time. I appreciate that you extracted some more information from her, but this is such a crisis in our city and she has so much to offer. I think it would have been really important to hear from her fully.
Thank you, I acknowledge that.
In that vein, I've been here now 3.5 hours, so I'm going to ask for 1 extra minute, please. Good morning to you all. I'm a Ward 2 resident. I began vocalizing concerns with the state of the Barton and Central branches as early as February 2025. After having my own experience of having someone blowing drug smoke from a pipe in my face as I exited the Barton branch, the first time I had been there in a long time. The foyer and outside entrance were crowded by multiple people altered by drugs. Some were passed out, and I had to step over them to enter. I left feeling confused as to the role of the security, if it wasn't to prevent or discourage that activity. I was reminded of my time working at the Picton Library, small branch in the North End as a teenager, where the library served as a refuge for teens and youth from the very things I was witnessing that day. And it struck me that now it's not a refuge for people. While the library staff were prompt to address my concerns, my email was ignored by the ward counselor. We have a saying in pediatric development, that's my background. I spent 25 years pediatric nursing. The years before 5 last the rest of their lives. And we must do everything in our power to encourage library use, especially for kids in high priority areas. The library board has a duty to fulfill its vision statement of being a vibrant and welcoming community where people learn, connect, share, and discover. In order to do that, all patrons need to feel like they can have access to the library safely. At a meeting regarding the new waterfront library, I was fairly explicit, and I don't mean this to sound as harsh as it may, that making internal changes to the library, like moving the children's library to a second floor, may be fruitless if the library doesn't take care of what is happening on the outside as well. Most parents will not bring their children to a library if they have to step over people to get in. Public facilities are public for a reason, and I agree with my friends up there with the sign. I see no issue with anyone who wants to get warm or cool off, needs access to the library for the social workers, the computers, reading, or information seeking. But there's nothing in the library's mission, vision, or values that states the library staff must condone or endure the behaviors they have been forced to deal with in recent years. This policy ensures, or the library's new policy ensures, that it can fulfill its mandate and deal with behaviors that are disruptive or causing trauma for patrons and staff. I recall a Board of Health meeting where a man caused a disruption and he was promptly escorted out. The actions condemned by the board chair and ward councillor. Let's imagine that happening several times in this meeting. needing to call 911, needing to call EMS. Let's imagine a couple of counselors lights a pipe here. Would that be acceptable in your workplace? You would call security and they would promptly just have them removed. Point of orders are called in city meetings when a breach of rules occurs to maintain order. Well, I think the library board is calling a point of order on the illegal and unsafe activities that are occurring within the library. This policy creates accountability for actions. It's not problematic. It is customer service and it is needed. This brings me to the broader concerns of the state of downtown. The closure of supervised consumption sites is often cited as a reason for the increase in problematic incidents. While the stats absolutely support the increase in overdoses, we must remember that public drug use was increasing at an alarming rate all over downtown, the library, the bus stops, our parks, and even on the lawn of the supervised site, even before it closed a year ago. No longer are we referred to as Steel Town, the city of waterfalls. Instead, Hamilton has earned the nickname Hamilton. And most recently, I heard the name Crackleton. I think that should cause concern for members of council as to what Hamilton is now known for. The opiate dashboard indicates 64% of drug-related deaths have occurred in private residences. This is a huge issue for all of Hamilton, not just the homeless. A vibrant downtown is meant to be the economic and social heartbeat of a city. How can we grow economically, support small businesses, attract people to move here and invest here when few feel safe being here, and businesses have to keep their doors locked to protect employees and customers? Particular attention should be paid to the cleanliness, accessibility of sidewalks, and the overconcentration of social services in close proximity. It's time the city sees our streets through the eyes of other vulnerable residents, such as elderly, children, those with disabilities, and youth learning to navigate the city independently. For the first time, the Public School Board has a school bus taking North End residents to and from Westdale School, as it is too unsafe for youth to transfer buses in the core. That should speak volumes to you all. I long for our downtown, our waterfront, and our city to be places where people desire to visit unafraid, and my intention is to be part of that solution in October 2026. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. Kelly, Councillor Tom Jackson has a few questions.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Tattison. Kelly, I've listened to you many times delegating here, and I think this may be the first time. I just want to say, I have a question, but I just want to say, I have many Kelly Ucharek type constituents in my ward who care and who are activists and advocate for quality of life. And you remind me of them and they keep my feet to the fire, and that's the only way I'd want it. Question through you, Deputy Mayor Tattison, to Kelly. You mentioned the libraries. Have you had recent experiences yourself, especially at Central, and in light of the new policies there with having to have a library board card and with the relocation to the second floor with the children's area? That's my main question. Deputy Mayor Tattison, through you, please.
Through the chair, I haven't visited the children's library specifically in a long time, but I think after the last time I delegated, I spent time just observing sort of the checkpoints and how it was going. I wanted to know sort of how many people were being turned away and what was sort of the tone and what was the environment like for the staff. I have friends who work there and it's been very challenging for them. I set aside about 40 minutes to stay and I saw 4 people who were denied initial access. In the end, one person was given a day pass. They were from out of town. 2 other folks came, forgot their card. They were given a day pass when they could prove their identity. Truly, one person was turned away. Though when I was leaving, there's a foyer between the York door and the inside door. There's some sort of built-in seating there and a security desk. It's clearly marked security, and there was a man sitting there. And so I went to talk to this. It's clearly marked security. I went to talk to him and ask him how it was going, if people had been upset, if they've had to remove people. And it turned out it wasn't a security guard at all. It was a person smoking a pipe. I went in and got security. They removed them. And the scary thing was what he did after that is he ran out into York Boulevard, dancing in the middle of the street. He was walking on the construction barriers. His pants fell down. It was something else.
Appreciate that, sharing that, Kelly. And your professional background brings lots of authenticity to your delegations. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Tattison. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly, Councillor Pauls.
You want me to ask that? Thank you, Kelly, for coming. I was thinking about even 4 or 5 years ago going to the library, and it wasn't bad. It was a place where people got information, used their computers, had services, connect with support resources, and things have changed. I don't know when it changed, but it has changed. Can you tell me, is it getting worse? Not just for the libraries, or what's happening?
Well, I think you only have to walk the streets to see that it's changing. I mean, I've lived in the North End my whole life. I've been frequented the downtown my whole life. It was unusual for me to see someone passed out from alcohol, never mind passed out from a pipe. And my sister died from a crack addiction, and I had never seen a pipe until 2 years ago. So I've scared, I live near Strawn Street. There was two groups of 3 men openly injecting on the field there the other day. So yeah, it's worse for sure.
Yeah, and it's not like it's been 10 years. It's been just, like you said, 2 years. You didn't see any crack pipes, but now you see them everywhere.
I mean, I think the difference is the homelessness, right? People would be doing that behind their own closed doors. That I think is probably one of the bigger factors that contributing to the open view use.
Kelly, what's your profession?
I'm a nurse.
You're a nurse?
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. I always learn so much from you. I talk to you private as well, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Kelly, I'm not seeing anybody else populate the list, so thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Greg Voisin in person. Greg, if you're here, come on down. Thank you.
Should I lift it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Got in trouble last time. Oh. Is that high enough? Yeah, good. Okay. Hi, I'm Greg. I'm just kind of like a average Hamilton dad. I help out my neighbors, especially unhoused folks and stuff like that. And I just came here to remind people that these folks are individuals, and people, including CEOs, are painting them all as criminals. Completely unfair, something shameful. As a dad, I've gone to Central. I will not go down to Central now that there's carding happening there. I want to make sure that the world that we live in has public places that anybody can go to. I know many people on the streets who have not even tried to go into the library now because they see it as an attack on them. It's like a lot of these folks they don't have the best self-esteem. It's tough being on the street. So it's like everybody's just piling up on them right now, like including the library. And it's so sad to see it happen. Like the only thing that's worse is that you individuals here, you created this situation. It's like there's an encampment ban. There's no place for people to go. Safe consumption sites are closed down. You have the opportunity to create them yourselves. You have the money. We see money just spoiled all the time. We could have multiple sites. They can be very cheap to run. It's just overwhelming. And the way you pat each other's backs, the way you fawn over somebody like Paul, and then you turn away Jen, it's so telling of like what's in your souls. It's just, I don't know what to say. It's just awful. It's awful. People are literally dying on the street, and people are here complaining, oh, I had to step over them while people are dying. Like, what's wrong with the world? It's just a fucking mess.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. Point of order from Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I think we value the opportunity for residents from across the city to participate in local democracy and to share their views and based on their values and their priorities. I do think it is regrettable when we, in our comments, attach motive and disparage the professionalism of those who are seeking to the best of their ability. And I think we heard this morning really the best of their ability to manage a crisis which is not within their mandate to manage. So I think it's regrettable that comments disparaging professional people like that and board members were allowed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that we have a mover and seconder to receive the delegations on this item. Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Wilson, I'll show hands, please. Thank you, that carries. We're moving to 6.2, delegations respecting winter response for people living unsheltered in the city of Hamilton. Is Evan Eubine here? Okay, come on down, Evan. We are on a time constraint, but let us give Evan his time. Okay, Evan, you may begin. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, a lot of different delegations today, so I imagine it's kind of hard to keep track. So thanks for accepting my delegation. I'll be talking about motion 9.3, winter response for people living unsheltered in the city of Hamilton. So to start with this, I wanted to flag that in the staff memorandum on the Bonetto Emergency Warming Center, security was the largest expense at $27,300, which was about 30% of the total expense. So I always hear a lot of outrage about municipal spending on some of these emergency services. For example, Bonetto or Barton Tiffany. And this same level of scrutiny is just not applied to policing and security expenses. We almost just gloss over it every time, even though the vast majority of the time, as in this case, it's the largest expense. At least with initiatives like the Warming Center and Barton and Tiffany, the measures are in place to provide needed supports for people. So we should be cognizant of that. Treatment. Luckily, his encampment was better than what most people are able to set up under current conditions, but it would have been better if he was somewhere warm and we were able to get him to the warming center and he was able to connect with some health services. So I realize this is an anecdotal example, but it's a good demonstration of some of the good that warming center did. A key statement in this motion that's proposed for staff to develop a plan is that the current homeless serving system is not sufficient to meet the needs of all people who are living unsheltered. So just recognizing that what we're dealing with is not sufficient. It's not meeting people's needs. So especially given that the current system's not sufficient, a focus on care, not policing and security, should guide whatever plan staff are tasked with creating here. I think it could also be useful if staff were tasked with creating a plan for the 2026 summer season to address extreme heat. But yeah, so what could a comprehensive winter response strategy look like? You know, number one, getting rid of the encampment ban. If concentration in certain areas is a problem, then expand where people are allowed to exist. It's pretty straightforward. Low barrier access to support, so only using police as a last resort. Don't introduce any new hurdles of stipulating people have to meet certain conditions to access support. There are already enough barriers that exist. Focus on care, not police. So I'd like to remind staff that the dedicated encampment response team for police comes with a 1.35 million price tag per year. This could be directed towards much more beneficial areas of care. Having more than one location is a good idea, and also providing adequate public notice. For example, Central Library stopped operating. Is that 1 minute or am I done? One. Central Library stopped operating as a warming center, but people did not find out about this until much later. It was kind of, people were surprised that that was announced, and honestly, I was surprised too. There's a lot of space at the front of the library before you kind of walk up the steps. That seems like a pretty easy spot to use as a warming center, but my understanding is that ended sometime in January or February. I wanted to make one last note regarding situation of unhoused people and drug use in the city in general. I think invoking children to rationalize increased barriers for unhoused people to access public spaces need to stop. It's an important consideration, but it shouldn't be used to rationalize exclusionary policies. We already have policies in place when people are behaving in a harmful way. I guess that's my time. So
well, thanks, Evan. I'm not seeing any questions at this time. So thank you for your delegation today. You may have a seat. Our last speaker for this morning, Jamal Pierre. Is Jamal here? Not seeing Jamal. Okay, so may I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegations on this item? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kretsch. Hand vote, please. Thank you, that carries. I just wanted to say before we break for lunch, we're going to take a 40-minute recess. Please note that when we come back, we'll be switching to room 264 because we won't be able to go into close because these doors won't close. So we're going to just go into 264 immediately and conduct the rest of the meeting in 264, and then we'll go into closed at that time. So at this point, right now, we'll break until 1:40. Literally.
So through the Deputy Mayor, if participating virtually is more convenient, you could participate virtually or participate in 264. For those in attendance from the public, there's limited seating in 264. You can also watch on the city's YouTube channel.
And so Councillor Wang, and is that hand vote? Okay, hand vote. And we're coming back at 1:40. Thank you. Yep.
Councillor is also remote.
Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Welcome back to the General Issues Committee of April 15th, 2026. This afternoon, we're going to now take items for information. 7.1 HSC 26029, User Framework Project Update and Current State Analysis citywide. We have Romas Kalasius, Manager Strategies and Continuous Improvement, will provide committee with an overview of the report.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. Through the chair, my name is Romas Kalasius. I am the Manager of Strategy and Continuous Improvement for the Healthy and Safe Communities Department. Before you today is an information report that provides an update on the Corporate User Fee Framework project, a project which will modernize how we establish and manage fees that the city charges to access municipal services. User fees represent an important source of non-tax revenue for the city. Setting fees appropriately requires balancing financial sustainability with community priorities such as accessibility, equity, and affordability. This project aims to establish a consistent and transparent corporate framework to guide those decisions with the primary focus on transit and recreation services. As a reminder for committee, although this project was approved and scoped to focus on recreation and transit, that's just a starting point. The final outcome is designed to be scalable and replicated across all divisional user fees. Our update today is to share with committee how the project is progressing. The project initiation phase, which included a comprehensive procurement process to engage a consultant, has been completed. Blackline Consulting was onboarded as of July 2025. Working with city staff, Blackline has completed the next phase of the project, which was a comprehensive current state analysis. This included extensive document reviews, benchmarking with other municipalities, establishment of guiding principles, and a public engagement to capture input on existing and recreation and transit user fees. In the public engagement, we received over 1,600 resident responses to an online survey for recreation fees and roughly 750 resident responses to an online survey for transit user fees. The completed current state analysis is included as Appendix A to this report. The next phases of the project include using the information from the current state analysis to develop preliminary fee models, conduct a thorough equity and accessibility analysis, and establish tools for ongoing monitoring and reporting. A final report and implementation plan is expected later this year. Online, we have Steve Savor, Director of Recreation, and we also have Director of Transit, Nancy Purser. We're happy to take any questions that you may have about this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Romas. First up, we have Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Manager Kalasius, for this report. It is sorely needed, and I appreciate the direction that we're going. My question is, what about some of our assets that are inside of recreation but are not captured here? In Ward 4, I have bocce ball courts that have one single user and not open to the public, and the revenue model over there doesn't make sense to me. So how are those types of assets being accounted for in this report?
I think overall, I'll pass it to Steve Savor after, but I'll comment on it first. I think overall, the guiding principles that we established as part of our comprehensive analysis would help guide establishing fees that are governed through agreements as well. So even though they're not user fees, the ideas that we're generating within this report would be transferable to those other types of assets. I don't know if Director Savor has anything he'd like to add to that.
Good afternoon, Steve Savor, Director of Recreation. No, I think Manager Kalasius has captured what our intent of taking a look at some of the fees and the relationship with our user groups and our community use of some of our spaces as well.
Thank you. So I think that as we are rolling this out and we're starting to see these sort of business models be replicated across all of these different user groups, my question now is, how are we, I know that there is a community framework coming forward, so how would this map alongside this work, given that the community framework will likely change how we establish these types of relationships?
Can you rephrase that question?
So the community framework that recreation is also moving forward with, because like we're trying to get a whole pile of these like user groups, external user groups. I want to use some of our facilities. So I just want to understand, how does that work map with this work? Like, how do they talk to each other? How do they work with each other? Are they in? Does one supersede the other? So how do those two strategies work?
I think you're talking about like the partnership framework that's happening in recreation. So I'll let Steve, Director Savor, answer that question.
No, thank you for the question, Councillor Wang. I think this is a great lead up into it. It provides us with the baseline information on how we go about developing fees. And so the partnership or the community collaboration framework that we will be bringing to committee and council shortly will bleed into this. We'll have this as a foundation so that we are creating consistent, transparent frameworks so that we can apply those fees and those opportunities to develop partnerships and develop collaborations in an effective manner that is transparent to all of our community members.
Okay. My last question through you, Chair, is this report plus Appendix A is really around what is our current state. So will Blackline be giving us a set of recommendations in terms of like how we're stacking up with other municipal comparators? I don't recall seeing that, but it's also a 118-page report, so I may not have gotten there yet. So, Leah, is there going to be a recommendations report and how we compare with other municipalities?
Through the chair, yeah, some of that is included in the report. I think in maybe some of the appendices, but the consultant will be coming back. We're right now the project schedule has us, completing the final report later this year, and the consultant will be presenting the final report and the recommendations along with that report at that time.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Just letting people know that I'm populating my list with a borrowed pen from Councillor Jackson. So just hand signal me. Right now I have Councillor Cooper, then Councillor Jackson. Is there anybody else that wants to go? Councillor Clark. And then Councillor Clark will go after Councillor Jackson. Okay, thank you.
It's always the way.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering, why is it that we have to go outside and use a consultant for this work? Are we not capable of doing this internally? What drove us outside? I couldn't look at the subject matter, and I'd be surprised if we didn't have staff that could do this inside.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. So there's a little bit of history to this, I guess. We were originally directed to use a consultant in January of 2023, or January 2024 through the 2024 user fee report. In that report, there was a recommendation that directed staff to hire a consultant. We further solidified that direction in, it was December 2024, where we came to committee with the approach of using a consultant, and at that committee we obtained funding to hire it. But the main reason why we did that was mostly because of capacity limitations internally. So the project originally started with finance, but they transferred it to healthy and safe communities because finance had to pivot to focus on cyber recovery. So there was capacity limitations on the finance team. And the other thing that Blackline brings is a specialized expertise. So the development of this framework is kind of a bit of a one-off, although the implementation of the work that comes from it will be done by staff internally. Blackline has done this for many municipalities across Ontario, both in recreation and transit. So we're leveraging their external set of eyes and their expertise in order to develop a model and stakeholder engagement process effectively.
Okay, so just so I capture that correctly, with capacity issues, some skill set issues, correct? And are we confident that we have the skill set to implement this recommendation on the other side then?
Through the chair, yeah, I think we do. So to implement the fees, it would be done through the user fee process. But in this particular project, we're working very closely with both the transit and recreation divisions. So they're the ones who who contribute their knowledge towards these, what the fees actually should be going forward. So I think we do have the skill set to implement it.
Okay, the reason I mention that is criticism here in the community about how much we spend on consultants, and we, tend to do a freeze in terms of hiring people, and then we move it outside. And then I always wonder, is it a capacity, as you said, skills issue? And then are we hiring the right skill set? So just some of those questions come up, but it's kind of tangential to this report. But I would be interested when we do get the final report to say that we actually do have the ability to implement, because that's the other side I hear from people is we do all this consultant work and it doesn't get implemented at the city. And I don't know if that's just a broad overview or there's some fact in that, but I mean, that's something I'd like to see us do here, to say when we finish this report, I'd like to see what the, that we actually have the skills in place and when we're going to implement it. So that's just something to bring back later on, but thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Tattison. Obviously, I'm very pleased to see that after many years of what just seemed to be automatic user fee increases, that the Healthy and Safe Communities Department primarily is leading a framework project to review and see the status of. Obviously, mostly it seems to be in the area of recreational fees and ancillary fees, but I've always said that with all the taxes that my constituents pay, to add on user fees that may be beyond the normal average each year. I never want any of our community assets, our rec centers, arenas, community centers, I never want them to be inaccessible, unaffordable, and unavailable to everyday families. So obviously I'm pleased to see that there's going to be a comprehensive review. I want to prepare my colleagues. If you recall, Monday at Public Works, I mentioned about the Golden Age Pass, and I have a motion, but I'm not going to drop it today because I didn't have a chance to disseminate it to all of my colleagues, but I will be working with clerks to have it as a motion, hopefully like an addendum, if this package gets approved today at Council next Wednesday. And basically the headline is going to be exploring implications of lowering the age of eligibility for Hamilton Street Railway, the Golden Age Pass, just looking at the feasibility of it. And Director Purser has helped me enormously with the language of the motion, but instead of just assuming that you may support it here on a wing and a prayer, I never do that. In courtesy, you'll have a week to review it, and hopefully come next Wednesday at Council, it could be part and parcel of the comprehensive review overall. I just think it would be timely. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Tattison.
Thank you, Councillor, for the heads up. We're going to go to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to speak to the cost recovery principles that seem to have been established in the report. Historically, we have not ever, as a municipality, attained a 100% cost recovery. And what we've been cautioned over the years is that you have to keep it less than the 100% because you're not supposed to be earning, I guess, a profit on the cost recovery. So the courts have always reviewed cost recovery up to, but not above 100%. So we've always been about 90%. I noticed here, transit, at least in my time on council, we have pushed for 50-50, 50% from the fare, 50% from taxpayers. It looks like in this report that we're at 33% in 2023, and the target is rising to 48.9% by 2032. Can you speak to that principle? Who made that decision?
Through the chair, I'll pass it to Director Nancy Purser to talk about the cost recovery targets in transit.
Hi, thank you for the question. Through the chair, the 33% that were actually recorded in 2023 has implications from COVID, a reduction in ridership, and the continued investment in transit by this council. Again, as we invest in transit, the revenue to cost ratio remains low as the ridership takes a while to follow the investment. The 48% is where we expect to be as we continue to implement HSR Next and grow our ridership.
Thank you. My question, Deputy Mayor, is where did the target come from?
So through the chair, it's from our perspective, it's based on where we've calculated the ridership growth to end by the time HSR Next has been implemented. It's not. I mean, it's a target based out of HSR Next, not something that was actually directed to us from council.
So it's an, to paraphrase Deputy Mayor, it's an estimate of your expectations as to what the ratio would be by 2032, but it's not been driven by a council principal decision or an HSR staff principal decision. It's just an estimate.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure on my time. I'm curious with regards to the principles that we're using when it comes to recreation fees. And Councillor Jackson has long been a proponent and has been, I would argue, one of the councillors who monitors recreational fees to ensure equity across the city for folks who are their children, you know, they don't have enough money to pay these fees. So are we setting a cap on what the fees would be in terms of a percentage as a result of the social determinants? How are we establishing how far we're going to go with fees for recreation?
Through the chair, right now there is no formal cost recovery target in recreation, so that's one of the things that we're looking at. We through this project team, we identified our guiding principles as to what will guide this decision making. So I guess at the end of the day, what we're trying to identify through our consultation and our comprehensive current state analysis, trying to identify services that develop or provide more community benefit or the most community benefit, and focus on subsidizing those the most compared to ones that provide the least amount of community benefit and providing less of the subsidy for those.
And so how do you establish the least community benefit?
A lot of that's being done through the stakeholder consultation, what benefit it provides to the community. This is just what we're hearing through the survey responses and internal engagement as well.
And in your surveys, are you tracking demographics?
Yes, we did have some demographic information in that survey.
And does the demographics also include income, family income?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Just surveying the group for anyone else who wants to speak. Councillor Wilson, are you waving your hand at me? No, sir. Okay. So at this time, what I'm going to do is officially put the item on the floor and receive it. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Cooper, would you move that? And Councillor Clark, would you second that? Yes. Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, thank you. That carried. 7.1, correspondence from Viv Sanders respecting report HSC 26029, user fee framework update and current state analysis. It was citywide. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the correspondence? Councillor Cooper and Councillor Jackson? Thank you. Is there any discussion on that item? Not seeing any. We'll now take a show of hands. All in favor? Thank you. That is carried. Moving to 7.2, HSC 23076, 2025 Ending Chronic Homelessness Performance Update, citywide. Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services, will provide committee with an overview of the report.
Thank you, Councillor. The report before you is an annual update with respect to the homeless serving sector performance. Over the past several years, Hamilton has made significant investments to strengthen how we respond to homelessness, building a more coordinated system that supports individuals and families from prevention through permanent housing. This work has been delivered in partnership with the Coalition of Hamilton Indigenous Leadership as the Indigenous community entity and community organizations on the front line, helping ensure responses are coordinated, culturally appropriate, and grounded in evidence. Although unsheltered homelessness is quite visible to all of us, and we frequently speak about shelters and those emergency response initiatives, the reality is that the homelessness serving system is in fact focused more upstream around prevention and diversion in efforts to prevent people from experiencing the trauma of homelessness, while also investing in acute responses to ensure that if there is an experience of homelessness, it is as brief as possible with positive outcomes. This report is to provide you a snapshot of how the system is performing today. It demonstrates that targeted investments are contributing to improved outcomes in key areas, particularly around prevention, housing and support access, and housing stability. Despite the challenges that we see and the challenges we heard about earlier today, we see Hamilton's homelessness system as achieving some successes. In fact, in 2025, collaboratively with our partners, 479 individuals were permanently housed, while 2,800 households, or 6,000 individuals, were supported through our tenant support program. You will see as well that just over 21,000 people were reached through prevention programs across the city. At the same time, it does highlight increasing demand and complexity, with more individuals experiencing longer periods of homelessness and presenting with more complex issues. However, these pressures are not unique to Hamilton, and they are being experienced across communities through Ontario and Canada. So this report reflects both the strength of the system we have and that the system that's been built, the need to continually to refine it, but also some shared effort towards successes.
Thank you, Michelle. May I have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Kassar. Thank you. Hand vote. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. We'll go to questions at this point. Is there anybody who would like to have? Okay, Councillor Clark, I see you will go that. Anyone in front of Councillor Clark on this side? No? Okay, Councillor Clark, you're up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the report. It's concerning in terms of trying to estimate what's going to happen in the future. With the economy the way it is, with the challenges with rent, we're seeing an increase in people who are homeless, and we're not seeing a proportionate amount of additional funding from the province to fund that service. Can our staff speak to that?
Through the chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. You're correct. So we receive homelessness prevention funding. That's what it's called, Homelessness Prevention Program, funding from the province, and that addresses or is intended to address these homeless serving programs. We receive approximately just about $28 million annually from the province, and that number has not changed over the past couple of years. You are right, though, that the numbers of people that we see experiencing homelessness and those people that are precariously housed, those numbers continue to increase. And the issue of income and poverty is a primary driver of homelessness in our city, unfortunately. And so, no, we're not seeing a comparative increase in funding.
The $28 million that the province paid to us, Deputy Mayor, for homelessness prevention, can I ask, what did the city spend for homelessness prevention?
Through the chair, the full budget with respect to addressing housing is more than homelessness prevention. So it's a difficult question to answer, only in that when I talk about this report before you, for example, a lot of the funding would be things around tenant support programs, the COB program to get people housed. The social housing program overall is a large component of our budget, but the full budget for housing and homelessness, including those investments in permanent housing, is now close to $200 million.
That's a stark increase from just a year ago when it was about $127 million. Do we have any indication from the province as to what the expected increase will be in funding for homelessness prevention in 2026? The budget's out. Surely the province has indicated where they're going.
Through the chair, sorry, I just want to correct quickly, Councillor, that total funding envelope includes the provincial and federal components as well. So that's not all levy dollars. That's the full funding for housing and homelessness. With respect to your question around provincial and federal budget, we do not have commitment from the province as of yet with respect to so the provincial budget we receive is a fiscal allocation in March fiscal year, April 1st to April 1st. And so as a result, we do not yet have our Hamilton allocation from the province, nor have we seen any indication that we would expect an increase beyond what we've had previously. And that would be our HPP funding, as well as our COCHI and OFI funding, which is tied to social housing provision.
Thank you. Notwithstanding a commitment from the province, we have seen a significant increase in the number of individuals who have lost their housing, whether or not it's rental or whether or not it's owned. And we've not seen the proportionate increase in funding yet from the senior levels of government. So this continues to be a serious concern for me, and the mayor has been very outspoken about it to the province. Some of the issues that we're dealing with, the loss of rental control, renovictions, and the changes that were made by the province, which were very much intended to increase purpose-built rental housing, had the unintentional effect of increasing the amount of rent dramatically, thereby forcing an awful lot of people out onto the streets. And so we need to keep aware of this, and we need to continue to press the provincial government for additional financial support. I know we're not the only one. Niagara is experiencing the same thing. Windsor is experiencing the same thing. Toronto, their homeless numbers are approaching 30,000. So this is a serious issue. And unfortunately, it's being left to the property taxpayers to actually help these individuals who are finding themselves unhoused. So those are my comments. I'm sorry I didn't ask a question, but I needed to get that on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to go to Councillor Spadafora.
Thanks, Chair. Director, hoping, I don't know if you have this information, but do you know from our comparators close by, I know everybody likes to throw Toronto around. I don't look at Toronto as a comparator, population size and the amount of money they get from the province is nothing like anyone else. Around us, Brantford, St. Catharines, Grimsby, what are they spending on their homelessness file in comparisons to us, and what are they receiving from the province in comparison to us? If you have that information, if not, that's fine. That's my only question, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, it's a very good question. It's one I don't have the answer to. We don't get information with respect to what other municipalities are funded for and what that looks like. What I can tell you that the experience in Hamilton is different than it is in some of those other municipalities. Probably we're more alike to London, Ottawa, because with Hamilton being a sort of a hub, and so services are located here, whether they be healthcare services, correction services, what have you, we tend to have quite a burden on our system, I would say, that's being picked up locally because folks tend to centralize in Hamilton, but we don't have a sense of what our spending would be comparatively to another municipality.
Sorry, Chair, just one follow-up. So, Director, you're saying because of this hub that you speak of and some of the other services, I guess, that we have in the city, it's not only the Hamilton residents that we're servicing non-Hamilton residents as well. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair. So we are fortunate in that as a community, we have a lot of great services here. We have a lot of social services. We have world-class healthcare, quite frankly. And so people come for those services. Once they are here, at times they do tend to stay in the community, or they need to stay in the community because they're accessing those services. So in Hamilton, if you're in the community and you access the homeless serving sector, you are served. There is no difference with respect to where you might have originated. You're part of Hamilton.
Thanks, Director.
Thank you, Councillor. Right now on the list, I have Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor M. Wilson. So, Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It would be fair to say that we're not getting any closer to ending chronic homelessness.
Through the chair to the councillor, unfortunately, we are not getting closer to ending chronic homelessness. In fact, the issues that we're experiencing, the complexity of need is probably growing, and the ongoing, I would say, lack of investment with respect to income supports is worsening that problem as well.
Okay, a thought is maybe a bit of historical perspective. I don't know exactly how many years ago it was that the previous provincial government did what they called the Who Does What Commission, and that culminated in an agreement that the province would take up education and would download housing. And that was the genesis of all kinds of challenges, both for that government that did that and subsequent governments. I'm wondering, maybe an anecdotal comment, if it may be time to ask for a partnership study again of who does what, and to revisit what historically has turned out not to be a very good deal for municipalities. I mean, it's been at least a quarter of a century. Madam Mayor, you'd have a good sense of when that was too. It was a long time ago. I remember you and I were on the front lines then on this. So that's a suggestion I would make, Chair. I know we have a couple of excellent reps at FCM and AMO. That may be a good case to cause kind of approach that we can take. Yeah. Who does what with whom?
Who does what?
Used to get who does what to whom. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McMeekin. And Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. I do have a question, but before I lose the comment, just to my colleague, Councillor McMeekin, the who does what was to intentionally look at the entanglement between the province and the municipalities with respect to services I would caution, be careful what you ask for, because that panel issued a series of recommendations in which the Harris government did the exact opposite, resulting in the downloading of social housing, GO Transit, ambulatory care, and the like. And to be fair, no government since has sought to change that. So we were told at the time that the exchange of education versus these would be revenue neutral, and it was proven by this entity at the time that it was not revenue neutral in save and except two places. One was Hamilton, and the other, I believe, could be wrong on the other, but was Peel. And that's a direct result of a commitment that was made in the 1950s, where the government of Ontario said explicitly, we are going to build public housing, and it shall be forever under our domain. And so those entities stepped forward and said, we need it, you build it, and you take care of it. And soon after it was built, they didn't take care of it. And when it was handed over, it was already in a depreciated state of capital repair. So those are my comments. To my question, trying to marry Councillor Clark's point, which I appreciated, and Councillor Spatafora's point, I've heard this refrain from staff before, and I'd like to better understand it. I've heard the refrain is, we provide very good services here in Hamilton. And I'm wondering, has, through the chair, there ever been an inventory of the level of service or the kind of service we provide compared to some of our neighboring municipalities?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So I suppose in answering the question from Councillor Spatafora, part of it is not necessarily the services we provide in the homeless serving sector specifically, but rather the services that are available to us in the community across Hamilton. And people come for social services, health services, for corrections, and we tend to be a place perhaps for our neighboring communities that do not have the same level of services that we do. We are a hub or a tertiary center, and so individuals come here and then they tend to be here. And so from the homeless serving sector, of course, if you're in Hamilton and you come to one of our services, be that a shelter, a drop-in, you are welcomed. Nonetheless, we aren't looking to provide evidence in some way that you are from Hamilton. You are from Hamilton because you come here. So it's not necessarily that our shelter system or our homeless system, I'm not suggesting they are better than others. I'm suggesting that we as a community are quite privileged to have a lot of services here that attract other people.
My apologies. Thank you, Director. But I guess that's the essence of what I'm trying to understand. So your statement was that a number of people from the province come to the city of Hamilton to gain access to social services. I guess my question is, why? I'm trying to understand that. What is it that the city of Hamilton may or may not be providing that other municipal corporations are not providing? And I'm sorry, I don't understand the answer, through the chair.
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. And I'm going to try to answer this with a bit of an example. So, for example, if I think about the homeless serving sector specifically, and neither right nor wrong, however, there are municipalities, particularly smaller municipalities, rural areas, even rural areas around, in proximity to us, where there simply are not shelters, emergency shelters for people experiencing homelessness, for women who are fleeing violence, for example. So in those situations, people might come to a community where they do have access to that. People might be in Hamilton because they are accessing healthcare. They need to get the healthcare within the city, and it's challenging for them to do that from a distance. And then as sort of time passes, if they need to access social services, they will do that here because they are here for other reasons. And so I think that's what I was trying to say, that sometimes have both the wealth of having the services, but the services also attract people to them.
Okay, thank you for the context.
I'm just going to interrupt because Grace Mader, General Manager, wants to speak.
Through the chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. So just to pick up on Michelle's comments, I think, Councillor, you are correct. We do provide a large amount of service. We are a hub in the province, as a number of the larger communities have had to step up and have a greater number of services available. We also have found, though, that some of our neighboring communities have learned to depend on that as well.
That's where I'm going.
I know. So, you know, we are aware of that, and we have been reaching out to our partners in those other areas to talk about shared responsibilities, and we've talked about that with our community partners as well, too, because, you know, some of those social service agencies are across different municipalities as well. So we know that we are a bit of a magnet sometimes because of that, and we're trying to make sure that we're not seen as the go-to for everything.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to just survey the group, not seeing anybody else. So what we'll do now is we'll take a vote by a show of hands to receive the item and remove the item from the outstanding business list. All in favor? Okay, thank you. That carries. We're moving down to 7.3, HUR 26006, Labor Relations Activity Report and Analysis 2021 to 2025 citywide. May I have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? To Councillor Kassar, Councillor Cooper, thank you. Is there any discussion on this item, or do we have a report from anybody at this time? Okay. So no questions. We'll now take a vote by a show of hands to receive the item. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. 7.4 PED 26018A, ensuring pedestrian access at Jackson Street West and McNabb Street South, Ward 2. May I have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Kretsch, and second it will be Councillor Wang. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. Yes, this was a motion from the downtown subcommittee that had an information report there, and now it's also coming here as an information report specifically to outlining what the city's doing to ensuring pedestrian access on sidewalks, specifically the section around City Hall. So this has been a pretty significant issue in general in Ward 2 in the last year, more so than before then, where there are about 5 places downtown where the sidewalks are almost semi-permanently blocked or blocked in ways that are difficult for people to use, and they can't get access to the sidewalk, and they're having to walk in the road. And so I understand this happens a lot downtown. We have construction, we're repairing sidewalks, all kinds of things occur where people are temporarily inconvenienced for this issue. But there's a persistent situation in some areas where this is going on now, sometimes for months at a time, years at a time, and this report is meant to address those things. And so what this is not a recommendation to council to do anything, but it's just clearly outlining what the city is going to do to address this. What I want to give staff a chance to respond to a bit here is why we're not already doing this. So from my perspective, one of the problems is that council has given certain direction, and that direction was throughout the last, I would say, 3 or 4 years regarding different things with respect to our bylaws, different things with respect to the encampment policy, all kinds of different things. And what I'm getting emails from people about asking is, why aren't those things happening? And so my question is sort of just, I don't have the answer to that question. So when BIAs came to me and asked that question, I said, I don't know the answer. And they said, we're going to put a motion forward to get the answer. We want to know in public if staff can respond to that, and that's why this is here. So can staff, just in summary, explain this a little bit better? Because I think we are seeing this happening a lot more in a concentrated fashion in the last year or two. Why? Why is this requiring a report? Why isn't this something that's just matter of fact? Like, what's the issue? And why is it so difficult to coordinate? And frankly, I'll ask the second question after that's been answered.
Good afternoon.
I see. Okay, thank you, Dan.
Yes, thank you. Dan Smith, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services, and Councillor, thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. So I think the best way to answer that question is, since we, and I say we as in Licensing and Bylaw Services, started the coordinated encampment response team following the rescission of the encampment protocol, we've been learning the most appropriate way to handle and deal with the complaints that are coming in, where to apply our resources appropriately and effectively in order to assist the community with the enforcement required related to encampments. What I will say with this location specifically are other similar locations related to sidewalk obstructions. It is a different type of enforcement that we're doing through a different bylaw. The encampment response team is typically doing encampment work in parks through the parks bylaw. This enforcement is done through the streets bylaw, and it's related to obstruction of sidewalks, which we have the capability to enforce, and we have been enforcing. We have been going to this area, however, not frequent enough to establish any kind of consistency related to the obstruction of sidewalks that's occurring. We're seeing regular reoccurrence of violations following compliance at the location. And what we have learned in doing so is that more presence is required, more visibility is required, and ultimately establishing a change in some of the habits of the individuals that are consistently congregating on and blocking the sidewalk is an important piece of this. And what we're proposing to do is make an operational change with the work that we're doing associated with encampments to prioritize this area to, I'll use the term, get a handle on the issues that are occurring and provide safe passage for any of the pedestrians within the community to use the sidewalk safely.
Thank you. What I'll say is that you're not proposing it, you're doing it. This is an information report. This is already happening through existing staff resources, and it's already happening through existing council policies. Nothing new is happening here. What the frustration from people I've spoken to has been is not being able to get a clear understanding about something that I think on the face of it seems pretty simple, and there's two things I'll give as examples. Number one, we have 24/7 security at Whitehorn, paid for by the city. But that security is obviously not reporting through a proper mechanism through to our bylaw, who's then obviously properly dealing with the regulations that we already have in place. If that's already not happening, if it was, this conversation wouldn't be happening. That's the first thing. Secondly, when a special event happens downtown, like the Junos, we go through the special event application process. Everyone's at the table having a conversation about it. We coordinate about what we're doing. And then a different process occurs then. So for most folks, when they're looking at this, they're seeing both of those things happening at the same time. So when they're walking around, they're saying, wait a minute, we have security that are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we clearly don't have a coordinated process that's working internally. And then also we see other things happening that are different. I have a third question, but I'll wait till I get a response to that. That's the thing that people are saying to me, and I simply don't have an answer for them, right? I'm not saying anything about what should or shouldn't be happening. What I'm saying is we already have a council policy and we already have staff policies. Those are not up to me. But what I do see is people asking really basic questions, and I have no answer for them. Another reason why this motion is here.
Through the chair. Thank you. Through the chair. Correct. There are security staff at Whitehorn, and there are security staff at City Hall. I also believe that we may have Manager Martin Dambro online to speak to some of the security questions that you may have. However, we do have practices in place where security will provide us notification if there are significant issues there. What we are also looking at doing associated with this report and what we're committing to coming back with subsequent reports is work that we're going to continue to do with our security team internally to improve the reporting and improve the data management that they're sharing with our coordinated encampment response group so that we can better action some of the occurrences that are happening in this area or other areas of the city. So we are going to continue doing that work. And I don't know if Martin wishes to provide any further comment, or Councillor. Hopefully I'm answering your question. If
that
not.
answers my question, Dan. What you're saying is you're going to be changing the practices based on the existing policies by ensuring that there's more coordination happening between these groups. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Great. All I'm doing here on the microphone, folks, is just getting answers to the questions to make sure I completely understand them. So when someone sends a message, I can say, this is what the city's policy is on the subject.
Councillor, before you continue with any more questions, let's just survey because you're over time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak now? Okay, Councillor, I don't see anybody. Carry on.
Thank you. So the last part of this, I think it's important, is that the report mentions and talks about the other areas that are experiencing this. So we're starting here at Jackson and McNabb in terms of the city trying to change the way it coordinates these activities. But it's easy to, I would say, coordinate activities in an area where you have security services and then you have bylaw services and so on. On James Street North, that's not the same situation. Jackson Square, to a certain extent, but those aren't city security officers. So we have security organizations that are not city security organizations. How are we coordinating with them? Like, I think what I was told or spoken to when this report was coming forward was, in conversations, was, look, this is an isolated issue to this area. There are a bunch of other areas that are downtown right now because people have nowhere to go. They're congregating where they can and they're moving around basically sort of periodically. So my question is, do we have a plan to come back and report on what we're doing to coordinate with other security services who are also at other locations?
Through the chair, those are the things that we will be considering and the work that we're doing now. We also need to make sure that we're enforcing appropriately, meaning either city property or private property. For instance, Jackson Square, that's private property, and those security staff would directly coordinate with the Hamilton Police Service related to trespass issues. City Hamilton property, such as on James Street or the locations we're speaking to, or even the York Boulevard corridor that we've spoke to, those are city properties, and yes, they're going to be examined as part of this program, and we will hopefully be able to expand the service that we're providing in the Jackson McNabb area to those other areas. Subsequent to the information we'll be able to gather from the work that we're doing to see if it is viable to have our team expand their service to those locations.
Thanks. Just a very quick final comment from me. One of the only tensions that exists in a system where we have dangerous streets and where we have narrow sidewalks, we have an inability to have all the safety infrastructure we need, is an ability for people to be able to walk down the sidewalk, period. We don't want to obstruct the sidewalk. We want that to be something people can walk down. Everyone should be able to walk down the sidewalk and get to where they're going and not have to enter the dangerous roadway. And some of the roadways are quite dangerous, and so, or full of traffic. And I want to make sure that that's just something that's being highlighted in terms of the ability for people not to have to walk into a roadway and then have some recourse for doing so, especially, and again, in areas where there's density, there's lots of folks with disabilities who are trying to use the sidewalks, people pushing their kids in strollers, whatever it might be. Folks have to be able to use the sidewalk without having to go into traffic. And so that's the tension that exists here at that level of the sidewalk, and I'm grateful the city is trying to address that issue, and again, in a compassionate way. I know that everyone from Housing Services is trying to address this in a way that makes sense and try to engage with people and try to ensure they can find them housing and shelter and those kinds of conversations. This isn't strictly about encampments. This is strictly about what's happening as people are congregating, right, or standing around sometimes, and that is sometimes involving things like sex trafficking, things like drug use, things like selling drugs. All kinds of things are happening in these congregating settings. The problem is because people are kind of hanging out in one place and aren't moving, it's mean that there's large parts of our downtown, large is an exaggeration, but there are parts of our downtown that are becoming inaccessible, period. So I appreciate getting some more information so I can share this with residents when they reach out to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to speak on this, so we'll now take a vote by a show of hands to receive the item. All in favor? Looks unanimous. Thank you. That was carried. We're going to 7.5. FCS 26023, 2026 Municipal Election and Municipal Use of Resources Policy citywide. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wang, thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? Councillor Kretsch, I see you as first person. You may have the floor.
Thank you. I did try to get some of these questions answered in advance, so sorry for them, but I'm going to ask them now while it's on the floor. One of the contradictions in this policy from my perspective is there's two sections. One section that says that newsletters and other kinds of activities can't be sent out by councillors after August 31st. But then there's another section in the appendix that talks about candidates for an election and candidates for elections, pictures and likenesses and logos and things not being able to be sent out. So I'm really sensitive and mindful to the fact that as incumbent councillors running again, we shouldn't have an unfair advantage when we're doing that. But this involves a couple of weird technical issues. One technical issue it seems to involve is candidates and what the definition of candidates is once they've been certified by the city clerk. And the second, so once you've actually registered to run again. And the second seems to be this issue of distributing mail or using office budgets. Now, I know, because I've seen it firsthand, that councillors in previous terms went right ahead and sent stuff out during the election period when they were candidates, as long as they were there before August 31st, because we send regular mailings out all the time. I've sent out dozens and dozens and dozens of mailings. So it's just part of my job. I just want to get guidance on that because I don't want anyone here to be offside. I want to make sure that the regulations are clear in case questions are asked about it. So can we have some ultimate clarity on that?
Okay, thanks. I think there's Clerk Trenum. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'll do my best to provide the clarity. Essentially, councillors, ward offices can still distribute information, newsletters, other packages that contain city-specific or ward-specific information up until August 31st. So if you're sharing details of something that's happening within the ward, sharing information that has already come from the city, is service program area specific, all of that can be distributed. Where you run into issues with the policy is where it moves into campaign related. So anything that identifies you as a candidate, as running, as up for re-election, anything that comes from a election or campaign related account, those are items where the policy starts to cover it. And what the use of municipal resources policy is, if you are doing something campaign related, it must not you have access to.
Fair enough. So my second question really relates to the boring technicality part, but I think it's useful. The campaign period versus the candidate registering. So the Municipal Elections Act talks about the campaign period starting on May 1st, for instance. Does that apply to whether you're registered or not? Or is something different happen once you become a candidate? Or this is just kind of immaterial?
So each individual's, through the chair, each individual's campaign period begins when you submit your nomination papers. So when you're submitted, you're now a candidate. That's the rate, and it ends on election day. Keeping in mind there are extensions available under the legislation for finance submissions and what have you. We can deal with those through other educational pieces, but generally speaking, once you submit your papers, right through until election day.
Okay, last question is, there's some discussion in the Municipal Elections Act, though I don't really know it very well in this area, about needing to have a bylaw or passing a bylaw about these kinds of things. We have policies here, but do we need to have a bylaw, or those bylaws are basically the confirmations of our proceedings of council? Like, how does it work? Because there's some mention of it, and I'm confused about it, frankly.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the bylaw requirement is for two things. It's for alternative voting methods and or for voting technology. We do have that bylaw that was passed earlier in the year. Anything else is policy related or procedural. So what we did in previous years is we passed this policy as a corporate policy. So it's an ongoing, continued in effect policy until it's amended or repealed. So we have nothing further that we need to do. It's here for your information and the public's information, that it's in existence and it's available as a resource to understand how to be a candidate and use resources. But there's no other obligation to pass a bylaw.
Okay, and my last question is just a confirmation I understood. So the two big things, I think, if I'm reading this report correctly and reading other documents you've sent out correctly, is that councillors who are running for re-election cannot put forward motions after August 31st and cannot distribute any newsletters or other kinds of ward or other materials related to their city business after August 31st. So that's the deadline there. Is that my understanding correctly?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Just surveying the crowd if anyone else has any questions. Not seeing any at this time. May I take a vote by show of hands to receive the item? Thank you. That passes. Votes carried. We are now on to items for consideration. 8.1 PED 26078, a bylaw to authorize the imposition of a special charge under the Better Homes Hamilton pilot program, batch 2, citywide. May I please have a mover and seconder put the item on the floor? Councillor Jackson and Councillor Wang, thank you. Is there any discussion on the item? I can't hear you. Councillor Clark, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On page 3 of 6, item E, that costs for program administration, including loan loss provisions for the incubation stage, be funded through climate change reserve with an upset limit of $275,000 over 2 years. My understanding is that these loans are on houses that are owned by the resident, and that we would have a lien on that property for the loan until they pay off that loan. How would we have a loss?
Looking for, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Catherine Winkleman. I'm a senior project manager in the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, and I administer the Better Homes Hamilton pilot program. I suppose, I do believe that most municipalities that run this program do have a loan, like a loan loss reserve. So I think it's just an extra insurance to make sure that we recover any funds should there be any kind of issue. But to give you a detailed answer on that, I'd have to go back and look at the program design. I don't know if, yeah, I think that's the best that I can answer you right now, but I'm happy to dive deeper into that and find a more comprehensive answer for you.
And I appreciate that. May I, Deputy Mayor, may I refer the question to GM Zagaric? My understanding when we approved this, that they were loans, they would be paid out over a period of 10 to 15 years, and that we would put liens on their houses for the value of the loan in the eventuality that they defaulted on the loan. So then the question becomes, if we have that mitigation in place, why are we setting aside $275,000 for losses?
Through the chair, the councillor is correct in that these are local improvement charges that are added onto the property tax roll and to the property taxes for the participating properties. If those property owners default on the local improvement charges, we would look to secure those charges against the property, and only in the situation where the overall outstanding balance exceeds the value of the property, which is very rare with the exception of some industrial properties, never been the case with a residential property, would the city potentially realize a loss.
So then in reference to item E, where it says the cost for program administration, including loan loss provisions for the incubation stage of the Better Homes Hamilton program. So I can understand that there may be costs for program administration that we need to set aside funding for. I get that. But I'm troubled by the statement including loan loss provisions, because academically and practically there should never be a loan loss provision needed because we put liens on the property.
So
Through the chair, happy to take this offline and work with the Climate Change Office to see whether or not there's an opportunity for clarity and recognizing there may be administrative costs. There are administrative costs, but ensure that the city has practices to secure those local improvement charges against the property and minimize risk to the corporation.
So to that end, Deputy Mayor, can I ask then through the clerks that we direct staff to come back at council with the modified language for that item E? How would we be doing that?
I could go through the clerk, but I think we could just refer back to a future meeting.
Well, I'm not sure we need to refer the entire item back to a future meeting. We can approve it today with the direction that item E be referred to staff for proper wording before council in consideration of the fact that we have liens on the property, so there should be no loan loss.
Appreciative of that direction. I think that's something that we can accommodate.
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, I'm just opening the report. Councillor, when you speak to item E,
yes,
it's on page
3 of 6.
3 of 6, so that's not part of the recommendations, that's in the body of the report. So we don't typically change bodies of reports, but what we could do is have staff come back with a memo with more information, perhaps correcting the language that's there. As for the recommendation doesn't reference that E at all. It's just that the bylaw be approved. So you could approve the bylaw today. You could either put it in formal direction that you'd like staff to come back, or if staff are going to bring a memo back to council, that would be fine as well. I'll leave it up to the councillors how they want to handle it.
Thank you. So I understand that we don't generally edit reports that have come in from staff, but this report has a factual error in it. And so somehow we have to paper that, because we don't want the report in the future when people are reading it to be reading something that is inaccurate. So at some point we need to, whether or not it's an information report that refers back to this, there needs to be something that clarifies this.
Councillor Clark, I'm going to let the mayor speak, and then we'll go to GM Prasad.
Thanks. I'm wondering if we could just direct staff to clean up the language before the bylaw is put before council next week, so that when I sign the bylaw, we know what we're signing, and we know what we're approving as a council in terms of the detail. Is that?
Yes, that's exactly
possible?
what I'm asking for, please.
Angela, is that possible?
So through the Deputy Mayor, just to be clear with staff, the bylaw itself is correct in the way it's written. It's just in the report it references some incorrect material. Is that correct?
Yes, Arvind Prasad, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. I believe that is correct. So I think the best in terms of traceability, and traceability is very important, the best thing to do is have a memo on the agenda. The memo will specifically outline the current wording for item E and show a revised wording.
Thank you. And I'm not, there's no intention here to disparage any staff. They're using this based on what other municipalities have done in similar programs. Totally understand that, would have done the same thing, but we need to make sure that our documentation is 100% accurate. So I appreciate the intervention, Mayor.
Are you finished, Mayor? Okay. So my understanding is that we're going to have direction through a memo in an agenda to show the revisions at some point. Do we need a timeline on that, GM?
I believe it's coming to council.
Okay, so at council, thank you. So I'm thinking at this point right now, not seeing any other questions. Councillor Clark, if you're finished. Okay, thank you. So at this point, understanding that, I think that we can have an electronic vote to approve the recommendations going forth, and then we will review it at council. So please indicate your vote now, and it's going to be electronic. Councillor Beatty has his thumb up. That passes 16-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to 8.2 LRTC 26001, Light Rail Transit Subcommittee Minutes, March 31st, 2026. May I have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? I'm going to go up to Councillor Nan and Councillor Clark. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the item? Looking around. Can't see. Councillor Clark? Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you for that. I'm wondering if the LRT Transit Subcommittee could take a look at the plans by Metrolinx to eliminate all the trees on King Street. I'm not sure it's absolutely necessary. I know that they can be an inconvenience, as many developers have told us over the years, but we're fighting tooth and nail to get more canopy, and it would appear that Metrolinx, in their wisdom, is going to eliminate the trees. So I'm not sure. I'll refer to my colleague, Councillor Kretsch, please. Thank you.
At this time, Councillor Nan's actually up. Okay, thank you, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. I was just going to answer the question. So it has been something that's been raised by the community. It's been raised at the subcommittee. It's been raised for many, many years. My understanding from city staff in the LRT office is that because some of the utilities will be moving under the sidewalks and adjacent to property lines, that deters the ability for viable tree planting, especially in the most narrow corridors of the LRT line. There are some areas that will see some tree planting, is my understanding, and there is going to be a, what do you call it, when you compensate the number of trees, but they get relocated to an area where they can be viably planted and grow into maturity, is the existing agreement. And
thank you,
happy
Councillor.
to defer to staff to provide any further details if needed.
Not seeing anyone from staff reaching out.
Through you, Chair. Director, LRT office. Yeah, so you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, so as Councillor Nan mentioned, this is exactly, so city has pretty robust bylaws in terms of tree removal. So this project will be using those tree bylaws, whatever the replacement policy is. So in terms of Metrolinx, they will be taking the inventory, how many trees are being relocated, and there are species and all those kind of things as per horticulture. So those will be tracked, and they will bring those information, and then the city bylaw will be used in terms of replacement policies.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, anything else?
Yeah, I don't like it. We have our bylaws in place for a purpose. Moving the trees to other locations defeats the purpose of having the trees along the corridor. Metrolinx should be doing as much as they can to accommodate the trees in the locations that are there. My experience with the Ministry of Transportation is they always take the easy way. So they'll gut everything in sight and start over again. But you're starting over with trees that are diminished in size and takes years to grow, and they're not exactly in the same location. So the impact on the community is significant. So my preference would be to push back, but I'll leave it to the committee.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I think there's been a fair amount of oxygen coming out of me anyways at the LRT subcommittee over the years about this very issue. The area where we'll see the most tree losses, there'll be a most impact is in Ward 2. And because of the nature of the way the roadway width works, and because of the size of the LRT track and the train, the way it works, some trees cannot be saved. It's just not possible. It's not about pushing back. It's about saying either we're having the LRT or we're not. If we're having the LRT, there's some corridors, like especially in the International Village, where it's extremely narrow. What we're going to be able to do at best there is maintain enough space for the LRT and some amenities to make it work out there. What we are doing is putting as many trees as possible to maintain the canopy down all the side streets. And I will say this, and Metrolink's committed in meetings I've had with them to ensuring that they're going to modify the tree plan they had from years ago. So years and years and years ago, this wasn't as prominent of a discussion. Many people have reached out in the intervening time since the LRT was canceled to say, listen, we really have to think about how we're doing this. And so that discussion is very, very present and happening. And it's not just simply a matter of us maintaining our bylaws. Everybody wants to see trees and tree canopy there. So we're actually thinking also about creative solutions, like what does it look like if we can't plant a tree somewhere? Can we do things like create arches with greenery, create shade, other kinds of ways to bring that life to the area? And those are also being considered. So we're talking about things like the archway, for instance, at the gateway. Can we improve that? What about down the corridor at special places when we put in pedestrian infrastructure? Can we create spaces above and around that we can then create shade from? So this is a pretty pressing consideration, especially since Ward 2 is one of the places with the lowest amount of tree canopy in the city. So yeah, I take your concerns seriously. I'm just letting you know, as a bona fide tree hugger, I'll do my best.
Thanks for that insight, Councillor Kretsch. Just surveying the crowd for any other comments. Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. I know this has been an issue of concern. It's a matter of space and overall the enabling of what will fundamentally be green infrastructure, and also the conversion of Main Street, according to Complete Street guidelines, will enable the addition of trees along that boulevard. Thank you. Happy to hear about the support for trees in the urban area.
Thank you. At this time, looks like we're going to require the electronic vote to approve the recommendations. Please indicate your vote when it comes up. I see that it's up now. Thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. That vote carries 16-0. Thank you. We're moving on to 8.3, HSC 26020, Housing Focused Community Liaison Group, citywide. Looks like it's Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services, will provide the committee with an overview of the report. Carry on, Michelle.
Thank you. Through the chair, the report before you is recommending that we dissolve the Housing and Homelessness Advisory Committee. So this was a committee that existed, and since the time that it was established as part of the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan back in 2013. Since that time, we're in a different context. And in fact, we have a number of advisory tables and groups where information and advice is provided to Housing Services, the Housing Secretariat. We have the Housing and Homelessness Action Planning Table. That group continues. It's also part of the Community Advisory Board that we're required to have as part of our Reaching Home commitment. We have a Community Partnership Table that was established through the Secretariat. We also have a research table as part of our tenant support program, and on that table, tenants and tenant representatives are there. So lots of opportunity for voices to be heard. The other piece that's important to share, I think, is that often in these particular advisory committees and with these types of discussions, people are quite honest and forthcoming, and we're grateful for that with how they share their experiences and what their needs are with respect to housing solutions. And they're not necessarily things that how to say it, like they don't necessarily fit well in public meetings, but are better suited to advisory tables in the way they're housed right now.
Thank you, Michelle. May I have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Kassar and the mayor, thank you. Any comments? Surveying the group, not seeing any. No more discussion on this item then. We will require an electronic vote to approve the recommendations. Please indicate your vote now. Vote is up. That vote carries 15-1. Thank you. Moving on to 8.4, PED 26082, Biodiversity Action Plan Agreement and Progress. It's citywide. Looks like we have Thomas Werchach, and Senior Project Coordinator of Biodiversity Action Plan, will provide committee with an overview of the report. Thomas, please pronounce your name for us so I know exactly how to say it.
Here we go. Hello there, through the chair. Name's Tom Wietechok, the Senior Program Coordinator for the Hamilton Biodiversity Action Plan. So we're here to really present the agreement in terms of reference that the 6 partner agencies have been working to put together since Council agreed about the to implement the BAP last year. So it outlines partner commitments to fulfilling the BAP actions and city commitments as well. And those are kind of the recommendations being presented in front of council for this report.
Thanks, Thomas. Well, thank you for yelling that out, Councillor. I would just like to say that I think we have to have a get mover and a seconder for this. So I'll go to Councillor Wang for moving and Councillor Cooper for seconding. Is there any other discussions on the item? Surveying. Yeah, I was just surveying everybody first. Okay, Councillor Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Fully supportive of the agreement. I can recall having my first discussions about the biodiversity agreement and action plan with members of the Hamilton Naturalist Club, and that was going back to perhaps the middle of last term. And so it's taken a while to get to where we are. But I think it's been a worthwhile process, and the terms of reference, I think, are excellent. I do want to calm any nerves in the room. The agreement indicates the Hamilton Region Conservation Authority, HCA, will be a party to the agreement. In all of the virtual meetings that I, as chair of the HCA, and CAO Lisa Burnside have attended, the minister and the provincial conservation executive for UPCA have committed that all MOUs, agreements, contracts for the local conservation authorities will remain in effect as the local conservation movement, if you will continue on with local autonomy. So I just want everyone to understand that what we're doing here is completely legitimate with what the minister is saying, what the government is committed to. If they proceed with this, I understand that we'll deal with a separate motion in a few minutes, but I just wanted to give some comfort to the folks around the room that the HCA is still going to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Any other comments? Looking up on the screen, not seeing any hands raised. Okay, thank you. At this time, it seems like there's no more discussion. We will require an electronic vote to approve the recommendations. Please indicate your vote now. That carries 16-0. Moving on to 8.5, PBLC 26001, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee Minutes, April 2nd, 2026. May I have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Beattie, and we'll go with Councillor Wang again. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the item? Councillor Beattie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you, just kind of mirroring some of the comments made earlier during the delegations from our trustee partners from HWDSB. There's a lot of good stuff that happens when the two of our organizations collaborate, and I think that there's embedded in this report some of that. We'll be having a conversation at Public Works with regards to a possible strategy to reinvigorate potentially some of the facilities in a community school that benefit the greater good and have a potential benefit for a particular community within our city. So looking forward to having those conversations at Public Works. And again, just really speaks to the ability of our two organizations to work well together and get things done for broader community benefits. So hopefully this will be accepted, and look forward to future conversations between our two organizations.
Thanks, Councillor. Surveying the room for any other comments. Not seeing any online, not seeing any here. We will require an electronic vote to approve the recommendations. Please indicate your vote now. And that carries 16-0. We're on to 8.6 PED 24163E, final 10-year downtown Hamilton revitalization strategy citywide. We have Phil Caldwell, Manager of Commercial Districts and Small Business, will provide committee with an overview of the report. Phil, you have the floor. And also I see that we have consultant Christophe, I'm going to try, Rivet, Principal of Cultural Spaces.
Through the chair, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Phil Caldwell, Manager of Commercial Districts and Small Business, and I'm joined today by Christophe Rivet, Principal of Cultural Spaces, and we're here to introduce Report PED 24163E, which represents a committee for committee consideration for the final 10-year downtown revitalization strategy and a number of associated staff recommendations respecting downtown. By way of background, in December 2024, Council directed staff to advance this strategy in response to community concern the downtown was in a state of decline. Since that time, staff supported by our consultants, Cultural Spaces, have undertaken extensive engagement, including broad public outreach, stakeholder roundtable discussions, and cross-departmental collaboration. In July 2025, staff reported back to this committee on what we had heard through that engagement. Following that, a draft version of the strategy was then presented to committee in December 2025 for information and feedback. Today, staff are bringing forward the final strategy, which incorporates refinements based on committee direction and additional re-engagement with key stakeholders, as well as a number of early initiatives that can be actioned in 2026 without any new funding being required. The strategy before you today is intentionally implementation-focused. It establishes a clear mission and vision, guiding principles, strategic priorities, and a phased set of actions aimed at restoring confidence in downtown, improving day-to-day conditions, and supporting long-term revitalization. The first 1 to 3 years of the strategy focus on trust building and early wins, with an emphasis on improved cleanliness, quicker maintenance and repairs, enhanced lighting and safety, consistent activation of our public spaces, and direct support for businesses and residents. Years 3 to 5 build on that foundation to advance more complex and transformative initiatives, including catalytic redevelopment opportunities, coordinated public realm investments, and the creation of integrated public spaces. Today, staff are recommending that Council approve the strategy and direct that it be incorporated into departmental work plans across the city. To further support implementation, staff are also requesting direction to initiate a governance review respecting the downtown and West Harbour roles and responsibilities within the city with a report back by early 2027. That economic development be confirmed as the interim implementation lead until that governance review is completed. as well as advance a series of early momentum-building initiatives to begin this year. These early initiatives being recommended by staff include piloting permanent infrastructure improvements on James Street North to better support festivals and events, activating underutilized spaces such as John Rebecca Park and York Boulevard, auditing and improving lighting on city streets, laneways, parks, and municipal parking lots to enhance safety, developing a downtown wayfinding strategy, advancing planning for the future of Commonwealth Square and an entertainment district around TD Coliseum, as well as ensuring the continuation of successful initiatives already, such as the King William Street Summer Pedestrianization Program in partnership with the Downtown BIA. I want to highlight again that the early initiatives being recommended by staff do not require any new funding and can be advanced using existing budgeted resources, including $1 million already allocated in Economic Development's approved 2026 budget. In closing, the strategy and the actions staff are recommending today go beyond just addressing immediate challenges, but also represent a prudent investment in the long-term health of downtown, an area that is a major contributor to the city's commercial tax base, a significant driver of tourism, and home to tens of thousands of Hamiltonians. By emphasizing visible results, flexibility, cross-departmental coordination, and accountability through annual reporting to Council, staff believe this strategy will provide the city with a practical roadmap for sustained revitalization of downtown. Thank you, and staff and Christophe are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. So as the chair, I've had a prior request from Councillor Kretsch to move it and from the mayor to be the seconder. And basically we'll put the item on the floor and we'll go with Councillor Kretsch first.
Thanks very much. I'm excited to see this. I understand that we've had a lot of conversations over the last 25 years since amalgamation with different kinds of plans, Gore Park revitalization plans, Vision 2020, all kinds of different things have come up for the city to consider. What's different about this from my perspective is partly the process that the consultants and our staff went through in terms of engagement. I'll say that I had lots of meetings, relatively speaking, with the people engaged in this and made sure that there was a real engagement with folks who may not normally be part of the conversation. Look, we all understand how it works in a city. If you're a big business or you're someone who's calling over to Economic Development's office on a regular basis, you're well known to them. We know who you are. Your name's out in the public. But there's tons of people downtown who have not been able to engage in this process. Lots of small businesses who don't have that perspective, aren't calling in who to speak to. Sorry, I'll just wait.
Sorry, Councillor.
It's okay. So that's really important. And also what I'll say, and I appreciate in this very long report, is that there is a focus and a discussion of the people who live downtown. I'll say it until everyone knows it by heart. Almost 80% of the people who live here are tenants. They rent their homes in the downtown core. And for a long time, they've been absent from these discussions. Yes, the downtown core is the economic engine of our city. Yes, it's got $5 billion in assessed property value. And no, it's not like other downtowns around the city. I hope that doesn't hurt anyone's feelings, but it's just not. Our downtown in this city is a unique place. It is the economic engine of our city like many other cities, and it needs to be treated differently. Do other downtowns need to be helped as well? Certainly, but that's not the discussion on the table today. I listened passionately and clearly to the folks who delegated today and talked about the different issues they've been having and how they haven't seen a coordination, they haven't seen governance at the city. We're moving toward doing stuff now with the downtown subcommittee. That's helpful, but we need to be more coordinated. There's simply, frankly, too much going on here every day. As a downtown councillor, I can tell you that it's more than a full-time job to stay on top of what's happening here in my role as a councillor. And there's many, many other people who are living downtown, almost 40,000 people and businesses. We have 1,200 businesses downtown, 1,200. We can't coordinate those without BIAs, and most of them are outside of BIAs. We can't get to often folks who are living in buildings easily. We have to think about that thoughtfully. I can't tell you the number of conversations I had where I feel like I broke the city when I came here and said, nope, we're going to have to be able to actually mail things out to the tenants here in living in Ward 2. We're going to have to be able to target apartment buildings. Things that I thought that were in place here that weren't. Simple things like that to be able to reach and engage people just don't exist. So this is going to transform that. Also, I'm happy to say that in our first year of this project, and you can look in the different charts for the different stages of years, we're going to be using existing city resources. So $1,075,000 will be coming from internal resources. And then there's an ask for $50,000 with respect to another part of the program. So this is not an ask that's going to be hitting anyone who's concerned about the budget or the tax levy, but to be fair, in future years, the budget will be structured with asks for the next 10 years. So people will have lots of notice of that, they'll be able to see it. That is not on the table today. All that's on the table today is asking for existing resources. If I sound a little bit fierce or a little bit passionate about this, because I walk the streets here every day. I see the impacts of us not investing in our downtown. And I don't mean necessarily pouring in millions and millions of dollars and hoping for the best. I mean a coordinated downtown office that's able to take control of these things, look at them in a way that makes sense, and ensure that people are being served. This isn't just about also the people who live here, but everybody who wants to come here. We want everyone from around the city and around the area to come to downtown Hamilton. We want them to feel a pride of place. And we want to be able to respond nimbly and thoughtfully in a nuanced manner when stuff happens. You can't do that if you're not deeply coordinated. And that's one of the things that this whole program is about. We heard from every delegate this morning that that's the thing they were missing. That's the thing they cared about. That's what they want to see, is a team approach. Well, we can't do it if it doesn't start here. Having a downtown subcommittee, it's a great start. It gets us some coordination going. But when we're trying to have conversations about things across departments, we need a central group of people to be able to have those detailed conversations, sitting down with people in every department, gathering information and coming forward with a solution. That's tedious work, it's time consuming, and if people think it doesn't take up hours and hours and hours of the week, it does. So we need to be able to resource that. If we want a great downtown, we're gonna have to resource that downtown. I'll stand behind this plan, ask everybody else to support this plan, and look forward to seeing everything we achieve in the next 10 years to make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch, just under the wire there. Our list consists of the mayor, Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Kassar. If anybody else wants to come on, I see Councillor Wang, just let me know, signal, and you'll be asked to come on appropriately at that time. Mayor.
Thanks very much. I want to start by saying that I appreciate the comments of the Ward 2 councillor. He was absolutely correct in describing the effort that it takes to represent the dynamic Ward 2. And I want to reiterate or kind of maybe second his emotion, if you will, around the work that was done by the consultant and by our staff to have a really comprehensive look at our downtown and a really comprehensive engagement process that wasn't just one and done, that really kind of re-upped until a product came that's before us today. That's something I think we can all be not only proud of, but excited about. And so to Christoph and your team and your firm, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. To Phil, Norm, Economic Development team led by Arvin under planning, I just want to say that this strategy has to live beyond all of us in this room. I mean, we'll all be here, fingers crossed, in 10 years perhaps, maybe not here around this table, but physically alive, hopefully. But the point is, this is a living document and it's a living strategy. In other words, it's not something to be just put on a shelf and collect dust, because it's got great concepts, great ideas, wonderful kind of process to have created it, and then we're just gonna all have a rah-rah and put it somewhere and it'll collect dust for the next who knows when. That's not something that this is about, and maybe that's why it's called a strategy as opposed to a plan, because you can plan the work, but you always have to work the plan, and sometimes the work the plan stuff doesn't really happen. And so I think that the way that this is not only has the way that it's evolved, but also the way that it is even in front of us in terms of what it's being labeled, but also the incremental pieces around the phases, the priorities in the various years, the commitment initially, the initial commitment to not only resource the first kind of year, if you will, but to acknowledge what's already being done. And I think that's really important. We all know that downtowns, including our downtown, took a huge hit with COVID. And downtown was getting better here in Hamilton prior to COVID. Everywhere I go, every city I've been in since COVID, they have the same challenges. And that's just not here in Canada, that's other places as well. And what we've been able to do is, between then and now, really bring some hope and momentum back into our downtown. So the vision is there, but the momentum, the hope, breathing life back into our downtown is something that we've been doing already. In whether it's the investment with the TD Coliseum, whether it's what's happening with the restaurant scene and the culinary scene, whether it's the housing, and yes, there has been housing density increasing in the downtown, whether it is the activations and the attention towards the safety and towards the cleanliness piece. Lots of that internal, much of it also through committee work and direction in that regard. But what this strategy does is it says to us as councillors, this is the time to really commit to not only the heart and soul of our city, the beating heart and soul of our city. That's what a downtown is. And I don't disagree that the various communities that make up our city have wonderful, unique spaces, downtowns, cores, if you will. But the city of Hamilton per se, the downtown core is this one that is in front of us today. And it's not just the beating heart. It's actually the door to our city. It's literally it's how people view a city. I don't think about Boston without thinking about the Boston Common and the downtown. You know, I don't think about New York without thinking about, you know, the downtown of New York, some of the boroughs, yes, but you know, Times Square. So when we think about our downtown and we look at why do we care about it, why do we invest in it, why do we think it's important, it's because it is the front door to the city of Hamilton, and it is our reputation, it's how we're perceived, it draws investment, it draws, you know, it draws talent, it draws people, it draws immigration, it draws all kinds of vibrancy, it draws arts and culture. It's a space that we all need to be, I think, equally committed to understanding why it is so important. And so I think that this strategy helps us to remind ourselves about why the downtown is so important and why we need to be intentional about the work we do there, to give it the opportunity to thrive the way it should be thriving and can be thriving, no doubt about it. I also want to say, and I don't want to belabor it, but I do want to say that the strategy initially being shepherded by the economic development team is very, very welcome, because we can't just have this strategy approved and then wait for, you know, a more specific management or governance approach to take place. The idea that we actually need to do that is really, really valued from my perspective, because what does happen is we all have our other things to do, and downtown becomes an item that ends up on the side of people's desks. And that's not to put fault or blame anywhere, but this is a busy city writ large, and staff have lots of things to do. But by creating a committed ownership going forward in terms of how this strategy it continues to thrive and continues to be realized, is extremely, extremely important. So I particularly appreciate that part of the recommendations as well. I know I'm over, Chair, and I'm sorry about that, but I want to say congratulations and thank you, and I really look forward to what we can do as a council, but also what the broader community can do, economic community, housing, residential community, tourist community, the entire community can do to to make sure that this is realized. You've done an amazing job, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. A vibrant city serves us all well. So we're going to go down to Councillor Clark. You're on.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The first recommendation indicates that the 10-year downtown Hamilton revitalization strategy contained in Appendix A be approved. So when I'm reviewing Appendix A, I don't see costs over the 10 years. So what's the estimated or costs that you came up with?
Through the chair, we don't have that answer. So what's been identified in the strategy are magnitudes of cost. So in some of the charts, you will see dollar signs that are indicating what we understand to be the magnitude or order of cost that will be required. Frankly, we are providing $1 million from economic development to get things going. The future costs will need to be future determinations by council, and I do suspect that the governance review that comes back will need to speak to what those needs might be going forward.
So, Deputy Mayor, there are 67 actions or recommendations. The vast majority under cost confidence indicated that they've been costed. So how is it that we don't know what the cost is for 10 years if the vast majority of the items you're indicating have been costed or estimated, and there are a few in there that are unknown?
Thank you. So the strategy behind this costing was to determine what was feasible in the first few years, and our first priority was to make sure that we could use the resources that existed. The second strategy is that we were trying to build confidence over time, which means that the actions are meant to be aligned as much as possible with what operational budget could realistically be associated for each of the actions and each of the departments associated with these actions. It's a bit of a convoluted answer to essentially say that overall, some of these actions are not exceptional in nature. You should be able to consider them as part of operational budgets. But to Phil's point, there are decisions to be made, and the decisions will be made based on the work that you'll be doing in the next little while to consider the governance, and then that's where these costings will be adjusted. It's inevitable that over the next 5 years, costs will be assessed differently than they are today. But as I said, the logic is that we're trying to align as much as possible with the operational budgets that you would reasonably expect for certain types of standard operations. But these will have to be assessed as part of the exercise that needs to be undertaken for governance.
So, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to draw out a few of the actions that we're approving today. Item 12 is build the internal capacity, undertake major site rehabilitation and development projects to include the John A. Macdonald School, the police headquarters, Jackson Square, City Center, Commonwealth Square, and a number of other items. Item 15, design a rent-to-own pilot program. It's showing costed, by the way. Design a downtown service standard, implement a downtown service standard, implement a rent-to-own pilot program, launch the coordination unit potential downtown office, implement recommendations of the audit and lighting safety conditions. And I can continue to go down. There's a number of them. Invest in scaling up conversion projects, launch a Main Street First investment program to prioritize Main Street, King Street, James Street, and York Boulevard. We're being asked to approve these actions, and we don't have costing. So I'm kind of flummoxed by that. And then in another situation in the recommendations, Tourism Division be directed to engage the downtown BIA for ongoing operator of the King William Summer Pedestrianization Program, cost limited to $50,000 annual with annual increase tied to inflation. We don't do that anywhere in our budget. So I have concerns. I supported where we were going, and I support the beginning of this process. But when you've got a document that shows the majority of items showing costed, yet nobody can provide me the actual costs, and the document literally says we're approving Appendix A. So in the future, regardless of who gets elected here, Appendix A will exist as an item that was approved by this council to begin this 10-year strategy. So I'm looking to our front bench, help me understand and rationalize how I'm supposed to approve this without knowing the values that the report says are costed, and we're asked to approve it over 10 years.
Sorry, I understood the question was for the front bench. So
Yeah,
I didn't respond. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Through the chair to Councillor Clark, I think one of the things is in undertaking this report, the main focus, and staff came back to me many times on this, is the reallocation and reprioritization of existing resources. And that became kind of like the mantra from which we kind of move forward on this project. It's really looking at existing resources. Now, there is some allocation with economic development in the division to support this, and I think Norm Schleland, the director, is here who can speak more specifically to that aspect of it. But the base condition, or the base starting point, was that we did not want to put a strategy forward on the downtown that imposed costs on the city that was unsustainable. So part of it is, how can we do things better? And I think that's part of the, really honestly, I think it's the only way to look at this, is how can we use our existing resources better to implement some of the changes here. As we move forward with implementation and get a better understanding, we can obviously bring back status reports and further costing as we implement.
I understand that, and GM Prasad, what it does not indicate is what resources you're going to reallocate. You have $1 million that you've taken out of economic development, but this report has 67 actions, many of which that are indicating as being costed, all of which we're being asked to approve today. So at the next council, regardless of who gets elected, this report's going to come back and they're going to say, well, this was approved by the previous council. And here's how much it's going to cost now. So I have concerns about it. I don't dispute that we need to do the work, and I've supported Councillor Kretsch in the work that needs to be done. But how we're doing it here is problematic for me. You can't tell me how much it's going to cost to implement 67 actions. Your own consultant couldn't tell me what the costs are, and yet the document says cost confidence, costed, but the number's not there. Under dollar signs on the cost here, it just shows a dollar sign. So nowhere in the report does it show any of the costings, even an estimate. But we're being asked to approve Appendix A in its totality today with wording that says build, implement. So I've got concerns, Deputy Mayor, and I think I've expressed myself, and I just don't understand
how we could be asked to approve this holus bolus without that information.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to go to, this is my list as of right now. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Wang, Councillor Cooper, Councillor McBeacon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm really appreciative of the report. I've read through it once, going to have to take another read through it to fully absorb it. I can say I've seen Phil at many events throughout the city, soliciting the feedback, so really appreciative of that. And just on the comments around different hubs within the city, I think it's very important for someone representing a former township to speak out, because I know there's been investments in Ancaster. We have the Memorial Arts Center, which is a huge investment on the city. More recently, I've made some modest investments on beautification, working on other things that maybe there'll be future announcements. But as the mayor and Councillor Crutch said, the downtown is what people think of when they don't live in Hamilton, and we're driving tourism with the TD Coliseum and arts and everything else. So I think it's very important. I'm supportive. I did want to pick up where Councillor Clark left off, because my understanding, having done strategic work in the past, is you have a multi-year strategic plan, and it outlines where you want to go, and you find the tactical operational implementation details and costing as you go along, because just as we do, I think, with every master plan that we have, is every year through the budget, we're going to say, are we doing this with existing operational funds? Do we need to invest more? So I just wanted to pause there. I'll have some further questions on funding, but whoever's maybe the city manager to answer that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that's the intent with this report, that you bring forward a strategy, and in this case, a 10-year plan, so that you have a roadmap ahead. But we understand that it has to come forward to council each term, but also each year, because your roadmap has to be supported by a budget plan. And each year is unique, and you have different context. So the intent would be that there are available funds for this year, but subsequent years, you're approving, if approved, the strategy or the roadmap for the 10 years in principle, and that each year when you need to invest, that's built in. And also because then you need to make sure that the costing is aligned with the current conditions. So costs can change over time, especially when you're looking at a big program such as this, and so you would need to return with that detailed information each year.
Okay, thank you for that. So my summary is we're approving a plan, a strategic plan. Operational details of that will follow in future years, and we'll have the opportunity to lean into it, step back, turn a little bit if we need to. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. But continuing on with that, some of the outcomes in some of the actions or the higher levels were return on investment, ROI. And I just wanted to get some more input on that, because I think it's very important to not just talk about costs, but to talk about the benefit. And I think there's a lot of intangible benefits everyone sitting around the table can figure that are going to happen here: cleanliness, comfort. It's a very detailed report. But it's about communicating, expressing, making sure that return on investment is understood, and quantifying that just as much or more as the cost, because I'm sure there's going to be a multiplier effect, having seen things like this before. So maybe to the project team to just speak on that topic to help us a little bit, please.
Through the chair. So I think I'll start just by saying that there's a reason economic development was involved in this. There's traditional economic development with greenfield development and manufacturing plants and things like that. And then our team specifically is meant to address the value add that our urban area and our commercial districts provide to the city. That's not always about just bringing a company into downtown. It's about creating an environment that a business or a person wants to live or work in. So our approach to economic development within these areas is focusing on cleanliness, placemaking, an active environment. Our preeminent goal is the more people downtown, the better. to attracting of businesses to that area as a place they want to be in. Everything we've outlined here does not have a direct ROI, but over time will create the environment that will, I firmly believe, will return an investment to the city in terms of the businesses that are attracted here, the residents that live here, and the investment that we will see through new housing downtown. This is needed in order to keep that growth going for our downtown. And so it's not a direct line of sight, but we're confident that the indirect matters that we're addressing here have a substantial return on investment. And I would say that you will also see that return on investment incrementally through things like our tax grant program. So we offer incentives for people to develop downtown. We report on the return on investment through those programs all the time. X amount of dollars are invested through construction, and here's the tax uplift you're going to get from the city over the life of the development, which is a magnificent multiplier of what the initial grant is that we provide. Though the more we can get of that through creating conditions that allow for those developments to happen, for those businesses to come in, is the city's return. And,
Yeah, thanks for that very eloquent response. And, I would just offer up an example of the topics from earlier today when we talk about people who are unsheltered and drug use. With better economic activity and more vibrant city, that would be a huge return on investment because there'd be an improvement in that, which is, of course, hard to quantify, but, there is math to go back into it. We have to spend less on housing and support and services. Just continuing on that theme, kind of further along in the report, it got to the point where it mentioned that it's not just the city, it's the private sector, it's not for profit, and it's also upper levels of government that need to invest and be part of this. Great example of that is TD Coliseum. I'm sure we're going to be using that example many times over the coming years. If you could just speak to that, because it's not just about the city investing money. We could not, would not, and should not do this all by ourselves.
Through the chair, absolutely. So I think through our engagement, and I know Christophe would back me up on this probably, is that a downtown is not revitalized solely through the efforts of the municipal government. It involves a number of stakeholders, and that's who we've been trying to engage with to ensure that when we bring the strategy forward, there is buy-in from a number of partners that we will work with to bring the downtown to what we want it to be collectively. I think we've noted previously that there is some distrust out there about the city as a governance body and what we've been able to do so far for the downtown. Part of building that trust back in the community is leveraging the knowledge and expertise of the stakeholders, whether it be private sector, not-for-profit sector, to work with them to affect the change that we're trying to achieve downtown. It can't just be the city, but we need this roadmap in principle in order to set the direction, to show our commitment to downtown, and that we are aligning ourselves and opening ourselves to a plan that will allow stakeholders to come to us and us engage with them to work together.
And if I may add through the chair, I think what we've heard throughout and what we tried to make clear in the strategy is that there is a distinction between leadership and doing everything. And what you pointed out was that part where it's clear that not everything can be done by the city. However, the expectation is quite clear that the city does lead through commitment this transformation. And there is no doubt that the other levels of government have an important, critical, essential role for this to happen. But it will only happen through the leadership of the city. And that's what the stakeholders are expecting. That's what the not-for-profit sector is expecting. And that's the message we wanted to convey.
Yeah, thanks very much. And just a real quick closing comment, if I may. I spend a lot of time in all parts of the city. Most of the time I would spend in Ward 12 and Ancaster, but I get pulled to other parts of the city, mostly for bookstores and record stores, because there are no independent bookstores and record stores in Ancaster. There are in downtown, there are in Waterdown, Dundas. Yes, Ottawa Street. So I guess I make that point because we need to think of ourselves as a city, because not everything is offered in every individual ward, because cities are not don't thrive and get built by arbitrary ward lines, and the biggest draw is to downtown, and that's I think why there's an important investment here. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. We're going to go to Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Back in the day when I used to work for Norm Schlehan, way back in the day, we had worked on the big economic development action plan, and it was a multi-year strategy. And I do recall that it was a huge endeavor, but it wasn't costed to the year. And so it was one of those things where it was kind of built into our work plans. It was kind of built into having the big strategic plan. At least as an economic development worker, I was able to see and have line of sight into where we wanted to go and what we wanted to do. My question is, unlike the economic development action plan, where it was kind of housed inside of economic development, and we all had our own sort of responsibilities to it, how would we get this downtown revitalization strategy? Because this is going to be multi-departmental, especially when we try and hit some of those like low-hanging fruit and the quick wins that I think in the Appendix A. So how do we get more of that buy-in? Because again, unlike the EDAP, it was us that did it, but now this is meant to be a whole of the city.
Good afternoon, Norm Schlehan, Director of Economic Development. And if we take a look at a good example of the Economic Development Action Plan, and I would just say, not to be contrarian or anything else to what you've said, is that it did go beyond ECDEV. Like there were projects from Public Works that were in there that were budget, like the extension of Dartnell Road or 20 Road, those types of things that would have taken those allocations of, you know, those budgets. So in terms of like, I don't know what the cost of the Dartnell Road project, but to what Phil said earlier, a lot of those future projects and whatnot, there are costs that are potentially embedded within budgets already, and there's also that opportunity for, you know, sponsorship with private sector on initiatives as well. So that's all there. But to answer your question, and I'll put it over to Phil afterwards if I don't answer it fulsomely. I think the big difference with this strategy is basically getting our internal act together in terms of internal governance and how we can make sure that this is a priority for not just ECDEV, because ECDEV does have sort of, when it comes to downtown, we'll just throw it over to ECDEV, but there are so many pieces of the corporation that affect downtown, whether it be Public Works, whether it be healthy and safe communities, across the board. And so I think it's really a way of how do we coordinate those efforts. And I'll turn over to Phil to give you a little bit more elaboration.
Through the chair, and I'll just add to Norm that I come back to the governance piece as being a really integral element of understanding how this strategy can be led by an authority, if you will, to ensure that year over year these matters are being brought forward, incorporated into work plans, and being brought forward for council consideration where there's a specific cost that might be required for decision at that point. There's going to be internal opportunities for departmental collaboration through the West Harbour Downtown West Harbour Coordinating Committee that we currently have internally as well. Just to say that we don't have all the answers in strategy right now, but this is not dissimilar to other strategies that have been brought forward, and those key decision points lie ahead.
Thank you. And Norm, I only remember doing the things that I needed to do, the things that you were evaluating me on. So yes, Dartnell Road stuff, not in my portfolio. So now I'm going to remember that. I think that where I'm trying to get to the real crux of this is how do we as a bureaucracy move nimbly on this? Because I worry that this becomes another strategy that just kind of sits on a shelf, despite the fact that we need to have these actions now, and this report and appendix says it now. However, we all have every single department here has very different priorities. And especially when I look at GM Mater and she's thinking about, housing homelessness, and then I also look at CDO Cyrus, and he's saying, cybersecurity, and then I look at GM Kennedy and she's saying roads, and so I worry about the fact that we're all very disparate with all of the different priorities that we have, but how do we act nimbly on these, especially because the low-hanging fruit is really quite low-hanging fruit. And those could make a measurable impact and a measurable difference right away. So what's the way? I think I just need a little more assurance on how this is going to get prioritized. And I think City Manager Clucky wants to answer that question, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll start, but the team can certainly jump in. And the short answer to that is the momentum. There's momentum behind this initiative already. So the team at the city wasn't waiting for the downtown revitalization strategy. It's certainly an important body of work and sets that roadmap for 10 years, but we knew this was pivotal because the downtown is a beating heartbeat for us. We knew we had challenges downtown, and so there's been a number of measures taken to give it priority, and hopefully you've seen some of the efforts that have been happening across the organization. We have a cross-departmental team that comes to SLT every 2 weeks to report on what they're doing and progress that has been made. And there's been momentum across the city with so many partners coming together, identifying the challenges from all different levels, housing and homelessness in the downtown, the opioid crisis, economic development opportunities. And so there are so many forces coming together to push this forward that I feel like we can act nimbly in this moment and that we have that buy-in.
Thank you, City Manager. My last question through you, Deputy Mayor, is I recognize that in the report there is a yearly report back and a yearly evaluation of this, similar to how we had the EDAP. I know that Director Schleihan would come in front of council and just give us an update on this. So will this report back and feedback come in a similar fashion where we'll be able to almost get like a checklist and we can kind of say these are the things, yes, accomplished, in progress, that sort of thing?
Through the chair, it's weird to talk to you right beside you, but I don't know where to look. But through the chair, yes. Short answer is yes. Long answer is, so we will be reporting back annually through a state of the downtown that will occur in the first quarter of each year. That's our intention. It's a re-envisioned version of the commercial office vacancy reporting that we used to do. We noticed those reports were getting bigger and bigger in terms of the scope of what we were reporting on in terms of issues, so a more fulsome state of the downtown was needed. We intend for that to be the key reporting mechanism for accountability and transparency back to council on the work that's progressing, what's stalled, and what resources, if any, may be needed in order to expedite things that are not on track. And we will be benchmarking ourselves against key performance indicators that the consultant has identified for us within the strategy, as well as our traditional performance indicators around office vacancy progress, new housing development within the downtown, and some of those, to the point of the ROI, some of the things and results that we're seeing as a result of our efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wing. We're going to go to Councillor Cooper now.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on what Councillor Clark was asking about. So I know we don't have specific costs. Do we have a range of dollars what this is going to end up costing us? Like, do we, like you said, $1 to $1 billion? Like, we can go there if you want. I'm just asking for a range. Do we even have a range?
The range will vary over time and based on how much council wants to pursue a certain action or not.
So then it's safe to say what we have today is actually a strategy. It's certainly not a business case because you have no idea cost, you have no idea benefits. No. And no. It's not a plan either, okay? So it's a bunch of action items, but it's not a plan, okay? Let's be clear what we're talking about. We're throwing a bunch of words on the table here. And
Councillor, please consider your tone a little bit unparliamentary and make your point without making enemies. Thank you.
I hope I didn't make you as an enemy. Thank you, Chair. Let me rephrase. Thank you, Chair. Do we have a range of dollars? No.
Through the chair, no.
Okay.
Why does it say cost?
So just to clarify through the chair, there is a range. The range is within the actions that are contained in the plan. So we may not have an overall range of the cost of implementing everything, and rarely in a strategy like this do you get that opportunity to implement everything all at once. It takes time. It's a strategy that's going to take a number of years to implement over time. But if you actually look in the document, deep in the appendix, there is a range for every single action. So you have a range. If one were to add up the range, you'd get a very large range, yes, which is probably useless. Yes. But there is a range in terms of each specific action.
So I would agree it's a strategy. Is that fair in terms of general manager? Would you consider this a strategy?
I think it's, as the city manager said, it's a strategy. It's a great direction for the downtown. It doesn't have the costing that you're looking for, but it gives you a range of costing for each of the actions. And what it'll do is allow us to report back, I think, as the councillor said, on a regular basis. Those report backs, we can provide obviously much more clarity in terms of what the cost is going to be. But the number one thing with even that aspect of it is maximizing the available and internal resources that we have right now.
Thank you. And I understand, if it's correct, that the first few years we'll be getting money from economic development to use, the $1 million we've talked about, as we start to really understand more about it and start to build it out. So to Councillor Clark's point about approving Appendix A, hard to approve that if it's kind of like a blank check. But if we are approving the idea of like the $1 million that we're spending for the next number of years, that's a number that we all know what it is and we could approve that. So there's that opportunity as well.
That's correct. And I think Appendix A in itself, 90% of Appendix A is strategy and direction.
Yes. Yes, that's fair. And in terms of the cost that we're talking, or I'll say the funding for it, when we go around to other budget or the budget and say, hey, here's some money here we can use for this, and here's some money here we can use for that, it's not currently allocated to those items right now in the 67 list of items. So in some ways, we may be taking it from other priorities to fund these initiatives. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think the emphasis to the general manager's point is that to reallocate and reprioritize where appropriate and where council deems appropriate at each decision step.
So then would it also be fair to say if we have a $5.1 billion infrastructure gap, and let's just all assume that's the number, so that number could actually get larger as we reallocate things, so that could be whatever, 6.1 billion after we finish this reallocation. Potential, I don't know, I'm just asking.
Decisions by council through those determinations of what should or should not be prioritized could have knock-on effects to other items, yes.
In terms of next steps, would the next step be the idea that we're going to build out a detailed project plan, better understand dates and these decision points, maybe better understand what the deliverables might be in terms of quantifiable benefits?
Through the chair, absolutely. So our annual reporting to council is exactly where you would see us teeing up what the next round of actions or initiatives might be and outlining for council determination and discretion around prioritization and costs that might be required and what those allocations should or should not be. But the emphasis as far as what we're bringing forward today is that we have something ahead of us that we're pinning our requests to that should get us to a point that is the objective of the strategy, which is an improved downtown.
So to those who would ask, are we signing a blank check today?
Through the chair, there is no check being signed today. It is a strategy in the complete sense of the word. It is a roadmap for us to guide ourselves to for work for different departments and divisions to incorporate into their work, and where necessary, first and foremost, reprioritize or reallocate where feasible within the existing resources provided to each budget, through each budget to each department, and where that's not deemed feasible, bringing those asks to council and having those decisions made at that time.
So we're going to be doing this, if I understand correctly, year at a time. So we approved the $1 million today. That's right. For fiscal 2026. We do the budget in 2027. It'll be highlighted exactly what this ties to a 10-year plan. And at that point, we make those decisions and we just move forward on that basis.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Directionally, I support what we're doing. This gives me more comfort. I do like those decision points where it's going to be coming back here for approval. And so maybe some of this is just wording in terms of what we're approving. So we're not actually approving Appendix A. Maybe we can tweak that wording a little bit so we can get comfortable with that or however. But I like the way you've explained that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cooper. That was a great line of clarifying questions there. Moving forward, we're going to go to Councillor McMeekin, then we're going to go to Councillor Nan.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I hope to be able to make some helpful comments. You know, there's a reason we call this a strategy and not a work plan at this point. And I appreciate the clarifications around the potential for reallocating resources, et cetera, partnering. I mean, that's what the LRT is all about. That's a classic example of where we stand to benefit work-wise and investment-wise. If it parallels anywhere in your Kitchener, we're going to be in good shape. But by way of just preamble, I just want to make an observation. It took us as a city, whether you were in favor or not, 25 years to get our act together on the LRT, give or take half a decade maybe. But we finally got there, and we got there with some partner support. Thank God, we did, and some guarantees around that, which were also very helpful. There's a benefit to being visionary and bold. There's also a benefit to being prudent, and I would acknowledge that enthusiasm can be contagious, and I think we could use a little more contagion on some of these things, Madam Mayor and Chair. The vision part I think is really critical, and I want to just say for the record that as one who has the privilege of representing a community that be honest, fought amalgamation and struggle, but I'm still here. It's a city I love and care about, right? You don't quit just because everything doesn't go your way, right? You hang in there. But that having been said, I want to stand in solidarity with our core in the city. I believe that when our core is strong, the city's stronger. And by the way, when this body approves some of the motions I'm bringing from my hometown in Waterdown, because like Councillor Critch, I spend a lot of my time walking around my ward too. And, that's going to strengthen the city as well when we deal with mental health issues and youth engagement in our beloved city, all that sort of stuff. All of that having been said, I also appreciate what Councillor Clark said. Essentially, Councillor, if I understood, you were making the point, it's all well and good to say we're going to potentially reallocate or whatever. But you were trying to avoid a situation where down the road a new council or somebody on a new council might say, well, we're absolutely committed to this because we approved Appendix A. It's happened before. Yep, it has happened before. So the helpful suggestion I want to make is why don't we just state somewhere on the record that unless there be any misunderstanding, that this isn't a fixed budget item. It's something that's evolving, and that this council arguably cannot or maybe should not commit a future council anyways. But this is a particularly good example where that shouldn't happen. So simply to declare, building on Arvin's point and the councillor's point, that this isn't anything, it's not even cast in wet cement, it's not let alone stone. So we should just simply add that right, or I think Councillor Clark, if you think that's appropriate, I'd be pleased to support that. And it would allow us to build on the enthusiasm that will create momentum. People without a vision soon die, the good book tells us. So it's time to, I think, be bold and to stand in solidarity with the vision. And I'm pledged to doing that. We make decisions based on evidence, supported by principle and designed to achieve the greatest good for our city. So, Councillor, I'm in your hands if you want to move a motion, an amendment to clarify the vote you were making.
Can I just interrupt there, Councillor? I've been informed that Councillor Clark will be introducing an amendment, and at that time, if it's not suitable for you, you can make another amendment, and we'll have discussions about that at that time. Are you finished now, Councillor?
I am.
Thank you very much. Wise words. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you to everybody involved in putting together the strategy that is in front of us. and all of the work that was done in terms of the deep listening that was appreciated today during the delegations, but also in previous iterations. Appreciated the study area and the comprehensiveness of it. Appreciated being able to participate in that as the Ward 3 City Councillor, just a few blocks on the other side of Wellington that are still part of the International BIA, where the same kind of issues percolate. And, you know, in many ways, the conversations pointed to this being an opportunity for us to really tend to city building again, right? An older downtown that has needed some tending to, that has needed some very clear analysis, which I think from my read of the recommendations, that's what we're approving today, is a lot of deep analysis and assessment of the assets that are within the city's realm of control. Appreciated the kind of practicalness of recommendation E, I think it is, which looks at what's the existing response time for service requests in the downtown as it relates to complaints around public right-of-ways, as it relates to parks. If those are deemed as being insufficient, especially as we measure them against other municipal downtown cores that are thriving, what can we do differently? And it's that kind of detail that I think will provide the return on investment. And I appreciate that opportunity for us as a corporation to kind of get into the nitty-gritty a little bit, because I really see that this ultimately is an exercise that is focusing on the downtown core, but we're all going to benefit from those kind of service level conversations. We're all going to benefit from looking at the before and the after, and then be able to look at whether or not those same kinds of action steps might benefit some of the other nodes of commercial activity throughout the city. So really appreciating how long it took, appreciating the detail, appreciating the recommendations before us as they exist right now. And the risk of not doing this is too great, as we all understand. I appreciate the commitment of doing something, and I also understand it from a fiscal responsibility perspective. We don't finance all of our strategies writ large at the beginning of adopting a 10-year strategy, like our transit strategy, for example. We assess it, we review it, we see where we're at on annual budget cycle and continue to make investments. So yeah, Chair, just really appreciating that this is about tending to our downtown and tending to our core business of city building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. And at this time, I'm surveying for one last speaker, Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments. I don't have any questions at this time. Let me start by saying I have read too many downtown revitalization strategies, not just specific to this great city, but to many other cities, not just in Canada, but certainly North America and around the world. And my home is too filled with too many urban periodicals. So when I say to you that this is the best written downtown strategy, I mean it. And it is the best one I have ever read for three reasons. The first is the opening passages are a love letter to this city that capture its heart and its history and the complexity and the challenges in the grit and determination and the promise of this place, which for too often we, the city, intentionally or unintentionally have hurt and undermined. And it has been the people who have persevered. So speaking of people, the reason this is such an excellent document is that it centers the person. It talks about the downtown being a neighborhood that has all these other perhaps ancillary things going on, as downtowns do, but it centers that individual and what they need and deserve to live a good life. A life that either by choice or by circumstances, they find themselves in downtown, but they shouldn't have to move out of a neighborhood in order to get to a better neighborhood. This is a neighborhood. And on the theme of people, I know my colleague, Councillor Kretsch, referred to it, but you have been exhaustive in your engagement to people who don't normally get invited to the tables because they're too busy doing the work. Often unpaid, mostly underpaid. And I'm so appreciative of all of that heavy lifting you have done. It is very challenging for those of us who have had to do it professionally or otherwise in the past. It feels like it is not working until it works, and you made it work. Thank you for that. I guess I have a little bit of only a little bit of a difference from some of the narrative. Yes, COVID packed a punch, and it hasn't been unique in its punch. But I would put forward that the downtown has been struggling for some time because of those structural and systemic things. And it's only because of the people and their love for the downtown that they were able to get going. And this report identifies those system and structural deficiencies that have been hurting our downtown. The conditions of our streets, the speed of our streets, the scarcity and the disconnected nature of our public spaces. It's brilliantly done. So on that basis, I appreciate that this is a strategy, because downtowns are filled with people who are organic beings who cannot be priced. But it is with the purpose of working together that we will fulfill and inform that strategy, and we will determine the role of the city in actioning that. We are one of many, we are important, and I understand the lack of trust that you heard at the table, and it is warranted. The cost of more of the same is to undermine one of the greatest assets we have. And the return on investment in investing in a place which fulfills this wonderful, crazy, chaotic mix of commerce and people and music and children playing, that pays off in spades. The return on investment in that is amazing. So I wanted to express my thanks, and my closing comment should not be deemed to be inflammatory. It should not be deemed to be antagonistic. But as I started by saying, I've just seen too much, and someone show me the evidence otherwise that is contrary to this statement. You cannot have a great city without having a great downtown. And if you think you can, you do not know cities. Thank you very much for your work. Let's get on with it and move ahead with this strategy.
Thank you, Councillor. We're just going to go to the mayor, who has a question.
Thanks, Chair. I really appreciate it. I just want to go back to the professional staff to get the confirmation on how these long-term plans work when they come to being budgeted over time as initiatives come forward. Sometimes an initiative in a plan hasn't been contemplated in the plan, but it becomes a thing because guess what? It's something new and it's something we want to try because it fits in with the principles and the values of the plan. We don't know that right now. Could come up at some point in the time. We've also seen just in this term things that had been expected to be funded in a given budget year, but because of other pressures, other things, those expected expenditures get pulled out. That happened in this last budget for those folks who want to remember. I personally want to forget. I'm sure Councillors Cassar and Wilson do as well, because it was quite a process. But having said that, can I just please, from our professional staff, get a clear and understanding so that we all have a shared understanding of how these things work. Because there's been some comments and suggestions being made that aren't what I believe to be actually the case. And so I'm going to send that over to, I guess, the city manager or the general manager of finance.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So when we have a strategy, we have to have master plans because they are our roadmaps to where we're going as a city long term. And we have to have a vision and principles. And that's what we have here and with other master plans and strategies. But each year there's the opportunity to bring it to the mayor now and council for discussion, because we need to assess what conditions we have in that moment. We need to make sure that we're considering all of the various factors that enter into good city building at particular moments in time. So it comes forward each year for consideration, both through the leadership team and to council. And I'll turn to GM Zagaric to add to that from a budgeting perspective.
Through the chair, Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. So as City Manager Clucky identified, is this council, previous councils approved master plans or strategies, and from time to time we pivot off of those action plans that support the master plans or strategies. For instance, in 2026, when we saw a decline in population growth, we made some amendments to our capital investment strategy that supported our master plans. And I'll borrow from a comment City Manager Clucky made earlier to one of her responses, is the action plan is really before council in principle, in that this council cannot bind future councils. And so as it relates to the investments that may relate to those action plans, again, they're there for council to review, consider, amend, approve, and I would say approve in principle, in that those would come forward each and every year, subject to the need, the opportunity, and recognizing from time to time priorities change. There are impacts that impact the overall strategy. Those would be reflected through each and every year's budget strategy and budget documents.
Thank you. I appreciate both of those responses, because I think that we all have to take seriously the fact that we have an obligation to make our decisions based on the facts. And I think what we've gotten from our professional staff are the facts. I get politics is important because that we're all elected here that are the decision makers. But at the end of the day, I would just urge people to really consider the facts, because this is not a time to suck momentum out of our downtown strategy. This is a time for us to say, yes, we need a downtown strategy. We have done all of this work, and it is time now to put that strategy where it belongs, which is into an opportunity not only for the $1 million this year, but going forward with a governance structure that will help us to do exactly what members around this table are talking about, which is to understand the detailed additional costs or change of priorities that funds the strategies or the actions that are in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And at this time, I'm not seeing any more discussion. Councillor Clark, do you have an amendment to introduce to us?
Yes, I do. Deputy Mayor, it's an amendment to item A in the recommendation, subsection A, to report PED 24163E final 10-year downtown Hamilton revitalization strategy citywide be amended as follows. A, that the 10-year downtown Hamilton revitalization strategy contained in Appendix A to the report be approved in principle and referred to future budget year processes. That's seconded by Councillor Cooper.
Costs referred. Any discussion? Okay, go ahead.
I'm getting a whisper in my ear, and it's not a bad whisper, actually, to include and cost referred, so everything's going forward.
And just to speak to it very quickly.
Can you just clarify that again for our clerks?
In principle and referred to future budget year processes and costs referred.
Thank you.
So if I can speak to it.
Go ahead.
I heard the mayor, I heard the city manager, and I heard GM Prasad. I've been around this table 15 years now, with a break in between. And I've seen many reports come forward. And I've seen many debates around the table. We already approved that. And the challenge I had when I was reading this report, notwithstanding what staff said to me, the report had, based on the consultant and our expert staff, professional staff, 49 actions of 67 were costed. 9 were unknown and 9 were estimated. Then I had to go to another section where it showed a dollar figure. If you get a $1 figure, it's a smaller amount. If you get $2 figures, it's a bigger amount. If you get $3 figures, it's a bigger amount. And so what staff was basically saying to me is, read the report and do the math yourself. Well, if staff know the costed numbers, then give us the costed numbers. That's all I was asking for. I'd like to know what the estimates are going forward for this 10-year plan based on what we know today. And it's frustrating, Mayor, that from the professional staff, this is the report. It shows 49 costed items, 9 unknown, 9 estimated. And then I have to do data mining to actually come up with the number. And of course, whenever a politician comes up with the number, people will argue, well, it's political. I don't want political. I want the facts. So if you've got the data, then share the data. That was my point. And so this motion, all it does is it enables those of us around this table who are concerned about some of this information and getting into a 10-year plan without knowing the costs, then it's very clear. It was approved based in principle, and it was referred to future budget year processes. That's all I'm suggesting. And I think it enables all of us to vote in the same direction today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kretsch.
Just a slight change if it's okay, because I just want to make sure that we're not somehow excluding the money that's meant to be spent this year. So the way it's worded right now would actually refer the monies that are being spent this year to a future year. So I think it should say, if it's okay, where it's italicized, in principle, and costs for future years referred to those budgets, just so it's clear that we're talking about costs for future years referred, if that's friendly. I'm just trying to make sure it makes sense, because we have
Councillor Clark, do you see that as a friendly?
1 second, please. I'm not sure it's friendly, because item H indicates that $50,000 be spent for tourism and culture division, and then there was another item with $1 million being put forth to implement. So all of that base level funding is already in the report that's being approved. I'm speaking to the out years, so beyond 2027.
Does that make sense, Councillor Kretsch?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if it can just be worded there beyond 2027 or whatever it might be, just so it's clear it's not this year.
Beyond 2027 would be friendly. Thank you.
Great.
Do we need to put that in there, beyond 2027?
If it's
Beyond 27?
Yes, thank you.
I can't read.
2027 is the $1 million. Sorry, but 2027 is the first budget impact, I would think. I might be wrong.
And so I was under the impression that we were starting the $1 million in 2026, just to get clarification.
Through the chair, just for clarification, the $1 million is from Economic Development's already approved 2026 budget. And it is our intention to allocate $1 million annually going forward through the block funding we will already receive annually through future budgets.
And the recommendations cover that, so we're talking everything outside of that, so it's 2027 before we start. I think that's, am I wrong?
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, what about and costs for beyond, for 2027 and beyond?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Can't really see it, but okay.
How's that, Councillor Clark? Can you read that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good collaboration. Thank you. At this time, is there any more discussion on this? Okay, I think, Mayor, by all means.
I just want to ask the staff, particularly through you, Chair, that the motion as the amendment as it stands provides what's necessary in terms of indicating this council's support for this strategy, and that there is no question as to whether or not this council supports this strategy and is committed to moving it forward.
Through the chair, there's no question in our mind.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, let's call the question. On the amendment, of course. I don't understand why that's even a question. The vote is up for the amendment.
Oh, yeah, I can share. Sorry. Just give me a moment.
It's all good. Okay, that looks like the amendment carries 13 with 3 votes to no, 13 to 3. Let's move to the overall recommendations from staff for the 10-year Downtown Hamilton Revitalization Strategy, and we'll have that electronic vote now.
Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote? Am I sharing or you? Okay.
Thank you, and that carries 16 to 0 unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are now on to motions, and as the chair, the first motion belongs to me, so I'm going to send it over to the next deputy mayor that's in the room.
Sorry.
What's up, Councillor Kretsch?
I have to leave at 5 o'clock for an important meeting at the Hamilton Farmers Market. Is there any way, I know it's only one motion, but could I do my 3 motions first so I can leave? If it's okay with you.
Okay, I will allow that as the chair, even though I was just all prepped. I will stand down for Councillor Kretsch. Okay, so Councillor Kretsch, you have the floor, and you have the next 3 motions.
Thank you. The first one is 9.2, review of contract work. And this motion is to ask staff to come back. My seconder is Councillor Tattison. And it's ask staff to come back with the corporation-wide analysis of contract work undertaken since amalgamation, and report back to the General Issues Committee by Q3 2026 with the following. Just an overview of how contractors are engaged in the service areas in which we engage them, and trying to understand a cost-benefit analysis to determine whether the use of contractors is more advantageous than utilizing city staff. Long story short, the purpose of getting this information report back is for us to understand what has happened with contract work at the city. This is different than Councillor Tattison's motion regarding consultants. And specifically, I'll tell you what triggered this was a discussion around public works road crews. That's been a thing that's been consistent in my term of council, whether that's been with respect to closing roads for events, whether it's been asphalt rakers, those positions that we used to have about a decade ago, and looking at the feasibility of that. At the time in 2015, when we began to scale this work back and contract it out to other people outside of the city, there was a very awkward discussion. I've seen the entire video of the discussion. I've watched the video since that discussion. And it was clear at the time that councillors actually were saying, hey, wait a minute, we're kind of interested in keeping this going. Will you report back to us? And staff were saying, yeah, we will. And then there wasn't a lot of follow-up. And what happened is slowly over time, a bunch of frontline positions were contracted out. I want to understand, with no preconceived notions from me, is that having an impact on us or not? This is actually a question was asked by Councillor Duval about 11 years ago that a report didn't come back for. So I'm trying to get that information now because I think it's important to understand if there are gaps. One area I think that would be a great example of a place we could close the gap is around something called, that's escaping me at the moment now, sadly. Detailed design work. So we do in-service road safety reviews, for example. In-service road safety reviews are meant to be, in the idea anyways, that we do them internally. But we don't have the ability to do that. We consult the work out. When I talked to people in public works staff, they said that the theory, the idea is that that's supposed to happen, not necessarily externally. If I have that wrong, I have it wrong. I see the general manager shaking her head. No, my point is, if we're doing in-service road safety reviews on a regular basis, routinely here, is it worth hiring someone to do the work? It's an example. I'm not saying that's what the motion's about. I'm saying, is it worth hiring someone to do the work? That's what this report will identify. Areas where we do routine work and whether or not it should come in or not. Again, the motion is not about that specific issue. I'm just using it as an example. So that's the motion in front of you. My seconder is Councillor Tattison.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. And for discussion, we're going to go to the mayor first and then to Councillor Clark.
Thanks. I don't actually have a problem with the intent or the reason for the motion coming forward, but I really do have some questions around the capacity of the staff to actually do a corporation-wide analysis since amalgamation, which was the year 2000, so going back 26 years, to determine, to provide the kind of information that's being requested in the motion. And I really just want to get a sense from the staff whether that's even possible or whether we have to hire a consultant to do it, whether the timeframes make sense in terms of length of the scope, like length of the time frame, or the scope in terms of being the, the entire corporation. I worry a little bit that it's a bit too broad. And again, I want to reiterate, I'm not opposed to the kind of, trying to figure some of this stuff out and figure out if we need to course correct, perhaps. I don't really know what I would imagine that would be the purpose, to find out if there's some course correct that needs to happen or some things we need to do. But I would just like to hear from senior staff in terms of just our capacity even to undertake this, and whether we even have the records to do that work, considering not only the cyber attack, but the amount of years that have gone by. I'm really interested to hear whether this is possible.
Who's going to take that from staff? GM? Thanks.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'll start. With respect to records, we would have to rely on some budget information with respect to the contract line and use that as a starting point with program areas and client groups for them to examine and look at to see what made up those budgeted figures in terms of contracts, recognizing contracts can have different definitions in terms of examples. Just drawing from the examples that Councillor Crutch shared, I know for certain that we have brought in-house some services over the years with respect to payment cuts, with respect to local locates. And so those are examples where we have brought contracted services in-house. But in terms of process, we would look to provide some aggregate financial information to program areas and their client groups as a starting point. But I would say the heavy lifting would be with the program areas then to take that information and define what those financial figures represent, and then the nature of the work. And I think the heaviest lifting would be the benefit cost analysis, is doing an assessment in terms of what work may be brought in-house as an alternative and what that would represent. Not to suggest there may not be examples, but to do a comprehensive review in terms of benefit cost versus maybe some areas for further investigation where staff feel that there may be opportunity and doing that benefit cost. But I'll stop there because I don't want to overly speak to the work that the program areas would have to do.
City Manager.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, and thank the GM for it. I'm going to be a little bit more direct on it. While I very much appreciate the importance of the motion that's brought forward, I think it's incumbent on me to point out when we're coming to a point of capacity. And so do think that this is important work, but when the team had flagged this one for me, I did identify that it's difficult to do that work in the amount of time that's proposed. As we near the end of the year and the term, the workload, we endeavor to complete all of the tasks that have already been assigned. And so when we take on new work, there is a trade-off. So there is work then that we can't do because we're doing something else. So I'm not commenting on the importance of this because this is an important motion, as are many, but I think that I do need to point out to Council the challenges with adding additional workload. And this would be significant because it goes back to amalgamation and we don't have all the systems in place that we need. So thanks.
Next is Councillor Clark.
Amalgamation was very painful to me. I know the dates very well. It was 2000, and this is from 2015, but I take the point in terms of trying to find that data, especially after we've lost so much data through the cyber attack. I am a little bit confused, so if I could ask General Manager Kennedy, I thought we still had road crews that were doing the work.
Thank you, Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works. We do have road crews that are still doing the work. They are doing all of the pothole repairs and the maintenance work on the roads. Where we bring contractors in is for the larger resurfacing programs. Some of the repairs that we do for utility cuts, that we back charge that work to the utilities themselves that have created those cuts. If that helps clarify.
But even with that, I know in my ward, Yonge Street, which is not like the Toronto Yonge Street, it's a very small rural road. At the very end of my ward, if you take one more step, you're in Grimsby. The road was a mess, and it was our road crews that went out and paved the entire road without curbing. And the residents loved it. It was a great job, and it came in well under what we expected to pay outside contractors. And then more recently, council approved the paving of the road in and out of Heritage Green Sports Park with speed cushions. And that came in at $300,000, which was amazing. And it's our road crews that are doing it in the East End. So I guess I'd like to understand the definition of contractors. Is it just the road crews that we're talking about, or is it something else beyond that?
Is that a question for the mover or for staff?
The word is in the motion, so I don't know.
Well, let's go to Councillor Craig.
So it's about contract work specifically, the definition of contract work is not defined in the motion, so I can't speak to that entirely. What I'm talking about is work that we've contracted out. And just to make it easier, I'm happy if we want to modify this to say it can come back later and it can be a shorter time period if that's necessary. It's not the end of the world to me. What I'm focused on is work that's been contracted out in the city in the last maybe 10, 12 years, especially around that conversation in Public Works, and looking at work where we do have something that's recurring on an ongoing basis at the city, and whether or not that we are paying to contract out, and whether or not it makes sense to bring that work in. So that's the analysis I'm looking for. I don't have those answers today. I'm not supposing anything there, just asking for that work to be done. So I can, like I said, happy to amend it if it's easier for people to say going back to 2015 or 2014, just to make sure we cover 2015, and then, you know, getting it back later is fine with me if that's really what people want to do. I really want to get to the 5 o'clock deadline, so whatever you want to do.
So I guess I still have the floor.
You're up, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. So I guess my question would be to staff then, if the motion says starting in 2015, then what time frame is reasonable to do the work? And if it's not reasonable at all to get the work done, then someone should say so. Thank you.
Back to staff.
Staff.
So through the chair, we would look to see what data is in our budgeting system with respect to 2015. And in terms of our financial system, I'm confident we wouldn't have that information, but in the budgeting system, we may have that information. So we would share that data, but that data is going to be a very much an aggregate of the definition of contracting. I think it'll then take some effort by program areas to take that data and better define what it represents in terms of outsourced service, and to make some judgment in terms of what outsourced services may there be now a rationale to re-examine whether those should continue to be outsourced. I will say we have done this in the past. There was some provincial funding, accountability funding. We accessed that funding and we brought forward 2 business cases. But based on that experience, just those 2 business cases, I know took months for staff to develop a business case, robust business case. So I don't want to underrepresent the effort, and it may be a better effort where staff take that information and try to identify where there may be examples, as we have in the past, and bring forward those particular opportunities for further investigation. So it could be a step process where staff say, here's our initial assessment, here are the services that we think there may be a rationale to examine. Council, do you support doing a deeper dive and examining those with a more robust cost-benefit analysis? I'm just, sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, I'm just sort of drawing from past experiences and not wanting to bind the program areas or leadership teams in terms of the timing and the deliverable.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So perhaps between now and council, we can just have the opportunity to assess and have that discussion, so we can put some more accurate timelines and perhaps some different staging, so that we can bring information as it's available to inform the next stage.
Thanks. I'm going to withdraw my motion and bring it back to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the next one, Councillor.
The next one is winter response for people living unsheltered in the city of Hamilton. This one I think is relatively straightforward. We had some conversations about it today. The idea is we want to change the way we're doing winter response. I know that we had a long discussion about emergency shelter warming and how it worked out this winter. We know that we don't want to have staff delivering those kinds of services on the front line, and we know that that's not going to work to do it in the same way we did it this year at the Breno Community Center. We know it didn't make sense, didn't work out. So we don't want to do that in the future, and staff have said that's their preference, is not to carry on doing it that way. But we need a plan, so this is going to get one for us soon. So we're making sure we have something in place. We know that the situation is changing. So we know that drugs are becoming more intense and people are being more impacted by them. and when there's more people who are being impacted by them. So when we did set up services this year, we did so in good faith, thinking, okay, these services seem like they're going to be adequate for the need that we have. And then what we realized was, whoops, we had twice as many people sometimes showing up than we had capacity for, and we had them showing up in a place, in a state, in a way that was much worse. So this is getting staff to come back with something in a reasonable amount of time, so we're prepared for winter, and so council can deliberate the costs that might be involved and the things we have to do. No cost commitments here. This is asking for an information report to come back. And by the way, just to make it easy, I consulted with staff on this, on the timelines. If we need to change them, that's fine with me. I think early Q3 2026 is probably more reasonable than Q2 since we're in Q2. I see the general manager shaking their head, so if we can just change Q2 2026 to early Q3 2026, that will be acceptable to everybody. My seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson.
Any discussion on this, Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Thank you to the councillor for bringing this forward. I'm just trying to map out the road ahead. We had a report on the agenda earlier today talking about the election and some of the things that we must respect in our duty as councillors. I would assume it would include the expenditures of money. So this is to provide us with a report in Q3 as a council to inform perhaps what's going to happen as winter starts in Q4. Presumably there may or may not be a budget impact to that. There won't be a council after October the 22nd. Can you just help me walk through what were you anticipating through the chair to the GM in terms of the steps along the way if we're a lame duck council after August? I'm not sure how to.
Is that GM Grace Mader going to take that? Thank you.
GM Grace Mader will start it. I'm going to look to Mr. GM Zagarek to finish it on the budget side of this. So through to the chair, to the councillor, it is a challenge on timing for sure. The reality is though that, our winter term would be basically the, beginning of December through till the end of March, much like we did this year. Yeah. I know Director Baird is also online as well, is that we did see this as being part of our overall shelter relook, and because that we had promised to come back with this year as well, because this is part and parcel of it. We see that the approach we take for winter a number of years ago, some of you will remember that we had a very large winter response, and we saw that we had to operationalize that to 12 months a year because of the demand. We then scaled back our winter response to some extent. The other thing, I would just also like to take the opportunity to remind everyone too that the Bonetto warming center was not a winter response. It was a response to an emergency. So it was not part of our winter response plan. So I appreciate if everyone can bear that in mind. And because what our winter response this year was the opening of through St. Matthew's House was the additional spaces for overnight warming and that for those individuals. And then that was what moved over and was expanded over at Cathedral Cafe. So we know that we need to have a surge capacity through the winter, and that was our plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michelle if she wants to add anything.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair, respectfully, I don't think I need anything at this point in terms of operational content. I am trying to understand the implications of approving of this motion, because in B, it's having staff do an assessment, looking at best practices, and a cost analysis of funding required. So presumably, that cost analysis would have to be given to a new council, because it would perhaps, or maybe I'll ask GM Zagarek through the chair, would the funding for this be new, or it's just the operation would be changing? Can you help me out? I'm trying to discern the decision-making time and the permission, if anything, needed.
Go ahead, GM.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if upon the delivery of the strategy and consideration of the strategy by committee and council, there is an interest to enact that strategy for the 26-27 season, given that the report back would be in Q3. Past practice has been to draw from reserves as an interim measure until such time as a discussion and decision could be made through the budget process as to whether or not that strategy be made permanent. So it could be treated as a interim or pilot strategy funded on a temporary basis pending a future decision. The only other variable, and I'm not sure I have the specific timelines, would be subject to the nomination period, and if subject to the number of elected officials putting their names forward for election, is the potential of a lame duck council for this term of council. So that's the other variable in terms of timing relative to Q3.
Thank you, through the chair. That was sort of my area of confusion. We know we're going to need a strategy. We're getting information perhaps to inform that strategy, but the ability to action that strategy may fall within an area where we're kind of in the lurch. And if I've heard GM Zagaric, it could be the existing council, upon the receipt of this report, may or may not be able to, they would have to action it through the, by exercising from reserves, because it would be a budget decision. Okay, and then a new council would take that information and that strategy and determine whether they want to roll with it for the next year. Okay, thank you for helping me figure that out.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not seeing any other discussion on this now. So we will require an electronic vote to approve the motion. Did we make some adjustments in that motion with the times, or is that the last one?
It was just changed to early Q3 2026, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Timing. 6. Yep, that's it.
Okay, we'll require an electronic vote. Councillor Pauls was a thumb up.
Thank you. Councillor Francis is still with us. Councillor Francis, are you able to vote? Thank you.
Thumbs up. That carries 16-0. Thank you. 9.4, you're up again, Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. You'll remember during the budget process, I talked about the process of a municipal price index. This motion is on that, seconded by Councillor Kassar. It's asking for staff to come back and determine the feasibility of doing so. And it's asking for Q3 2026 because that's in advance of the budget process that we're coming to. So this is not directing staff to develop one, it's asking them to come back with the feasibility of developing one and see if it's possible to get it in line for this budget. That's the basics of the motion. It's in front of you. The idea is happening in other cities. It's been considered by Ottawa. It's being done in Milton. It'll give us a little bit more clarity about what the costs are for municipalities. So we're not continually relying only on the consumer price index or quote unquote inflation. We have some more data about what our costs are as a municipality when we do our budgeting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Clark.
So I understand that somebody moving towards a municipal price index, but that's almost rolling over and saying that we're going to start paying the much higher costs that some of the contractors are coming in on bids. I found it fascinating that the bid that we had for the Heritage Green Sports Park to do the paving of the street was $300,000 to be done by city staff. The closest estimates that we got when the contractors found out that they were bidding for the city was 900 to 1.2 million. That shows the difference between what our staff can do and what some of these people are wanting to, I'm going to say this, rip off property taxpayers because they're all at the trough when they're doing their RFPs. And so I worry about going from a CPI, which is your standard inflation, to now an MPI, which is really based on what the legitimate new costings are coming in for your contract. So can GM Zagaric help me with that? Because I really worry that we're just going to end up having higher and higher costs.
Through the chair, I will try to help. The intent for municipal price index is not to be used as it relates to adjustments for contracts, inflationary adjustments for contracts. Rather, it's principally as an education tool to be able to demonstrate what municipalities experience based on the bundle of services that we deliver and our costs in terms of inflation. I've said this often, 50% of our expenditures are related to employee-related costs. So that would make up a weighting of the municipal price index. And then there are contractual costs, materials and supplies, energy. And so rather than relying on CPI, which is a bundle of goods that a household consumes, such as food, shelter, clothing, fuel, it really is intended to demonstrate what a municipality procures in terms of goods and services and what that translates into in terms of a municipal experience for inflation. It's really principally an education tool to be able to demonstrate what the municipality is experiencing rather than what a household is experiencing. It's not intended to be a basis for adjustments to contractual or other tendered relationships the city might have.
Thank you for that, GM Zagaric. So I'll support the motion on the basis that it's the feasibility of developing an MPI, but I'd like the report to have a good amount of information in terms of not only what the MPI is, but what may be the ramifications for doing this. We say it's an education tool for the general public in terms of why taxes are going up higher than CPI. But by the same token, if they are procurements and we're paying more, then the question is, why are we paying more? And so that needs to be a part of the report. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper, and then we'll go to Councillor Beattie after that.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to get some context in terms of it being an education tool. Is the idea that it's going to be something that we're going to be educating people through the budget process to use it as maybe a justification for a tax increase? Because, you know, there is you could even argue if this comes back higher than CPI, which sounds like it might. A lot of people experience the tax increase we give them through their CPI lens, and many people don't even get that on a fixed income, but those who do, that's the lens they look at it. And so, you know, is it the contrast going to be that we're now talking about inflation when it comes to tax increases through this municipal lens, or just like you said, an education piece, or is it going to be used as a tool for tax increases?
Through the chair, I don't know that it's used as a tool for tax increases, and we're happy to try to include how other jurisdictions use the information, who have been reporting the information over time. I don't know specifically, personally, how they use it, but my understanding is it's used in part to demonstrate to senior levels of government the experience that municipalities, we talked a bit today around social housing and housing in terms of a driver, in terms of our investments. So it could be used as an education tool, not just as it relates to the local community, but to senior levels of government as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beatty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. I've tried to do a little bit of research into this, just based on the standard that it seems like we're trying to decouple what we're doing in the city of Hamilton from the multiple other standardized indices that our residents would use as comparators. So we come in and we say our standalone, custom-made municipal price index would be X, but meanwhile, there's no direct comparator when we're going out and having these conversations with our residents. So I'm very leery on this. I don't like the fact that we get to kind of create our own ecosystem for indexing. And while I do recognize that the cost pressures on a municipality are going to be different than private sector, than other public sector entities, I get that. But I don't like that we're, again, I come back to the beginning, we're decoupling our own index from the standard indices that the bulk of the people would be able to relate to or have conversations in. It's like we're going to end up speaking different languages. And yeah, I think at this stage, Chair, I'm just going to vote against. I'd like to maybe do a little more deeper conversation, but perhaps we do that in the next term of council, pending who's sitting around the table, and maybe come back to the well on this. But I'm just, I'm not up for this at this stage.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. We're going to go to Councillor A. Wilson online.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. My household buys very little chlorine in a given year, but our Hamilton wastewater plant certainly does. And in fact, in 2022, that was, I believe, or 2023, that was a budget pressure, was that the amount of chlorine we needed to buy and some of the supply chain pressures that were happening across the North American market were leading to a one-time or an annualized pressure. And so that was in our first budget year. And I remember that being a unique cost that the city of Hamilton was facing that my household certainly wasn't. My household was buying things like clothing and food that had their own inflation. I don't think having more information is ever a scary thing. And I don't think being able to have a conversation with context is something to be, leery of. Personally speaking, I think it helps to be able to talk to residents wondering why the biggest question, why is it going up faster than inflation? Why is the tax rate going up more than inflation? Because inflation or consumer price index is based on, largely speaking, clothes and food, and we're buying asphalt, chlorine, and other things. If the cost of clothes is going up by 3% a year and the cost of asphalt isn't, yes, to Councillor Clark's point, it's worth understanding where that is. It's not just taking that number at face value, but I think part of getting those deeper answers are understanding why, or asking that question about, well, how can we do something about this? Or, ooh, we're noticing that something here like chlorine or something else is really having an impact on our overall municipal pricing. Gives us the ability to identify what that pressure is and make decisions about what that pressure is. I don't think only limiting ourselves to what consumers are facing as a service provider, as someone who's not in the business of retail, is necessarily a great comparison. So yeah, I think part of this is about changing the conversation, but not about trying to push one agenda or push a tax increase, but in the spirit of having honest conversations about real costs. Always support having more information and more ways to share information with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor A. Wilson. We're going to Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the motion. This is to determine the feasibility of developing something. And so I would look forward to that assessment. I am pretty confident that you have all, as ward councillors, had the great pleasure of having GM Zagaric do a town hall with you at budget time. And my experience has been the residents who have attended, they love it. They get to ask GM Zagaric questions about, well, why is this happening here? And they're not frightened. They don't sense an agenda coming from an honest answer of when GM Zagaric can impart on them the cost of cement, the cost of chlorine. And I think that is part of our responsibility as public stewards, is to grow the capacity of all of our friends and neighbors to understand public, underscoring public budgeting. So I think this is a
I'm strongly supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm not seeing, Mayor Horvath.
I support it as well, and I thank Councillor Kretsch for keeping his eye on the ball on this one. I've raised this issue pretty much every budget cycle. Other municipalities are raising it as well, and as Councillor Kretsch has said, other municipalities have already moved forward on this. It's about looking at the facts and making decisions based on the facts, and I'm looking forward to seeing what facts are brought forward in this work should this motion pass. Thank you. I'll be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other comments, so let's, with those changes made to it, we will require an electronic vote to approve the motion as it was changed for the date to Q3. And I'm seeing thumbs up from Councillor Jackson. Councillor Paul's thumbs up.
Councillor Titus, are you able to vote?
I think I am. There we go.
Thank you.
Councillor Nan, are you able to vote?
That carries 10-5. Thank you. So that concerns 9.2, 9.3, 9.4. We're going to go back to 9.1. This is my motion, so I'm going to throw the chair over to Councillor Clark, since Councillor Clark is the last deputy mayor in the room. Councillor Clark, will you take the chair?
Oh, yay. Yes, I will.
I know.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to ask if Councillor Beattie will second this, because my seconder just left the room. Thank you, Councillor Beattie. So this is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Beattie. It's a strategic workforce capacity and consultant utilization review, whereas the City of Hamilton has initiated a review of consultant utilization to identify opportunities for operational efficiencies and cost containment, whereas strengthening internal workforce capacity supports long-term fiscal sustainability, organizational resilience, and service delivery continuity, and whereas the Council requires defined timelines and measurable reporting to ensure progress for optimizing or towards optimizing internal capabilities and capacity and reducing reliance on external consultants where feasible. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to provide an update on the recruitment and retention strategy presented to Council in 2023, including any progress made to attract and retain talent, and report back to the General Issues Committee no later than Q3 of 2026. That staff be directed to prepare a report that provides an outline of the time, resources, and methodology that will be required to conduct a comprehensive skills gap analysis, which may inform strategies related to competency or capacity as it's related to the dependency of external consultants, in collaboration with human resources, finance, operating departments, and with objectives of assessing current workforce competencies against current and projected service delivery needs, and report back to the General Issues Committee no later than Q4 2026 with an outline. And C, that staff be directed to provide a consolidated report no later than Q4 2026 of current consultation utilization trends, associated expenditures, and areas of sustained external consultant reliance. And then we go to D, that staff be directed to include senior leadership team management action plans that were presented back in 2017 calendar year for addressing the implementation of the audit report recommendations numbers 1 to 12 in Appendix A from Report AUD 17008, respecting the use of external consultants' performance audit on a future General Issues Committee agenda as an item for information by June 26, and that staff provide an update on the current status and future plans of the implementation of those recommendations given almost 10 years ago of 1 to 12 as attached to Report AUD 17008, Appendix A to the General Issues Committee by Q4 2026. So this motion basically, for me, this is about continuous improvement in our city's use of consultants. The recruitment and retention strategy basically asks where we are going with staff retention and retaining our talent. The skills gap analysis, basically, that's going to be, it's going to map out how we're going to get to where we want to go. And the consultants utilization report, it's going to measure where we are right now. The audit recommendation implementation, this again was the city auditor's report he did 10 years ago. And what we want to know is the staff will share with us where we've come from since 2016. Finally, the audit recommendations update, the staff will, this is about sharing our learnings from that 2016 report. It's going to kind of share the course corrections we made and what we've done to set the stage and use as a guide to where we're going to go. I've had many meetings with staff. We've sat and we've hashed out some deadlines, and we've hashed out and we extended some other timelines and so forth. So I'm open to any discussion that's going to go on this. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, former Deputy Mayor, Chair. I'm grateful that there's been many motions that have come forward on continuous improvement, as Councillor Tattison had mentioned. So a lot of focus on the way we've done things and not an attachment necessarily to continuing to do them the same way, because continuous improvement is important. It's part of what I'm always looking for. And at the same time, I'm also concerned that there's been many motions that have come forward looking at, well, giving staff work to do, and then two that have been kind of in the organizational structure area. I think back, Councillor Clark, to the motion, I think it was early last year. I can't remember the exact word, but it was something that we supported about looking at overall, for the city manager to look at overall organizational structure and effectiveness. Those aren't the right words. And there have been others since then. So I have a question to the city manager about that, because I'm concerned on A, just overlap, and B, the amount of workload just in general. It struck me the number of motions we have on here beyond the ones still to get to, which are just funding from ward funds. But I don't perceive that staff are sitting around with 10 to 15% extra capacity all the time to take on work. And I don't, as a governor, have a feel for the amount of workload that we're giving staff and how that fits in, especially as it relates to organizational structure. So hopefully that question is clear through you, Chair, to the city manager. I'm just feeling uncomfortable without any more knowledge about the ability of staff to actually do this and not bump other work or have quality fade because we're trying to do too many things.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for remembering that motion on efficiencies that the city manager and I have been working through the process on. City Manager, you heard the question. Can you respond to the councillor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. I touched on this a little bit earlier in some of the other questions, and I do have a broader concern on behalf of the staff, and it's generally less about any one motion than it is about the cumulative effect of having multiple motions that add new work that wasn't necessarily planned for. So let me start by saying councillor motions are absolutely an important part of the governance process, and this is important ways for council to raise emerging issues, concerns raised by the community, and provide us direction on those matters. But at this particular point, we have seen an increase in motions. There's 12 today, and we've seen that escalating, and I am concerned about the ability administratively to manage all of the various motions without impacting other work, without having a larger organizational impact and taking away from the priorities that council has set for us and want to finish by the end of this term. So we are seeing that emergence of additional assignments, and it's putting a burden on the capacity of the organization and the ability to meet timelines. So what you might see as we add more, that we will not be able to meet all of of the timelines, which staff always feel very badly about because they really want to deliver to the community and to council and meet all of the various directions you have. They're passionate about that, and they feel very badly when they don't achieve it. But there's just a capacity limit. And then also what can happen is people want to get it to meet the deadline, so you won't necessarily see the product that you had seen in the past or that you wanted, and so it won't be as fulsome as it could have been, and that will also cause its own frustrations coming out of it. And for staff morale, when they're not putting their best foot forward, they feel terrible about it. So I do need to flag that this increase is posing a burden, and we have a substantial amount of work that we wouldn't typically have as well, because we have the 21 projects to simply build back to have the foundation that we need in place to run a proper organization. You know, we're building a financial system, and so I hope that helps to set some context. I think we need to be able to also present to you what the trade-offs are more clearly, and that's a bit of a challenge right now. But in general, I am very worried about the magnitude of.
Thank you. E.D. Fontana, do you have anything to add, given that it's your division?
Through the Deputy Mayor Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources, I fundamentally and wholeheartedly agree with the comments from the City Manager. We are seeing an influx of additional work. Some of the responses, for example, on the OPS is managing workload. So that is a concern. With respect to this motion, there's pieces that perhaps we can bring forward that isn't going to cause that much of additional work, like item A, from an HR perspective. I think it's good timing, quite frankly. But other issues and requests for additional work, it is problematic, and we are hearing it in various ways throughout the organization.
Thank you for your candor. Councillor Kassar.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. So, and I'm not picking on Councillor Tattison's motion, but it just kind of got to a certain point, needed to share something. So based on what E.D. Fontana said there, I'll support this particular motion, but I think there needs to be some offline discussion around what we do, given the comments from the city manager for the workload that is already given to staff, and then anything further coming in the next few months. I want to have some comfort that I think we all do, that work can be done to the quality that's expected, and for all the reasons the city manager said. So I'll take that conversation offline. Thanks.
Thank you. Clerk, do you have anyone else on the speakers list? I have Councillor Cooper at my end, but I wasn't watching at the others. And Mayor Horvath first, then, please.
Thanks, and I apologize, I had to step out momentarily, and so I don't know where the discussion has gone, but I did come in the tail end of what the city manager was saying, so I'm just gonna look around to see where people are at on this. But one of the things, and if it's been raised, I apologize, but one of the things I think we need to be thinking about as well, and maybe not in the context of this motion, but in terms of our responsibility as city councillors, is that when we actually bring things forward that are not part of what is the kind of business, what the kind of work plan would normally be of the staff, then, and we've seen it very recently, then the staff have to get a consultant because it's not something we have the capacity for. So I would just hope, and I don't know whether we need to add something in terms of detail around what kind of report back we might see, but I do think we need to be cognizant of the fact that sometimes it's the councillors, us and previous, and I'm not laying any blame, but just that we need to be cognizant of what we're doing to force the requirement or the necessity of our organization, of the corporation, to actually engage a consultant. And maybe that's something we need to be flagged on every single time. And I know they do flag it. They do flag it. But again, it's our passion, it's our desire, it's our want and need for information and for solutions, and that's our job too. But weighing those things is really, really part of our responsibility as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next speaker would be Councillor Robert Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Well, these motions are well-intentioned. You're right. People have no idea what the impact is, my understanding of how many of these work, they go to staff and they come back, and then when they come to council, they've been vetted. I don't want to create another make work project, but is there an opportunity to just quickly assess on it, just how many FTs are going to be involved, or what, like you said, what impacts going to push this project out further? And by the way, we get to the end of the year, and then we'll be saying to you, why isn't the project done? And you're like, well, so I don't want to do a make work project, but I'm just wondering if you could somehow contextualize it on these for us, so when they come through, we look at them and go, yeah, it sounds good, but the minnow's in the net way more than the whale. Okay, and so you start adding these things up and what impact it has on your team and just even operations, like day-to-day operations, right?
Through the chair, thanks. I really appreciate that comment. It's something that senior leadership team has been talking about, is how can we better enable council to understand the impacts of things. It's not easy at this particular moment in time to do that, but it is something that we're working on in terms of how we can bring that forward so that there's budget implications, but there's also capacity implications. And so when you're making these decisions, you can make informed ones. I don't have a good answer for you today, but it is top of mind.
I'll just leave that with you then, and if there's something you can come back with, just so we can contextualize, much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. Thank you. And then Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. I really am appreciative of this discussion. I know it's not the intent, but we don't want to create the conditions that will actually undermine our capacity to recruit and retain talent. So I guess my question, to try and roll this back in terms of fundamentals, I know there is outstanding direction by this council to provide an inventory, if you will, and a status of all the motions passed by this council to date. And that might give us a sense of what's on you have your regular operational plates, and then you have stuff that is within the prerogative of this council to add to. So I think that will be helpful for us to get a sense. I guess, though, my question is, if I just even look at A, presumably, if I could, through the acting chair to Edie Fontana, if you can remind me, was part of the recruitment and retention strategy for you to report back on progress, on benchmarks along the way?
Edie Fontana, please.
Through the deputy chair, thank you for the question. There weren't specific questions to come back on. There was one regarding compensation in terms of looking at a higher percentile, as I recall. We had recommended a percentile moving forward, and we had made adjustments. But having said that, there were a lot of issues that we brought forward in that report in terms of our ability to attract and retain staff. And I do think it's a good idea to come back and show what progress have we made in terms of, for example, our retention, our turnover rates, some levels of satisfaction, feedback that we've received, exit interviews and so forth. So there wasn't any specific direction, just to answer your question, I guess, more pointedly. There wasn't specific direction to come back other than the compensation issue. But having said that, it is good timing to come back and just show some progress in terms of our overall recruitment and retention and some of the data, associated data to that effect.
Councillor Wilson.
Okay, so I'll take responsibility for that as a governor, because I would think that would be a clear deficiency, that we should be having a report. If we're putting a strategy in place and attaching dollars to it to enhance some salaries, we should know how successful we have been, where we have been successful, where we're continuing to lag or have deficiencies. So I think A would be extremely prudent, in my opinion. B, conduct. B is heavy. So if I could just ask, what is the practice to date, if any, as an organization in identifying any gap analysis when it comes to competencies? Through the chair.
That would be E.D. Fontana.
So through the chair, the problem with item B is we don't have the technology to support our ability to understand that gap analysis. At this point, it would be more of a manual process, and hence the reason why we put an outline, at least to start the process. We're working on some technology, and through the course of time, we're going to be better able to respond to this particular issue more quickly. Right now, it's more of a manual process. And when we had conversations with Councillor Tattison, that's why it made better sense to bring forward an outline by Q4 and then bring back something more fulsome once we're able to combine the manual process with hopefully some additional technology that will help support us in getting this information more readily and more accurately.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Sorry to sound so daft, but when you say you have to do it manually and you can't do it, is that meaning you don't have access to electronic records across the organization?
Through the chair, we don't have access to electronic documents in the organization that identifies skills. Particularly. So we don't.
Did we have before, or?
No, we don't. We'd have to, it would be a manual exercise. So knowing what sort of skills and licenses and other qualifications in terms of identifying the gap between our skill level and potentially what we need in certain circumstances, particularly in those cases where we need a consultant to help us with particular projects. That's the gap that I'm referring to. It's not an easy exercise to understand what skills that we have versus the skills that we need, and why, when and why are we going to external consultants.
Okay.
Councillor.
Thank you. If I may, so this would be, you're saying we don't have an inventory of, say, all the credentials enjoyed by our staff, the licenses they hold professionally, the other competencies in the event that we needed to shift, in the event we needed perhaps to respond to an emergency. Would that be considered forgive me, but a best practice that we would have access? Is that what organizations normally have access to in their books?
Thank you. E.D. Fontana.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say perhaps smaller organizations would have that. We're a large and very complex organization, so without that technology, my knowledge of the my network partners and other comparable municipalities, excuse me, don't have that level of technology. So that's something we're working on. Sorry. But if there's a particular project or initiative, we would have to work with the operating departments in understanding that level of skills that they've had and having that inventory, and then doing that cross analysis for the skill sets that we would need.
Thank you, Councillor. Last call.
Beg your pardon. Thank you. Last question then. On D, that staff be directed to include management SLT action plans. So if I'm reading this correctly, there was an audit report with actions set out, and the councillor is asking for an update on the fulfillment of those actions. Is that, maybe I should ask the mover through the chair.
Certainly. So did you say D or for E?
D isn't.
Yeah, so the D is basically, there was a presentation made back in 2017 in, I guess it was in meetings that were answering basically or fulfilling the requirements of the city auditor's report. I just wanted to understand what the action plans that they came back with, I just wanted to hear what those were. So it's basically a one-pager. Oh. So they have to dig down into I guess, the old meetings and then just kind of come back because it was a verbal report as opposed to a written report. And I just wanted to understand what at the time the SLT management, what was their commitment to the action plans to the auditor's report?
Okay, folks, thank you for that. Councillor Wilson's time is up. I do need a motion to extend our curfew from 5:30, I'm suggesting until 8 p.m. because at 6:40, if I can finish, at 6:40, we are required by law to have a 30-minute break. So I don't have much choice except to make that suggestion unless we're going to review the agenda and put off some decisions to a future meeting. So I'm looking for a mover. And everyone's looking at me like, no, I'm not doing this. Okay, so let's start with, if I may, are there councillors who have to leave at a certain time? Councillor Tattison, the time, please.
6 o'clock.
6 p.m. Putting the pressure on us. Councillor Cooper.
6:15.
6:15. Mayor? 6. I'm sorry? 6? Anyone else?
Councillor Beatty has his
Councillor
hand.
Jackson? 6:30, please. 6:30.
Councillor Beatty has his hand up as well.
Councillor Beatty, time?
Hoping for 5:45, but I got to go at 5:45.
5:45. Okay, so I have 2 leaving at 6, 1 leaving at 5:45, so that's 3 gone by 6, and a 4th one will be gone by 6:30. Actually, there's 5 gone by 6:30. And looking to the clerk.
So through the acting deputy mayor, why don't we extend the time to 6:40 because that's what time we have to break anyway as per the Employment Standards Act. And then as we get closer to 6, we can assess quorum and see what items need to be moved potentially to council or to a future GIC. Councillor Francis had to go or is going shortly. So he has already requested that his motion 911 be withdrawn and added to the council agenda. So 911's been withdrawn and added to the council agenda.
Okay, so Councillor Ted McMeekin is moving an extension of the curfew to 6:40 p.m. I need a seconder on that motion. Mayor Horvath.
Feel bad because I'm not going to be able to. I'll second.
Okay, I'll go with Councillor Wang, and that way you don't have to feel bad, although you should. No, I'm teasing. So Councillor Wang, so it's moved and seconded. All those in favor of extending to 6:40, and this is an electronic vote. And after this electronic vote, hopefully it passes. We have Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Ted McMeekin on this item that is before us.
Councillor Pauls, are you able to vote, please?
Extension to 6:40 is thumbs up.
Councillor Pauls. Councillor Francis, have you left? Councillor Spatafora, are you there? Up here. Okay, I'll mark.
Thank you. So we have a reprieve until 6:40 with 13 members here. Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, you're up next, please, on this item. Strategic Workforce Capacity Consult Utilization and Review.
Yes, thank you. Through you, just some words with respect to the motion. I'm in support of this motion, appreciating the conversation with respect to context, and I think the capacity priority conversations come out fully, and I think that actually, for me, is a reason why I think making this conversation a little bit more transparent around the use of consultants is helpful. I don't say that with a biased outcome in mind, as we should be using more or less, or it should look a certain way, and I think it's possible to get that information back without kind of getting that, pushing in a certain direction. But from the perspective of the more customer service complaints I get as a councillor have to do with contracted out work. And that may be just, that's the point of interaction, and those are the types of things that come forward. But as an organization that has set a priority regarding both transparency and customer service, I think for me, it's hard for me to ignore when I look over anecdotally at our casework, where it's coming in and what are some of those common complaints that we get. And oftentimes I find folks are saying things like the work feels, like there's less accountability, or some of that kind of customer care or client care, however we want to describe that. I've noticed that sometimes those interactions aren't always there when we're talking about a contracted out service versus a city delivered service directly. And I think without having an oar in the water as to where that review lands, being able to have that conversation about what are the cost pressures, does it have to do with staff capacity? Does it have to do with having too many priorities in a given year? Or is it a result about building capacity, building around making sure that we have certain capacities on our staff team in order to do either technical work or work that's at a reoccurring time of year maybe, and that's the reason that it's contracted, is we can't have that kind of staff on for that specific contingent of the year. I think it's helpful to have those answers, to be able to have those conversations with the public and further that transparency. Totally open to the conversation that if this work needs to get slowed down or done piecemeal, I think the mover is as well. But I just wanted to say, I do think having more information and having some reports come back regarding this use and having studies where possible to be done and we're not adding too much pressure to the workload, certainly I think favors some of the priorities of this term of council. And I do see this as largely in line. And I think that's why I'm happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ted McMeekin.
No, we're passed.
You're passing now. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, folks, so the motion. Councillor Tattison, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to address some of the concerns that I heard raised and address them. We heard that A was very appropriate and it's timely. B, I just wanted to emphasize it's an outline. It's a conceptual design. It's people are to think about it. It's much like our downtown strategy that we just passed earlier. It's an idea and it's basically an outline. The staff redirected, let's go to the next one in C. We need to look at our utilization trends and associated expenditures. That's something I've asked for 3 years. It came up across it, 2023. And the areas of sustained external consultant reliance, that should be a data, we should be able to mine that data very quickly. So I'm not thinking that it's over, I know it's a lot of words, but I don't think the task, and I sat with staff and I went over this quite in-depthly, and I did modify and we did reduce a lot of the asks in order so that they said that they could meet them. D, again, that's basically, for me, it's a one-page. We do the research and we share what senior leadership committed to based on the city auditor's report in 2016. If we don't utilize the learnings from the past, we're going to repeat the failures, or we're going to repeat the mistakes that we've made, or the things that we haven't done. We have to go back. And the last one is basically we're just looking at the recommendations and we're saying, did we do it? Where can we improve? So that's where we said it's the current status and future plans. So it's not like we're asking it to be done. It's just we have to lay out these guidelines. For me, our goals in the city have to be SMART. They have to be SMART, and SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, results-oriented, and time-specific. That's what this motion gives to the consultant's motion that I put forward and to the reports that keep coming back to us that give us updates. I just want some clarity and I want some timelines, and I don't really feel that, I know that it's an ask, but I think it's an important ask because this was identified as an issue by the auditor, or by the city auditor back in 2016, and I really want to finish the loop for him and for myself. Thank you.
Okay, so, sorry?
Oh, no, I just like call the question. Please.
So to be clear, what I heard from staff is item A, they were comfortable with. Is that correct? Yes. Item B, I'm a little bit confused because I heard some concerns from ED Fontana, and then I've heard that it's an outline. So if ED Fontana can speak to that briefly, please. I'm just trying to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, in our conversations with the councillor, once we understood it to be an outline, we were supportive of it. So I'm not going to go back on that.
Thank you very much. The consolidated report, current consultant utilization trends, associate expenditures, I believe it was the city manager that was concerned about the breadth of the report. Can you speak to that, and are you comfortable that we can get it done by Q4 2026?
Through the chair, I was speaking more in generalities, so I'll rely on staff, but I will express concerns with the capacity to deliver on C by Q4 2026.
And the reason I'm asking these questions, and I'm not trying to catapult the motion, we have a work plan that's been approved, so these larger reports that are being requested, we have to ensure that we have the capacity to complete it. And so that's why I'm asking. So on item C, ED Fontana, and I need you to be candid, are you comfortable that you can get this consolidated report back by Q4 2026?
Through the chair, no. And I'm going to defer to GM Zagaric on that. That was more part of the work that he would be leading as well. But I'm not sure that, depending on what the expectations are, I don't believe that that would be as reasonable. But again, I'm going to defer to GM Zagaric.
Thank you. GM Zagaric on item C.
Through the chair, as per the previous conversation, we would look to use budgeted information as we are still populating our actuals for 2024 and 2025. With respect to Q4, we can look to provide aggregate trends with respect to consultants. And so we can do our best to satisfy a Q4 2026 date. I will say, if it compromises our rebuild of the financials, then I would come back to committee and request an amendment to the date.
So, Councillor Tattison, is it something that you'd be willing to do to move to Q2 2027 to ensure that they can complete the rebuild of the data set?
Yes, I think those discussions took place between GM Zagaric and myself, and I said that I would be flexible with that, and he would report as the timeline came towards it, whether he could meet that or not.
Okay, so I'm suggesting Q2 2027. That gives more flexibility.
And this is for subsection C, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, we're getting there. Very good. And staff be directed to include senior, sorry, Maureen, Councilor Maurice.
I just have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So I really appreciate the fact that Councillor Clark, you mentioned we have access to staff's work plans. And if someone could help me, I don't think we do.
I think I said that we have to follow the work plan. I don't think I said that we have access to it.
Okay.
It was an approved work plan.
Do we have, may I ask through you?
Sure.
Does council receive work plans from SLT? And this is way, way back when I was a public servant. I had to draw up my work plan for the year. Then I had to submit it to my division head, the division head to the chief planner. The chief planner had to get approval from council for the work plan, if only because they would have a line of sight on how busy folks were, through the chair.
So that would be to the city manager.
It's a question. I'm not directing.
No, it's not a condemnation. It's just a question as to, do we have access to the approved work plan?
Through the chair, no, you don't at this time.
Councillor?
Thank you. I'm very appreciative of how the city manager has been forthright in speaking to the workload and how things, as we add, it gets delayed. In fairness, it would be, I would think, maybe helpful for us to see what's on the horizon for a year ahead. You know, we're in phase one of perhaps this master plan over here. Over here, we're doing this retention and whatever plan, and that's taking us to Q4. Because I don't think, and I'll put myself at the front of the line, perhaps have an appreciation of all the work that is being undertaken, and it may actually, in maybe having that knowledge, it may dissuade a councillor from bringing forward if they find out that it's the intention of a GM to actually undertake certain work. Just leaving it there, it's obviously your decision. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, it's not a matter of not wanting to share with council members. It's simply a matter that historically there wasn't a fulsome work plan to provide. And then when we hit the cyber incident, which I know is a dirty word now, but it derailed everything. And so certainly it's this SLT and leadership's team desire to put work planning back in place for the organization. I couldn't speak to how long it's been, but it's been quite some time since there was a comprehensive work plan for each business area that could roll up. So we will look to do that, but it doesn't exist right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Horvath?
Just very briefly, and I don't know how you're going to go in terms of the ABC, all of the items in terms of the vote, but I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now. Our city manager has been really clear about the burden and that the staff are feeling at this point in time. And it's not the first time she's raised this with us. It's not. I feel badly because I know that the senior leadership team members feel like it's their responsibility to accommodate the requests of councillors. That's certainly the culture here and the culture in lots of organizations. That's kind of what senior leaders try to do is fulfill their wishes of the governance body. I'm wanting to say respectfully to Councillor Taddison, just to give him the heads up, that I don't feel comfortable supporting this motion at this point. I just think we have to take some responsibility to say, we've heard from the city manager. She has to protect her people. She does. That's part of her job. She has to take the brunt of it and be the bluntest of the blunt. And she's been that in a very nice way, very politely. But we need to start taking the message from my perspective. So I'm sorry, Councillor Taddison, if it's a divided vote, I'll support Part A, but I'm not going to be able to support the rest.
Thank you. So now I'm down to, oh, sorry, Councillor Cooper, you wanted to say something before I try to finish this?
Thank you, Chair. To City Manager, just wondering, how appropriate is it that this council is creating, I'll say, work outside our mandate? And maybe I don't know who else to ask really, but I mean, so our mandate ends, November 14th, and maybe we're back, maybe we're not, but we're now loading you up with work beyond our mandate. And I just find it a little strange. Is that normal that we would be giving guidance to staff in terms of what to do beyond their mandate?
Through the chair, I'll try to answer this the best I can. So it's typical in the sense that to govern, council members have to bring forward emerging issues, and that would extend for the whole term. Setting expectations for the next term of council don't carry forward. So if they are established, it won't necessarily be carried forward on, depending on whether the next term of council chooses to carry forward. For clarity, if there's budget associated with it and it's in flight, that continues. Yes. But new work doesn't continue. You do see in many municipalities nearing the end of the term of council increased motions in the sense that people are very excited to finish work because they want to leave a legacy, whether they continue or not. And so it's motivated from a very positive place. However, in many municipalities, then that adds burden. And so it's incumbent on leadership team then at that point to express when it's gotten to a point where perhaps it's not manageable for staff and there starts to be risks of well-being or flight to other organizations. I worry that we're on that edge. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, it does. And just the other question that came to mind is, when I sit on boards, there's a real separation between management and the governors. And if I think about it, here as we say we're governors and staff is management. So, you know, to be looking at your work plan and to be me trying to assess something, see how it fits in your work plan, I'd be very uncomfortable with that, and I've never done it. But I'll ask in this context, is that normal in a municipality for councillors to be overseeing work plans for staff?
We don't oversee work plans, and that was never commented that we did.
Okay, well then, could correct my wording then. Like what was being asked for was that we would have access to work plans. Is that
the
normal?
question was, do we have access to approved work plans? And the response was no. So councillors do not receive approved work plans.
Yeah. So we would have no access to that. We're not asking for it either. Is what you're saying.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we're back to.
I just wanted to hear the answer actually from City Manager, because I think the question was, is that normal for municipalities?
Yes.
So I wouldn't mind hearing that. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry. I thought she had answered it previously. That's why I repeated it.
Through the chair, and the chair is correct that I had stated that you do not have access to it. And then I elaborated a little. In terms of whether or not other councils oversee work plans, no, they would not oversee work plans in the sense that council governs, sets policy and vision. Administration, on the other hand, manages operations and administration work plans and things of that nature. So that would be overseen by myself and then cascading leadership teams.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to item D and E to figure out where we are on that. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the auditor does the audits of these different programs. They report their recommendations, management provides responses, and then there's a follow-up report from the auditor with where they stand today on those. Have we pulled those records to see where we were back then? Because this is going back to 2017.
Through the chair, we have looked back to 2017. Our records show there was a presentation in response to the city auditor's recommendations. I haven't discovered a
record?
Management action plan, a detailed management action plan, but rather a presentation that spoke to the 12 recommendations. I'll maybe also add is, as it relates to those 12 recommendations, some of the scope of work that was identified in the recommendations will form part of our financial rebuild. The recommendations spoke to having definitions for financial accounts, having a review of financial accounts, developing business cases as it relates to consultants and contractors, and so that will form part of our financial rebuild. So just flagging that while that work will be undertaken, it'll be undertaken in 2026, 2027 as part of that effort.
So Councillor Tattison, your motion says by June 2026, and by Q4 2026, GM Zagarek is indicating that it will likely be into 2027, and that they are going to be doing that work automatically. Do you want to hold that motion until that time?
When I had discussions with GM Zagarek, he had his ERP process, and we pushed it back to that date not to interfere with that. And that's the way I understood it. Is that correct, GM Zagarek?
Yeah. Through the chair, and by ERP, that's our enterprise resource plan. That's our financial system. And so, again, we can provide the reporting back to these timelines. I was just flagging that part of our work as part of the rebuild is in response to the recommendations of the auditor's report in 2017.
Okay, so I've heard all that. So, Mayor, can you take the chair for 1 second so I can provide comments? Sorry, I haven't spoken to it. I've just been trying to.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So what I've heard from staff and here's where I'm fine voting for A. I'm fine voting in favor of B, C, D, and E. I will oppose. Staff have fairly clearly indicated that they won't have the capacity to get the work done. They're going to be stretched to try and do it. And in some cases, they may not even have all of the data recovered to do the work. And so it's unfair to put them in the position that they're going to do that, notwithstanding what was said or not said to the good councillor in private meetings. I have to, in my heart, be conscious that we're asking for things that can be completed, and what I heard was that A and B could be completed and the others were questionable. As for the outline, I heard E.D. Fontana very clearly having concerns about capacity issues, but she said she had committed to doing the outline with the good councillor. In my mind, I'm reading between the lines, they're pressing with capacity issues, and so I'd vote opposed to C. So I'm going to suggest then that if we're proceeding with this, that we would have a severed vote.
Okay, I'm giving you back the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, sorry. Councillor Tattison has moved the motion. It was seconded appropriately, so we're just simply severing out different votes. So on item A, please.
Yep.
It would be an electronic vote, correct?
Correct. All of them are electronic. I'm putting up A now.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls? Voting it down.
And then, sorry.
And that vote carries on a division of 11-2. Item B is now before us. Item B is now before us, please.
Thank you. Sorry.
Item B carries on an 11-2 division. Item C, please.
Is C separate or C, D, and E together?
We can do C, D, and E together. We can do them all individually.
Separate.
Separate, thank you.
Sorry. That's not what I heard. Sorry.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So every single one is going to be separate? Yes?
Yes, so item C.
Okay. Let's see.
And that item is defeated 6-7. Item D, please. Councillor Jackson, thumbs up exuberantly.
The laptop burned out.
And that is defeated on a vote 5-8. And finally, item E. Councillor Jackson again, thumbs up.
I needed the exercise of blood was on.
It's coming in on us.
It's up.
Is it? Yeah. It's done. Oh, do I get to vote twice?
I think you're supposed to put yes for this one, Mayor. No, I'm joking. Not based on what you voted before.
And that vote was defeated on division of 6-7. So we are now moving to item number 9.5. Councillor Tattison, you have the chair.
Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, may I So through the Deputy Mayor, we do have several motions left, and then we have 2 notices of motion and then an in-camera item. I'm just concerned about quorum, so I don't know if...
I can appreciate that because I have a truck route meeting at 6:30 in Mount Hope, so I'm understanding that a lot of us are under pressure. So what is the number that we need for quorum?
We need 9 members for quorum.
Can we push these to council?
So through the Deputy Mayor, at the will of committee and the movers, we can push the remainder of the items. We can refer them to council. I can create a motion for that. Or if the will is to do some of them, we can do that. Sorry, Councillor Clark.
I'm going to go to Councillor Clark.
Yeah, my apologies. So item 10.1, which is the opposition to the provincial consolidation of conservation authorities, is a notice of motion that was brought forth by Her Worship Mayor Horvath, and I will be seconding it. It is vital that that gets approved tonight so that at the very least we can send a message to Queen's Park. We may not get approved at council in time, but we can, the mayor can still send a message through in terms of where we are. So if we could somehow move that one forward and waive the rules, I'd appreciate it.
So through the Deputy Mayor, sorry, Councillor McMeekin, were you okay for your motions to go to council instead, or did you want them to go forward today?
Yeah, for 2 months' work, and this isn't going to be the deadline.
Okay.
I can sum it up in 30 seconds.
No problem. So through the Deputy Mayor, do we want to just press on then and see where we get?
Can I just say that anything that we do today has to be ratified at council anyways. So the idea of moving some of the things over to council, although that's not something that we generally favor, right? We've been trying to be very disciplined about not bringing motions to council, to do it at committee and then affirm at council, but we're in a bit of a bind. So I leave it to you, Chair, in terms of going forward, but I think that there are things that we can actually really move to, oh, sorry, that's you, Chair, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Tattison, that's you. That we might be able to, because everything will be ratified then anyways, and if we would agree as a body to, take this rare occasion to do that, I'm just putting it forward.
Councillor Nan?
Thank you. If you need a seconder for that direction to move all the remaining items on the agenda to council, is that what we're seeking to do? If you need somebody to move that, happy to do it. If you already have somebody to move it, happy to second it.
Okay, Councillor Nan is moving that and Councillor Cooper is seconding that. I think we're okay with doing the motion, okay, or the notice motion, okay. Based on that, let's do it. Okay, Councillor Wilson, or go ahead, Councillor M. Wilson.
Not sure whether it's in order. Hey, I'm an HCA board member, very proud to be so. We've had a motion opposing the consolidation of conservation authorities in December. And I'm just looking at time, and I'm not sure whether there's a distinction between the two, but this council has already taken a position.
That is true.
Just for clarification, there's been additional commitment by the government in the current budget to move forward in a way that wasn't quite as clear last time around. But if people are fine in terms of the position that's already been taken, I'm fine too. It's just that there had been some further initiatives that the government's taken in its current budget process.
Yeah, but no, I'll defer to the, frankly, maybe inappropriately so, I'll defer to the chair of the HCA and the mover, because I'm not as well versed on what has been happening on the landscape. If there's a distinction between the two and there's an opportunity, I don't want to get in the way, but if it's the same, then just looking for insight.
Councillor Maureen Wilson is correct. We, as a council, voted unanimously to oppose what was being at the time proposed to the environmental registry, and that's all we had to go on at the time. Since that time, there has been legislation put forth through the budget bill, as well as other legislation, and in the ideal world, it would be great if council could take a position on the legislation as opposed to what was proposed, because things were changed. But I understand time constraints. In my humble opinion, I think we should move forward with it, just get it on the record. I don't think it's going to have a huge impact with the government. They had 14,000 people opposed to it, and they just looked the other way there. But I think our residents in our community are asking us to do this, so I think it would be prudent that we do it.
Clerk.
So through the Deputy Mayor, this is what I'm kind of hearing around the room. We're going to refer the balance of the motions to council next week, which they will be approved at the same time. Item 10.1 wants to be dealt with now. Defer 11.1, which is the closed session minutes, to a future GIC, and then 11.2 also refer it to council. So the balance of the motions and 11.2 to council. We're going to deal with 10.1 right now and defer 11.1 to the May 6th GIC.
Okay, you have that all under control then?
If
everybody understand? Can we take that with one vote?
We can do all of that with one vote.
Okay, and then afterwards we'll deal with 10.1.
And I have Councillor Nan and Councillor Cooper.
Okay, thank you. Let's put that on electronic vote. Oh, sorry. Whoa, wait, whoa. No slights intended, but yes, you did mention something. Go ahead.
So, Deputy Mayor Tatis, I've listened to a lot of speeches in the last couple of hours, all important, but it's been elongated. Councillor Ted McMeekin has waited and has worked on 2 motions for the last 2 months that, in my humble opinion, are motherhood, food security, and Flamborough Connects. I would like to amend the motion that's been put forward to allow these 2 to be dealt with today. Thank you.
Okay,
if I can get a seconder, thank you.
I'll second that.
I apologize.
Okay, so all we're gonna do is we're gonna pull
9.6 and 9.7
from Councillor Meekin out, and we're gonna deal with those today, but I won't be here to deal with them because I'm leaving. Okay, so let's go with that first. So we've abbreviated this meeting.
Councillor McMeekin would like to speak.
Go ahead, Councillor McMeekin.
If you give me 1 minute, just 1 minute, this is really interesting. We have a procedure in the ward, 40 members on the council. We hear things, all the money that is being proposed comes from the non-tax revenue. We never bring anything to this table that does not pass unanimously. It's about food banks, it's about So Harrison Indian Native Trail, it's about a couple of motherhood cleanup motions around Flamborough Connects and a tax program that's going to save low and moderate income people in my ward $688,000 if we can get this done. Fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay,
we are 7 motions in 38 seconds.
Okay, so you want all your motions pulled to be
9.6 and 9.7, correct? Your 2 motions. 6, 7, 8, 9.
6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we can do that. Okay, so let's vote for the balance, and we'll take your amended. 6, 7, 8, 9. We have. Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll deal with the amendments.
I think, sorry, through the Deputy Mayor.
We haven't
I think
voted.
we can deal with,
yeah.
I have everything included in one thing. Today we're going to deal with 9.6, 9.7, 9.8, 9.9, and 10.1. We're going to refer to council all the other motions I didn't say, and 11.2, and we're going to defer to May 6 GIC 11.1, which is just the previous minutes.
So 9.6, 9.7, 9.8, 9.9, 10.1 we'll deal with now.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay.
9.10 is
I'm sorry.
Okay, 9.10.
So sorry, 9.10 we're dealing with today.
9.6 through 9.10.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In 38 seconds.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're voting now.
Well, yes, but now, yes.
Sure.
We're voting on what we're doing with everything.
This is just a way forward to get out of here for 20 after.
And Mayor, this is to what you said, not to forward so much to council.
Councillor Jackson, are you able to vote?
Yes, I am, to deal with those 5 items for Councillor McMeekin, yes.
Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Pissar. Are you able to vote, Councillor Pissar? Okay, could you vote again? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Vote twice.
Yeah, it's not allowing me to vote, but confirming affirmative.
Is Councillor Beatty left?
He's gone.
Yep, he's gone.
That carries 12-0.
Wow. Okay, that carries 12-0, so we're going to move on to 9.6 with Councillor McMeekin right now on food security.
Three issues. Food insecurity's gone from 18.3% to 22% in my ward. The 2 food banks each need a little bit more than $1,000 a month to fill the short gap. The Taste Buds program is a student food program. There are too many kids who don't get lunch at the high school, so that's what the other $5,000 is for. That's 9.6.
Okay, thank you. Anybody want to make a comment? I'm not seeing any. We'll have the vote up now.
Thank you. Tammy, Councillor Wayne was the seconder. Councillor Taddison is, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to wait, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Wang was the seconder?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, the vote's up.
Okay, I've got thumbs up from Councillor Nan, Councillor Pauls, Councillor McMeekin. I'm assuming Councillor Wilson is voting.
Also, I see you, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you.
Trying really hard.
No, it's
Councillor
okay.
McMeekin, you're-
Yes, of course.
Councillor Pissar?
I voted again.
I'm really sorry. In favor? Yes. Madam Mayor?
Madam's gone.
Oh, I didn't give me shit. I'm sorry. I see you, Councillor. And so switching not working.
Okay, that passes 11-0. Councillor McMeekin, you've taken up 27 seconds to your 38. You got 11 seconds.
9.7 is seconded by Councillor Taddison. It allows Flamborough Connects to run a tax relief program for an investment of $11,500. The return to low and income families would be about $688,000, and I think 75 cents.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Not seeing any comments. Vote will be up as soon as possible. There's the vote. Councillor Pauls is yes. Councillor Nan is probably voting. Okay, thank you.
That's what happens.
Okay, that carries 11-0. Councillor, 10 seconds left.
Okay, the next one is also seconded by Councillor Taddison. It has to do with a healthy education about relationships project that the McMaster Review Group that was looking at evaluating the program discerned with the help of some young men who were peripherally engaged that it really needed a Guys with Heart program to help deal with gender violence from a male perspective, which is, some would argue, a big part of the base of the problem.
Thank you, Councillor. Any comments? Not seeing any. The vote is up. It's like speed voting.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's 10. That's 10. Just, yeah.
9-9?
Yeah. 9-9 is really.
1 second, please. We're waiting for the vote.
Oh, it carried.
Okay, the vote carried probably unanimously.
11, nothing.
Thank you. Okay, next one.
9-9 is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. It's my favorite of the whole bunch. There's 6 young people in the only treaty program in an Ontario high school with a partnership with our Native partners from 3 different Indigenous communities to put 4 benches adjacent to a previously supported pond project as a gathering spot for dialogue and reconciliation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Vote is up. Councillor Pauls is a yes. Everyone else is voting. Carries 11-0. I think we're on 9.10.
Okay, seconded by my favorite Armenian councillor, Councillor Jackson. Thank you, sir. It's about historical archive work. The federal grant dried up. They need a student to help chronicle stuff. There's also been some complications around the cyber attack, which is causing some split between services, which can be handled, and they need a couple of computers that now revert back to ownership of the library rather than the archives because of the collateral impacts. And that's for $15,000, and that also was unanimously endorsed by the council.
50% from Ward 6.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any comments. We're going to go to the vote now.
Thank you all so much for understanding the importance of these.
We have a 10-point. Councillor Nance, thumbs up. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay, that's 11-0. Now I think we're moving to the notice of motion that is going to be introduced, I believe, by Councillor Clark.
I need to move waivers so that we can introduce the notice of motion.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you. We're going to waive. Votes up for the waive.
Sorry, I didn't get the seconder. Councillor Clark, Councillor Casar.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, you're there. Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
No, I have to move the motion. Then we would.
Can you just ask her again?
Councillor Pauls, could you give a thumbs up? Yes, thumbs up.
Thank you.
Okay, just we still have to move the motion, so don't anyone leave yet.
That passes, so take it away, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I'm not going to read the whereases of the mayor's notice of motion. I'm going to just read the therefore be it resolved that the City of Hamilton formally expressed its opposition to the proposed consolidation of conservation authorities as outlined in Schedule 3 of Bill 97, the Plan to Protect Ontario Act, Budget Measures 2026, and 2, that the City of Hamilton urges the province of Ontario to undertake meaningful consultation with conservation authorities, municipalities, and sector partners prior to advancing any consolidation or restructuring of the conservation authority system, and 3, that the province be requested to ensure that any changes to the conservation authority framework preserve local representation, watershed-based decision-making, and the ability to respond to local environmental and planning needs, and 4, that a copy of this motion be sent to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, local members of provincial parliament, and the chairs and chief administrative officers of Conservation Halton, Hamilton Conservation Authority, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and the Grand River Conservation Authority. I want to thank Councillor Casar for seconding this motion. Councillor Casar moved the original motion to oppose the ERO proposals that the province brought forward. 14,000 people wrote letters opposing the mergers. The government has ignored them. They put it in a budget bill. The budget bill, as you know, is a confidence motion, so it's highly unlikely any Conservative member will vote against the budget bill. And so we have real concerns about this, and we're doing our best to ensure the protection of our watershed and conservation lands in Hamilton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Vote is up.
And Councillor Cassar is your seconder on this one as well?
Yes, he is.
Councillor McKinnon, thank you. Councillor Cooper, thank you.
Councillor Paul's thumbs up.
And Councillor Mann, she thumbs up as well?
She's thumbs up, I think, or she voted. Councillor Nan?
Yeah.
She voted. Okay, that carries 11-0. At this time, I think the business of the day is finished, and we are adjourned at 6:17. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, everybody.